Futures back in negative territory here. We're getting a few economic data points just coming across. Housing starts for the month of October, 1.425 versus 1.41 for the month. Initial jobless claims from last week as well. A little bit to the downside here, 222,000 versus 225,000. Philly Fed Business Index supposed to come out here at 8:30, but hasn't populated there yet. But that one can be a little bit of a market mover. There we go. Oh, wow. Down big time. Negative 19.4 versus negative 6.2 on that, again, Philly Fed Business Index. Much lower than expected there. So a number of secondary or minor data points there to start things off. Busy morning to get through this morning with a ton of earnings, more from the retail sector. We get Macy's looking pretty good here. One of the only ones looking pretty good to the upside a little bit anyways. The market trying to bounce overall, coming off of another negative session yesterday. We'll talk about Tesla here as well. Looking a little bit better possibly in the pre-market after another slide yesterday, back to recent lows for Tesla. There's NVIDIA, of course. There's Alibaba, both with their reports out this morning as well. It's Thursday, November 17th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Back to session lows we go at the moment here for the overall market. We were looking to hold on. That needs to be refreshed, guys. Let's just go on here as we get into things this morning. It's 1.1 for the NASDAQ, 1.03 right now. For the S&P, again, trying to bounce off session lows as we get these again, secondary data points, guys, but a bit of a move back to the upside. Welcome in. Happy Thursday here. It's going to be a busy one once again with Macy's reporting, NVIDIA, Alibaba, Chinese ADRs back in focus once again. Mostly positive right across the board for those.
I think there's some mixed reports coming in this morning. I mean, NVIDIA was good, not necessarily great. BABA, I think, was pretty mixed. The revenue was a miss. They did beat on the on EPS there, but they're trading a little bit to that downside. So there's some concern. I mean, the NASDAQ, the Qs, actually, I'm looking at the Qs because we have a chance to get to the 50 period on the Qs at 280. So that's one thing I'll be watching here today. If you're just the triple Qs, if you're looking at the NASDAQ future, it's kind of the same story. But I'll have that line in mind to be sure. It's not all bad. I mean, Macy's had a pretty solid quarter. Bit of up and down action in the pre-market here as well. There's a small cap on the move, ARDX. That's worth watching. And going to go back to the well and some of the names, obviously, that were doing some justice for us yesterday. I mean, CCL was a bit of a missed opportunity because it didn't do anything, but Lyft and Uber were both in play. Going to head back over to those. It starts probably with the chips here today, and that means we're going to be focused a little bit more on tech. That's why I'm looking at the Qs right now. I'm probably a little more focus on the NQ than the SPY as we dig into some chips. It was a pretty bad day after we got that news with Micron, and that when that happened in the pre-market, it changed everything, and it was just a matter of shorting the chips. I think we'll lead the way with NVIDIA. It's going to dictate, but it's been sliding all pre-market here.
Yeah, we said yesterday that NVIDIA is going to be sort of the key to this market here. And yeah, them slipping out today, down 1.2% the market. So yeah, here we go. We're starting to turn around again right now. Just keeps on dripping down. I mean, it's still down. Like all these highs just preceded by lower highs. So that's not a great sign here. And then you've already broken below. Yesterday, we were talking about holding that 11.7 in the NASDAQ. That was sort of here and then now broken. So 11.7 has been the top here for the pre-market. We'll see if it can hold it, but down to 11.6 right now. Like Neil said, there are some key levels lower, so we'll just see where we go. But yeah, look, it's going to be a good one. I have Macy's long already. We just bought some on that dip there, so we're flat on this trade right now. We're going to watch to see where it goes. But yeah, look, I'm excited. I think Macy's long is the best idea today. We talked about the retail sector a lot the last couple of days. Haven't really traded it, but today I think Macy's is going to be a top stock for me. So we're going to wait to see how that's all going down. The market is gapping down. You're right there. Godlicks there. It's been such a great run for the market. We had, 7 or 8% last week alone. Yesterday, down 1.5% in the NASDAQ, and it looks like today we're starting that way again. So I can just see profit taking. We already know it's 87% that we're going to get 50 points next month. And then we got CPI data, which is all pointing in the right direction for a little bit of a rebound in that, I think, anyways. So we'll see, especially when you get this bad Philly Fed number, 19 versus 8, like minus 19 versus minus 8. I mean, that's just going to throw more fuel on the fire, and the Fed has no choice, I think, but to go with 50. So we'll wait. I think that's a good sign, but again, a lot of that's already baked in. So now that we're through earnings season for the most part on the big tech names, now we can sort of just wait to see how this market wants to go into a possible Santa Claus rally.
Yeah, going to be an interesting December for sure, with all signs, at least, the past 2 data points on the inflation front moving in the right direction. Let's get into a few things here that we need to be aware of this morning. This is the U.S. dollar right now, ripping back to the upside, back to 107, right on the nose, actually, right now. So yesterday we bounced off 106 to the number, essentially. Right back up to 107 on the DXY. So straight higher all pre-market. This is the 10-year. So yields trying to bounce as well on a daily chart after a huge slide coming off that CPI number. 2 years, same story, 2 days in a row now, back to the upside. So yields moving higher. We have the dollar moving higher. That typically means, yep, stocks are downside ever so slightly, as we saw. Again, economic data kind of mixed here. Coming out of the UK, coming out of Europe, we got inflation data that was back higher, remember, earlier in the week. So the market kind of in a wait and see mode here a little bit, I guess. But as we saw, full percent already for both the ES and NASDAQ, guys.
Yeah, and slightly creeping up. I'm watching UVXY here because you already went over the dollar and treasuries as well, but yields as well, I should say. But slightly creeping up is UVXY. Do have like a bit of a channel sort of drawn in here for me, like 950, 980. This is what I use. I don't understand you guys look at the VIX. I can actually pull that up in my trade ideas, but in our pre-pro 8, we track UVXY. So I always have this one up just to see where we're at. And if we do test, like if we, looking at some short opportunities there, if we were to hit levels like this 950, 980, like those are the kinds of places where I'd start to look to, okay, you might take some off. You break back out there, you might look for entry points, or you turn around, you might think about a stock you like long if you start rejecting levels like that. I just use it for a little bit of confirmation. And speaking of stocks that are going down, I just want to get this one out of the way. Yeah, Coinbase is very, very close here to, it's $44, the bottom that we saw last week, and then that had that bottom in June. So we're about 47 right now as I check. Getting real close to that low on Coinbase. So we always talk about pretty significant levels to get broken. That's the last one since the flush bottom in May, and that was about $41, or just a little bit lower than 41. So 44 could take you to that 40 to 41 level. Coin got destroyed yesterday. Not a very good, well, I mean, it's been getting destroyed, but yesterday was pretty bad, one of the worst stocks in the market. And again, right up against resistance. It could bounce 44, you never know, but that's a level break that I'll be looking at here today. And if it gets back to 50, I kind of like that for a fade.
Yeah, I don't know how well you can see this. I know Neil just did UVIX here, but here's the VIX, and the thing is that, this is a pretty big move, and I know it's going to be, you can see it a little bit. I know it's going to be a pretty big move to the downside right there, right? This is last week where we had it, well, I mean, this goes back to October, but $33, $34, and then a big move down, and then this dramatic move from 26 down to 22 last week, and then now you're back to $24. So if you're going to look in like the last 2 years here, you're kind of in the middle right now, right? And so we're not quite at those highs for the VIX. And I said that you start to really buy some stock when the VIX hits 40, but it looks like over the last, during this pandemic, and this is just 2 years. So it looks like 32.50 has been a pretty key area here for the VIX. So you're still in between, you're bouncing. Look, we've also been bouncing off of 20, maybe 17.50 as well. So, the fear index is kind of in the middle right now. I feel like that's what makes a lot of sense. A lot of stocks have ripped up. I think there's still a lot of bears in here in this market. But at the same time, it's hard not to be a little bullish when you do see maybe the light at the end of the tunnel as far as interest rates are concerned. And then, like I said, inflation. I mean, our gas prices are coming down pretty rapidly here, I noticed today. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with food prices, rental. That's a big one. How much people are paying for rent right now when you talk about core PCE. So we're just, let's wait. I don't think the market's in panic mode yet. I don't know if it's time to buy puts or not, but it definitely seems like the market's heading to the downside, and the VIX being in the middle there doesn't really give us too much of an indication here. So let's just hold out a little bit. Like I said, I've just been trading on key levels, so that's what I'm going to continue to do. Macy's a little different story. I want to be long, so we're long, so that was an easy one. But yeah, every other name today, wait for key levels. Wait for Meta to bounce. Wait for AMD to make a move off of NVIDIA, Robinhood, Coinbase. Like wasn't Meta just 117 or something?
It was.
Yeah. So there it was 120 almost, 119. So right there, you're down another 8%.
Yesterday, well. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 119 was right there, 119. So about 2 days ago, we were up there. So in 2 days, you're down about 8.5%, 9%, just in one name. So, a lot of these names have a lot to go further and further and further. But as you go, you found the best trading show. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. We're going to be talking a bunch of names. I have the sticky note out. We have the watch list out. Make sure you subscribe to that. Watchlist.tradertv.live. Many ideas. And there we go. I already listed it down here. I put down, and we'll do this. We're going to go to Brendan because we got to talk about the watch list and stuff. But I put down here right now today that unfortunately Macy's right here was my best idea. So I wrote that right into here. Macy's, love this long break, probably our best idea. So let's see if that goes here. We're already now 20 cents in the money on this name. So yeah, so far so good here to start the day.
Here comes session lows right now for both the NASDAQ and the S&P. So 1.41 and a quarter for each. Here's a couple other notable names right now. That's Kohl's, downside off their earnings report. They withdrew their forecast, so big move down, but kind of sideways ever since. Here's Roku as well, just hit 3%. I saw a few people mentioning that. About to take out session lows for Roku. That was on this note, 200 job cuts coming for Roku. They're down on that. There's Kohl's, again, withdrawing their annual sales and profit forecast. We saw what happened to Target, guys. It's worth noting there are a few, 3 or 4 positive notes on Target today, even with the same thing happening on the forecast side for them yesterday.
Yeah, it was back and forth on Target. There was some positives, there was some negatives, there was upgrades and downgrades from analysts and some initiations. So they're all over the place in this group. The stock, we always talk about key levels, and for Kohl's, yeah, I need to see some key levels on this bad boy. I mean, obviously, you've already had the reaction to some of the other earnings that have come through, and that's why you've been drifting to the downside. So you now find yourself, and this is what happens when you get later on in the week. You get all retail all week long, and you get a name like this at the end, and you might not be trading in a new range, which a lot of times that's what you want to see. So unfortunately, I like 27, the bottom end of the range. I would have loved to have been shorting this anywhere close to the 32 tops. It's just, you're not really going to get a chance to see it. You do have the 50 period potentially supporting it today on the daily at a 28.40. That's pretty tight on low volume in terms of where we are right now. So I might be backing away from this one. You're going to see ARDX. I am in ARDX there. They gap to the upside. They're on our watch list here, and they got like an FDA advisory panel voting in their favor. Monster gap up on this. And then just all pre-market. And this is something we haven't really been looking at a lot of these recently because sometimes they don't set up as good. Monster gap. It just sat here barcoding. That's my 15. Let's go to the 3 minute. Just sat there all pre-market after trying to get to 250, failing, and then there was just nobody was able to get this past like 210, 215 when it was buying this $2 to 205 range for support. So once it broke down support, I looked for the gap fill. It's obviously not filling in the entire gap at this point. That would be about to 150 if it were to get there. That's previous resistance. So it got to 75, which is halfway. I am going to look to reload this around 2 and then give it to about 205, 210 area off the open. So this is an early one. Haven't really been looking at these small cap, gap up, short trades. But this one did set up. There wasn't a heck of a lot that I really liked in the pre-market. The dips I liked on Macy's were sitting a little closer to the 2050. That's what I had in my note for a dip buy on that stock. And yeah, I wish I could say Kohl's was of interest, but it's probably going to have to move a little bit. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it test up to short 32s. I feel like it's more likely you have a chance at that 27.
I haven't even looked at Kohl's. Let's just go over to Walmart, Target, something like that. Okay, yeah, so down again today. I feel like, this is now the third day for Walmart, so we've had a nice little bump up here. Couldn't really hold that 150. That seems obvious. And now you're back down into 147 and change. So I feel like this has an easy opportunity to get back down in now today. Again, a good number for Walmart. I mean, we've seen the move to the upside here, but that's it, man. It's all done. So all that is finished with. The move's already happened. So now I think that you pull back with the rest of the market, and maybe Walmart does come back down. I mean, you are going to get that sort of push back from Target after being down yesterday. I'm looking at maybe a 147 break, but you're breaking it right now. So, this is a name that I want to look short in today, definitely for Walmart. I don't want to look long in too many names. I've already got the one that I want here, Macy's, and we'll be getting longer. I am waiting for lower bids, like I said, onto here, about 20.50 or so. So we'll see if that comes in. But Target here, again, big move yesterday. This is the 20-minute. We did get back up to 158, and now today you're back down into 154 again. So I don't know. I just feel like these retail names had a great run yesterday, and then now today they probably pay the piper a little bit back down to the downside. So shorting Target and Walmart, I think are good plays, and then I want to stay long on Macy's. But my focus is going to be probably just on Macy's, but I do like those other names for short opportunities as well.
All right, Luis Barbado joining us this morning from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. I hope it's a lot warmer and possibly sunnier than it is here, Luis. I don't know if you've heard, but we got our first snowfall in Toronto this week. So hope your week is going well. It's been a busy one, obviously, with a ton of retail earnings this week. We get more key economic data as well. How's your week going? What have you been looking at so far?
Yeah, it's been a good week, as you say. It ain't gonna snow today in Barcelona. It ain't gonna snow probably this year in Barcelona. So I'm sorry for you guys.
Let's talk about what to look for today, because we've had a bit of a quiet week as per usual as far as small caps are concerned. As we get to the tail end of earnings season, a few more opportunities starting to pop up. We have this ARDX today. Coming off this FDA ruling aftermarket yesterday. It was halted all day yesterday. When you get that type of a move back to, levels we haven't seen in months and months for this stock, how do you approach a trade like that?
Well, it's for us, it's clear a void trade. There's too much risk on that one, too much risk of halting the stock and no managing the risk. So GLBL was avoiding stock yesterday. ARDX is a very interesting stock today. We're gapping up, as Neil was talking about. It's struggling to hold $2, and it's important level. It's a resistance for a long time. It moved down from $8 to $2 back in August 2021. So we have this huge gap back then because of the news about the kidney disease treatment. Today, FDA vote positive for the treatment. I think it's a little bit too overextended on the way up. So as Neil says, if it holds below $2, where is the VWAP more or less 205, 210 for a short squeeze in the opening, we might see some gap fill down to 170, 160, 150 likely.
Go on to Digital World Acquisition Corporation. A lot of people looking at that yesterday. Comes off significantly. It's basically straight to the downside all day long. Here we are, 6.5% again today in negative territory. How did you approach this trade yesterday, and what are you going to look at today for DWAC?
Oh, it's a dangerous stock on the short squeeze side, actually. Easy to locate or cheap to locate. So sometimes we are a little bit aware if it's easy to locate or very cheap to locate. Shorts are getting a squeeze randomly sometimes, So we try to, if it pops, you have to be very careful. So you have to look for liquidity pools where you are safe to go short. On those levels, we actually won't trade it. We want to see it over $30, $33 to try to make some trades. In this area, I don't think it's going to have a lot of volume. We need a third red day, probably today, and then we will wait for a pullback on the movement up. But we need at least a third red day on this sticker.
Look here for Macy's pre-market coming off a good report. It's one of those retail names that can give you decent sized moves. There's a ton of liquidity, ton of volume. for Macy's. What are you going to, or how are you going to approach this one today?
Well, as you say, the important point is you can go big here. You have a lot of liquidity. You have a easy exit and entry points. So it's going to be a watch for us, but it needs to hold over 2080s and push up in the opening. And then if we see it near 2150, 2180s, we will look for this high break of the pre-market session. So let's see how it reacts. If it keep holding volume and price over $20.80, $21, and then we will try to look for longs on the dips.
There's been a ton of opportunity throughout the week in this group. We got a huge move in Target yesterday. A little bit more positive today for Target as well, but retailers in focus off of earnings. Going into the holiday week next week, obviously Thursday going to be a holiday for U.S. markets. Volume typically dies off a little bit. How do you approach this type of year or this time of year when we get a little bit quieter trading and having to kind of pick and choose your spots a little bit?
Very patient, no FOMO. I'm very patient. The day is very long, so I try to speak to my traders that the session is very long, so you don't need to be in a rush in the opening or first 30 minutes. We come from days or months where the opening was crazy with a lot of opportunities and during all the day. Now you have to be very picky with the entries and with the stock picking. But if you're patient, in the end of the day, it's very rarely that you don't do like 15 or 20 decent entries. Profit or losses, market will say, but if you're really patient and picky with the entries and with the stock picking, it is about that in this market. It's about surviving the difficult and the boring moments and the difficult and the very risky movements, surviving these kind of movements, because in the end of the day, the money is there like every day.
Got to be around to take advantage of the moves when they do happen, but a lot of that has to do with sitting through times that are a little bit slower. Luis Barbado, anything else on your radar this morning?
We're checking as well CTMX. It's moving up right now, trading around 160s. Let me check right now. Where is it? 155 right now. It has moving up, not a lot of volume, but if it pulls through the pre-market highs, 165, 170, we might have a runner as well, CTMX.
Relatively small on the float side of things as well, 28% move. Great stuff. Luis Barbado from Barcelona, Spain, the Day Trade the World office over in Spain. Great to have you as always. Best of luck today. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Yo, what's up, Luis, man? Thanks a lot for coming back again today. Like, lots of great insight there. And I think that, probably for me, the best thing that he said was the fact that you have to be patient.
Very patient.
How many opportunities are you going to have on a day-to-day basis to get in at the right prices? Now, for me, I tweeted that out yesterday after I had such an amazing meal. My wife crushed this orzo chicken dish yesterday. And I was like, too many trades. I hashtagged that yesterday. And it's not that I had too many trades. I had too many exits. So the entries were fine. It's just sometimes you got to let these names breathe a little bit. Amazon's getting crushed to the downside today. That was another name we wanted to look at here. Look at Macy's. We talked about this one. And this goes right to Luis's point again. It's like, trade the names that you have the best ideas on. I tweeted out that this was a name that I definitely wanted to get into, and right now Macy's 50 cents in the money, and we just took another piece out here at 24.25. So be patient with your trades. I mean, I think that that's a great piece of advice, and I think that, if we're going to follow that, then you have to wait for something to happen. And I've been sort of touting that for the last month or so, how I've changed as a trader, waiting for pieces to happen, being patient for levels to break. And here's one right here. I don't know if this is crazy. I don't know what's up with this candle up here yesterday. That's going to suck all day for us. But DWAC right here. Look at this move on the 20-minute chart, man. It's pretty brutal. It just looks like pure, N. I was going to say V. You know how you have the V-shape recovery?
Death.
Well, this is the other way. What do you call? It's V-shape, but what do you call this other than death?
Upside down V.
Upside down
V.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I said N. I don't know. I don't know what this is. But right now, this is pretty brutal, man. You came all the way back to 20 again, and that's where we are right now. $20 on DWAC, and I know that Luis mentioned this name as well. Breaking through some key levels. If I zoom, let's see if we can. Okay, I thought we were going to crash the charts there. This is how important 20 is, man. We've talked about that over and over again. Neil and I both thought that on Tuesday, after the announcement, well, today's only Thursday, that we would come in yesterday and see a much bigger move one way, but it was just sort of dripped all the way down pretty much all day with really no breakouts. And this is where I think that it's very key that you be patient. Either you go long up here near 30, or right now we're actually at tradable levels. So instead of figuring out what to do at 23, 24 in here, now I feel like, I just said to Neil, I feel like the long could be in now. You're down here. Let's see if it breaks. I mean, it could also be, collapse down to 7.
If it doesn't hold that 20.
Right.
I mean,
So, but Neil, that's the point though. This is the key thing. In the middle, we don't really have a thesis.
Nope.
Right now, it's like, okay, you either bounce off here and get back into the mid-20s, or you can make a move down. So I feel like now is the right time to trade a name like DWAC.
Yeah, you got to pay. I just paid for the locates because I forgot to do that.
I just realized I did it.
Yeah, you got to be able to trade this one if it makes a move off this level. And if it goes down, there might be some longs off to 15, 16. That name Luis mentioned, that was that CRT, that CTMX. That's about 65 million float. So you got to watch out for those low float ones. That 175 looks interesting. But so Silvergate provided a mid-quarter update, and the auditors are like, we found far less assets at FTX than expected, and the headlines just get worse and worse. I talked about Coinbase. I was short Silvergate all day yesterday, and it actually made a huge recovery, down another 11%. Like sometimes you have to get out of Dodge, right? Like the shorts were good around 29, then up at 30, but it just made a huge recovery. Now it's sort of getting right back to the lows, but diddling in the middle, right? This is sort of the idea. Like if you take out the bottoms, or if you can actually get back up toward these 30, 31 highs, that's a little more interesting. But wow, yeah, this gets really spicy beneath this break at like 26. And Coinbase, similar story. There's no avoiding crypto or this crypto carnage or everything related to it. So Coin, SI for me, if you're looking at some of the riots and Maras, those are going to be active as well.
Analyst moves here for you this morning. A few interesting names on this once again. As we were saying, kind of a mixed bag as far as upgrades and downgrades this morning. Advanced Auto Parts, a couple days in a row here this week, has been on the downgrade side of the board. NCLH on here, target once again. Again, there's moves both ways. There was a couple of positive notes, a couple of price target cuts. So tread carefully. DLTR on the upgrade side. There's that Ardelyx as well. We were talking to Luis about ARDX. Big move back to significant levels here for this one.
Yeah, so I kind of went over that ARDX, and I know Luis did as well. So, we talked about that beneath that $4. The one that I want to go to here is NCLH. Because if you remember, you remember yesterday the biggest missed opportunity, or not the biggest missed opportunity, the most disappointing thing was CCL. I think I made one trade an hour and a half into the session on CCL after the offering. But one of the things I did like was NCLH on a dip by 17 because it was relatively strong. So it did the dip. It gave you about back to 50. But I'm showing you guys a daily chart here because if this gets back to 1550, that's kind of the level that I'd be looking for another dip buy. Obviously, the 50 period at 15 makes some sense to me. But now that you've broken down that 17, it would have been nice if I could have shorted 17 this morning because that's that little floor. I like that dip buy in the morning there. But now I'd be shorting off of 17 and then essentially waiting till we get down to your 1550 area or that 15 even. So NCLH down 7. The entire space got shellacked. And of course today, now CCL is making the move. This is the move that I think everyone was hoping CCL would start to make off that 10 level, but it broke the bottom on very light volume and is drifting lower. So key level for this and support's not till 850. I'll be sitting this out unless I can short off the tops, but I do like some dip opportunities in NCLH if it gets far enough to the downside. I don't know if I'll get a chance at that 17 for the short. Would have loved to have seen that break during the market, but sometimes you just gap above or below key levels and you have to wait for them to come back.
You mentioned Coinbase. I wanted to go over to one more idea before we go through our watch list a little bit here. It's only 8:58. We're going to have Arun, I think, pretty soon for the futures at about 9 o'clock. So that should be interesting because, again, the S&P has now fallen off of that 4,000 marker. So that's going to be a level to look at again. But I was looking at Robinhood here. We did have, obviously, a big epic collapse there on the FTX news to the downside where Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX held 7 to 8% of this name, which I think was about 53 million shares. So we got a big sell-off there. I don't know if they're done liquidating that position. I would assume that they are. That's not why I really want to be in this. I just think that right now, this 950 area right here, and you know, this was the drop spot there, dropped down to 8. I don't know why it went back up, but it did. We've seen Coinbase, different names going back up to the upside as well. But now with that breaking lower, I look at Robinhood right here at 950, something I want to short, but not for too long. We're going to get out at 960 if it does come in, and then we'll look at it around here if it does take a move to the upside. But again, a name that I want to be short. It's weaker than the market right now. It hasn't done too many shares. This name on a 1-minute chart, forget about it. Here it looks on a daily. I mean, we know the story of Robinhood. I don't know if we're going to ever break that $7 again, but I think this name could be done for as well. I mean, obviously, this doesn't have the exposure that an FTX would. I mean, this is a public company, so they can get audited and things like that. U.S. accounting, blah, blah, blah. So I think that they're probably fine under the hood, but I like to go short. We're under the 50 period here. I'm looking to get short on Robinhood, and I just want to bring it up because I only have 2 orders pending right now. Dip buys for Macy's and a short here, right into here, 950 or so for Robinhood. So I wanted to bring that up. Actually, it's not 950 is my area of concern. It's about here at 940 right here for Robinhood. So if we get bumped up, that's a name that I like to short today, as well as some of those retailers.
All right, let's get some a look, anyways, at how the European session is shaping up for you. More negativity, unfortunately, on this board. 0.5% right now for England, Germany 0.2%, France 0.8%, 0.9% there for Italy, about the same right across the board. Turkey downside 2% already following North American futures. Yeah, very, very negative social sentiment board to have a look at this morning. Tough to see, but that's APE down there, just worth noting. In the green, this is CTMX green as well. The rest, though, yeah, not much to talk about. MULN, AMC, NVIDIA, ARDX, the Qs and the SPY also very red. BABA off of earnings. We'll get into that. Tesla downside, DWAC as well. So possibly a continuation here as we saw U.S. dollar still taking out highs right now. So typically that means not good for stocks. Let's get Arun in here, get a check of the futures as we head towards the open this morning on a Thursday. Arun, what do we need to know coming off what happened yesterday?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been patient this entire week waiting for a move because this market's been somewhat quiet, and we're finally getting a move going now. Okay, that's great. 39.45 was the previous low that I was looking at. That's broken. That opens up the downside. We're already at 15, so that trade may have already been gone already. So to get into a short now, to chase it down, it seems a little too far down to chase down here to start setting up some shorts. So if we're going to get a short, we're going to have to get it on a bounce, preferably back towards the 39.50, 55. And I would use 39.75 as a stop on that short. So looking for a short on a bounce. If we don't get the bounce, if we keep on going, dare I say that I'm going to start looking for longs. And that's not because I'm trying to bottom pick. I'm just trying to wait for this market to settle up. It's got some decent long-term support levels down here through 3,900 into the 38s. So I got 38.85 down there. If we break that, we still have the 50s as well. As long as we set up, there's a potential for a nice little long there. So let's just respect the trend. The current trend is to the sell side. So a short bounce is available. But if we do extend to the downside, there could be longs coming on board soon. You just got to wait for the market to rotate just enough so you can set the long up. You don't want to catch a falling knife. But if it's there for you and it sets up the right way, I think there could be a potential for some longs there today, Brendan.
Arun, we'll check back in again tomorrow. Let's get into everything else you need to know. Heading towards the open here this morning, my stream deck stuck. That's the link to the watch list, guys. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that every single day and then come join us at 8:30 before we get into what is happening this morning. NVIDIA, top of the list this morning coming off their earnings report. It was the data center side. Again, decent numbers kind of offsetting a decline in the rest. Overall revenue missing ever so slightly for NVIDIA, dragging down the rest of the chips a little bit here in the pre-market. But is it really that bad, guys?
Well, we talked yesterday about gaming. about gaming, and yeah, I thought that that was going to be a little bit of a problem for Nvidia. We saw Roblox get some little bit of a weaker daily active users there coming through. It's kind of a seasonality thing with gaming. I think this is going to be a good quarter for people to maybe buy, some more GPUs and whatnot for that. They also said that crypto is no longer a thing for them moving forward. So I don't expect crypto mining to be a thing. That is what started with Nvidia going crazy about 2 years ago, obviously. Even myself set up some Bitcoin and Ethereum rigs and things like that. And now I have like 3 or 4 cards kind of just hanging around. I feel like the technology is already pretty good for gaming, and it was down 51%, right? So that's a pretty key issue there. They also forecasted under expectations. So that's never good. We saw what happened with Target yesterday on a bad guide. I know it's a completely different industry here, but look at this. And this was always the risk, man. It was up 55% from its October lows, up to 170. Now all of a sudden, what goes up can easily come back in again. So, big time movement to the upside, touches 170, and now it's right back down to the downside again. I feel like this is, sort of I don't want to say a house of cards, but when this starts to fall, you are going to get some big time movements in other names as well. And this is the move it's had. It's been a pretty epic move back to the upside. Like you can sit here and say, well, we went from 300 down to 150. That's, cut in half. But then we just made all 50% back right there. No one's buying at the bottom and selling right here anyways. So it's not like you actually made money. But I just wonder if there's a lot of traders that are actually holding Nvidia stock now, hoping that this thing can rally back. They just got a deal right now with Lockheed Martin. They had a deal yesterday with Microsoft, I believe. So, there's some nice movements happening for Nvidia. It's still well overpriced. I mean, the PE on this name, let's just look it up right now. I should be looking it up actually on, I just don't have that window open for trade ideas, but here's Nvidia right here. Their PE is still an amazing 36. So you're at 36 here, you're at 52 on the PE, the forward is 36. That's not great. No dividend coming. Well, it shows 0.1. I don't know what that's about, but no dividend there obviously in this high flyer. So again, such a bad PE. We've seen Tesla come down on some of its valuation, and it wouldn't surprise me if Nvidia is sort of the next one to get hit here, especially on a bad forecast. So, well, you can't forecast lower and think that you're going to get away with it, and I don't think that that's what they're doing. They're just being honest. If we're not going to have a strong PC little run here, then I don't see why people would be upgrading. If you're not buying new PCs, then you're definitely not buying new GPUs. So for now, with gaming being down, I look to fade any Nvidia pop. And just like Louis said, and just like I've been saying for quite a while now, be patient with this. I wrote down 162 on the sticky note, and the thing about that is we're probably not going to get up there, but if we do, that would be a huge short area. And then now I can see a lot of consolidation now that we've had this 20, 30 minutes here with volume coming in. I can see a little bit of consolidation here around 159.50, 160. So, these are always going to be key levels. Downside, I don't want to break any levels down right now. If the market continues to bleed, then we will smack some shorts in there somewhere. I just got to find them. But for right now, 154 maybe, but that's $3 away. So I don't know. I'm going to just rest easy on this and then also look at its friend in business here, AMD. I don't know if they're friend or foe, but look at this name as well. Just getting absolutely clapped the last couple days from 80 down to 71. Like this is 15% in 3 days here for AMD. So just as much as it goes up on that CPI, look at it just come right back down and almost it's given back half of what we made that day. So, from that day. So I don't know. We'll look at 70. That's a pretty key level here for AMD. But again, I don't want to be in any of these names until we figure out what someone smarter than me wants to do, the market.
Yeah, I wanted to pop and fade Nvidia. I don't know if that's going to happen because you're $5 away from the key level. I had 163 as the terminal. That's the terminal point for me, so I'm willing to short it if it gets up to that price. 157 if it holds at the open. To the downside, then you do have a big gap fill. I'm not even thinking about a bounce until 150, but the one positive out of this report was that they had growth in data center. So if that's the positive that they had growth, I'm not going to get 30s on Intel. If that's the positive that they have was a data center, well then who's struggling in some of this regard? And look, Intel, it's like it had a chance. It was starting to break out, and I was willing to be on the train, breaking the 50, starting to trend higher. And then the last couple of days to turn around, you had Micron. I'll get to Micron in a quick second. You had Micron with their report lowering expectations for the next quarter there, and that tanked all of these names yesterday, Intel included. Now I'm just looking right back into this high 29 area. I'm probably not going to get those now that you've seen this little dump that we had in the market. I'm going to reevaluate back to the 29.5. I do like those even levels and the mid levels on Intel when they hold up. And that was your double bottom at 29.45. So I don't mind that 50s. Just when I sat down, it was at 50s. I'm like, I'm shorting the pop. There wasn't, I mean, it was kind of a mixed report. So I was ready that if there was a bounce that I wanted to short Intel for sure. So I had the orders out there. I don't need to have them out. That's too far away now. So that 29.5, that's where I'll be fading to on Intel. Micron, they got dumped yesterday. That was the biggest move of all of the chip names. Obviously, we were a little bit late to that party, and I was not happy with myself. Like I always say, like it should, a lot of times you're not going to see me do this and start scalping a lot in the range when you're taking a range trade like this, and it's just far too much out. It doesn't make any sense. Like I always say it like this, right? What did Michael Jordan say? What did Kobe Bryant say? They always say you should always practice how you play, right? So that should mean it doesn't, regardless of if you see a move a certain way, then you should trade in that fashion, regardless of the share size you had, regardless of anything else. It should only ever be traded as if it were the big one, and that's one of the things I always admire about good poker players. And to me, if I sit down like in a friendly game, or when I used to sit down and play online, you have to have the ability to make all the same decisions regardless of whether you're playing play money or real money or max size or min size. It doesn't matter. You're practicing for the big one anyway, so there's no point treating it differently because then that just gives you bad habits, and then sometimes you fall into those bad habits. I want to give these some more room next time. Now, in this particular case, I'm looking 59s. On Micron for a bit of a pop. There's still a huge gap to be filled beneath 58, but rushing in, shorting the bottoms on a stock that's down over 10% from just yesterday's open, it's a little bit tough for me to want to short this one at the bottom. But I like Intel on any pop. They're a little bit closer getting the pop on Intel and Micron than on Nvidia, I think, at this point. But there's still room to this downside. 55 is where I'd be thinking about buying Micron, and they are a reasonable valuation, but that's not always the whole story.
Let's go on to Alibaba here. Another earnings report out overnight. It was early on this morning. A little bit of a miss, downside to say the least. Revenue downside. Expectations were lower as well. The forecast a little soft as well for Alibaba. So another one under pressure here this morning.
Yeah, so the big number for, not the big number, the big line for me is going to be the 50 period on the daily on Alibaba. It had just broken and closed above for the first time, I don't know, I guess, what are you talking about? It had a close above, what do we tell you, July, right? So that's the last time it actually hang out above that level. And it's been rejecting the 50 period ever since, and now you're back below it. So 77 is pretty much that line on it's like 77.25 or so. You can see in the pre-market it's been dancing around that. So south of this, at the open, I want to be fading Baba. They actually beat on EPS, but when you look at retail kind of getting smashed a little bit, there was a strong retail number out of China that gave it some wind, some strength. I guess gapping up yesterday. It did end up fading all of that after all, and then now you're gapping beneath that 77. So that's kind of my line, 77, 77.25. I want to short pops into it. If it breaks that 77.25, maybe getting through halves is more reasonable. I want to be all out of it. The other name that you got to respect if you're watching these, JD as well. JD.com sort of gapping down, maybe a little bit. It's kind of trading in no man's land, so I think I've been looking at 50 level, but you could probably also respect 48.5 if there were to catch any dips. And if this gets anywhere near that 45, it's not so much a matter of, okay, like 45 is a round number, that was yesterday's high. It's what happened on Monday, it was Tuesday. It's what happened at that 55 level when things dropped off at 1 o'clock. Like it just barreled through that when we had that whole thing going on Tuesday. And then immediately rejected that at that same level at the close. So I like that for a huge line in the sand. I think it's far more likely we see the Alibaba levels. So I'll be shorting this one at 77, give it to 77.5. If it bursts through there, I give up until we see $80 at least on Alibaba. But I'm looking for the short after that revenue miss.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's on a good call, good talk. I mean, I don't have much more to say. I mean, I feel the exact same way. We want to go short here on Alibaba. It's on the sticky note right now. Short Alibaba. I'm going to go to 78. I mean, I still like this. I mean, we're still on the same levels there. Missed with a lower revenue. Just get short on this name. It's again, a lot of these names have had such big rises here that you know, they're just primed to be shut down again. Like $60 to 80 again. It's great because I look at my long-term account and it's like, yeah, buddy, we're back, baby. Like the Dow's not even that far away from its all-time high. The S&P still needs more than 20%, but we were getting close to, not getting close to getting back there, but reliving some of those good moments again. And then every single day in the last 3 or 4 days, a lot of these names have been bleeding to the downside, and Alibaba's not going to get away from that. Down 1.78%, now 2% here today, and there's 78. I mean, we're just doing the same levels here. 78, 79, something like that is where we want to get short. I said I didn't have any pending orders on stocks other than Robinhood and Macy's. Now I'm going to put one in for Alibaba. I forgot. Like, I really do like this level here. So I'm thinking like, I mean, the same stuff. That bottom right there yesterday, 77.50. I know that's what Neil just talked about. So I think that those are good levels for sure. So you're coming up to it. Nice little move up here. I don't know what that's about right now for Alibaba, but little jump up right there. I'm going to go short into this area, waiting to see what happens at 78. That makes sense. Not a great revenue, right? Quarter miss on lower revenue. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense there. So we do want to get short. There was one more name I wanted to look at here, and I don't remember what it is. So I'm going to think about that and then get back. It wasn't Neo, but it has something to do with Alibaba. All right, I'll think about it and get back. But I do like...
PDD?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not a Chinese name. I wanted to say something else about something, and I can't recall what it is.
Amazon.
But well, Amazon, yeah, Amazon's a good one that I want to see bleed to the bottom side here. But anyways, we'll still keep talking about Alibaba today because I think that's going to be a name that Neil and I probably both be in. This is what it was.
Neil?
No, it's not even a name. I wanted to show the imbalance locator because I just saw Alibaba move upside there, and I was like, what could it possibly be? And my mind went, okay, it needs to be an imbalance, but there is nothing here on the imbalance. So DNA, I don't know what's up with that. A $2 stock, maybe it's a bio, maybe it's not. I don't think it is, down 4%. That's a 1.7 million sell. We'll see, maybe they missed somewhere. Other than that, man, Tencent Music is there as a sell. That's entertainment there as a sell. Palantir's there as a sell, back down to 780. That stock kind of sucks right now too. Snowflake kind of sucks. Snapchat's right there for a buy. That's kind of strange. So we'll look at Snapchat today, maybe for a long. But yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. I wanted to see if Alibaba was on here. It's not on the first page. So if you're not on the first page, for me, it's a hard pass. But Alibaba's a short into that 78 from what I can see.
Interesting to not see this one on there either. Macy's up 7.6%. One of the bright spots so far this morning, trying to hold 21 right now, coming off a good report. They raised their forecast as well. Annual profit forecast to the upside on luxury sales that were better than expected, guys. So, I mean, some areas of the retail sector still performing a little bit better than expected here for Macy's.
But that's the thing. It's some areas of the retail sector, right? Like it's not everybody. Like you saw Walmart do well. You saw actually it wasn't that bad from Home Depot and Lowe's, but we were looking at Nordstrom's a little bit yesterday. Macy's also has a decent short interest. It's not as big as it used to be, but you got to keep that in mind. I actually had this really early on. I'm like, that's way too early in overhead resistance, so I just got out. And it did make a run at this 2170, and then failed it all the way back in. So this is the cluster I'm looking at. It's like 2050 to 2080. That's what Luis, I think, even mentioned 2080 as well. So I'm kind of sitting in here for this dip. If it can't hold that, you're gap filling back into 20 even, and that could be like a separate trade. So at the open, looking for a bit of a dip now that it's rejected that high, and then hopefully off to the races. This is what I think gets really exciting up here on the daily chart is you get above that 200 period moving average, which is 2140. That's pretty close. And then above this resistance, 2170, 2180 that we were just talking about, break 22s, and you've got all kinds of upside on Macy's. So it gets really exciting on breaks, but there's a lot of overhead resistance at some of these little choppy highs, like 2150 to 80, 80 to 22s, taking out those tops till 22 a bit tricky. So I'd rather be looking at the break of 22 if it happens to get there, and until then, look for some dip buys and be patient with Macy's. Just because it's up 7% doesn't mean it can't go more.
Look, here we talked about Luis here in Barcelona, but the thing is that Once it gets cold outside and snowy, this is the kind of stuff that gets thrown down by the wife here. Thanks, Marissa, for this. This is the comfort food that we were talking about. Orzo, chicken, vegetables, carrots, everything in there. I want to give a big shout out to RD. Thank you for your kind words as well. What's up, Jillian? You asked for the recipe. There it is. Thanks, Marissa, for that. Langos Trader, what's up, my guy? Stuart as well. Kimberly, and the Fair Chinese looks so comfortable, man. Yes, it is. So there's that. That was unbelievable last night. Little white wine base in there. So absolutely fantastic. Check that out. Macy's is the #1 name on the sticky note today for me. We've already got, we didn't get out of that much. We got out of about 20% or so as I look at this. So 10% there, 10% there. We did get as high as 21.50. I still think we could get higher, man, 21.90. And this is the key level for me, the break level long. So here's Macy's right here. We talked about that. Looks like it is trying to break a little bit higher. Ooh, Robinhood coming into the building right now on a little bit of a short there. Okay, we'll watch out for that. That's a little bit early now for me to get into that position, so I don't know. We'll have to see where that's going. But right now, Macy's $22 on the upside right now. Watching out for that to break. I just think it does break. It was actually 21.80 or so was the key level on the top of that wick. So I feel like that is going to be a long at some point there today, but I don't want to bust the long. Like, I'd rather wait for it to happen. Like, I'd like that long to break at about like 10 o'clock or 9:40 or something like that, not right away off the open. If there's not going to be a big, huge buy imbalance, then I don't necessarily think we have to worry about it. But right now, that's Macy's. This is what it looks like. There's that top. There's the 21.80. I like it. I like it for any dips back in as well. Better report than expected. It's a name that's actually up today, so that's a good thing. And yeah, I don't know. Higher end consumer. We talked about that yesterday. That could be working. There's Robinhood, by the way. We're just absolutely in a great position right here on Robinhood, as that's just fallen back down for us. So we just shorted it right there at 40. Now it's just back printing some 26s. So good trade so far here on Robinhood if we can get out.
Just having a look at a short report, guys, or not a short report, but S3 out with some new data here. This was about 10 minutes ago or so, I want to say, so maybe just starting to make the rounds here. Possibly why, because there it is, Robinhood 8.2% according to S3 on the short side, which is about 360 million or so. So number 4 on there, this is a crypto short interest list from S3 partners that just came out there for the equity side of things. So let's go on and talk about Tesla here. We got that quote from Tesla, or from Elon Musk, from the trial yesterday, or this court case that's going on regarding his compensation. He said at some point he's confident he's going to find somebody to run Twitter, and he will not have to spend so much time doing so. I saw somebody mentioned yesterday at that very same time, apparently his private jet took off from San Francisco, and they were implying that maybe this had already happened, and said leader was on their way to meet him. But I mean, it's an interesting look for Tesla. We're right back to the lows here today.
Yeah, like his private jet took off. Like, what is this, the NFL trade deadline, where you're speculating on like where people are going based on, oh, I saw this person at the airport. I always see the meme of like Alvin, I think it's like Alvin Kamara standing in the line, and it's like, oh, he's going to this place.
Oh, is it?
People always read too much into some of these things. But anyways, that being said, we're going to look at Tesla, because I didn't trade it yesterday, and I'm kind of, I'm a little bit glad that I didn't, because I followed my rules. I wish I had chased a short, because obviously a lot of shorts worked. Now you've got here, it's about 182, and if this breaks down, I look 170, 175, okay, I get that. That's that bottom from last week. We get to that low, kind of sign me up to look for some longs. I'm checking down from 196, which is the only price I was willing to take on the short side, to kind of go in front of this 190. If I can catch that, I really don't have a problem with it at all. So, I am looking for Tesla on the south side today. I think there are places where you could look for a bit of a bid. Like, if it doesn't break 182, I suppose if this never breaks to the downside, you might have a little bit of a relief. I'd be looking to fade that, but closer to 190, specifically on Tesla, only because it's related. And someone asked me about NIO at $10. It's at 10.25 now. It's already sliding down. Like, it's down 25 pennies, down 3% already in the pre-market. When it gets there, I'll probably make a call on whether I'd go long 01s, 02s in front if it has size. But I don't like chasing a move down, then sort of hitting this short when it's already gone down 5%. I'd rather, if I like the weakness, to try to catch something on a relief rally, or let it trap some shorts, maybe get back up, and then take it on a consolidation break. Something along those lines. It's not really in play as much for me here today, so I'm not going to just blindly be taking the 10 break, unfortunately. So that's one name it's on my radar, certainly, but I mean, Alibaba's probably higher up, and I'd rather short Tesla on some pops if we can get it. But NIO, it gets to a key level. If there's enough size in the bid, I might just try to scalp it, that's for sure.
So just a quick update there. We're already in and out of Robinhood, but we only got out of 20% of it down here. So some at 30, some at 25 off of that short at 39, like we talked about. So that's so far so good on Robinhood. Okay, just quickly here, what's up to DC Chan? DC Han, thank you so much again for the super chat. Is there a bounce possible here in Tesla is what you wanted to know. I think Neil just covered a couple key levels there. Is a bounce possible? So let's go over and look. I mean, I think, you're up 2%. Yeah, it was $20 it was earlier.
Oh, sorry.
I still think that there's a good opportunity for Tesla to go, but look, it's weaker than the market. The bear has turned around today. Well, I think it was yesterday as well. We're into bear territory. I still think the market has more downside to go. So is a bounce possible? Yes. But at the same time, man, I mean, like, you don't really want to look for a bounce in this name until the market gets going again. Still really high PE on Tesla. And I don't really know what's wrong with the name, to be honest with you. It's been really hit in the last little while. Like, we went from 240 down to 170 almost in a straight line over a week and a half. So that's pretty sickening to me. Look at the market is now breaking lower right now down 1.71%. There's a reason why everything on the sticky note today is a short sell. And unfortunately, DC, I can't really tell you that I like the long on this name. I think if you're going to wait for a bounce, why not test that bottom? We wick bottomed at 172 there on that disastrous day back on the 10th or the 9th, sorry. So that could be a level that you might want to look for a bounce at 170, 175. So that could be an area of concern on that. So that's what I would look for if I was looking for a bounce on Tesla. But honestly, I don't like the name. Like, I feel like a lot of these tech names might be in the doghouse until the 13th when we get that next CPI reading. So that's what I'm going to wait for. And then look at the market fall down now. Wow, TQQ. So that's the inverted. No, sorry, that's the normal one with a sell. So that's 5 million shares sell on the NASDAQ. A triple levered NASDAQ name sold out. It's not a name, it's the index, but triple levered, that's a sell. Everything on here is sell except for names we've never heard of. Vion, ELVT, or even if we've heard of them, they're not big names. CRPB, there's no buys on here whatsoever. They're all sells coming in. I look for a short day here today again. We already talked about that. There's the NASDAQ making new lows right now, trying to test that 15 here or 11,500. Looks like it's going to bounce off there temporarily, but that TQQ definitely helping the market to the downside. And wow, let's wait, man. This could be one of those buckle up days. The NASDAQ could be down 3% today.
Yeah, another one in that group, Amazon, guys, just popping up on volume as well at day lows, 2.25% for Amazon. We got a few more details yesterday, late in the day after the close, on where these 10,000 cuts are coming from, what areas, what units of Amazon they were taking some people off of. But I mean, as you were saying, the market leading the way here, Amazon downside anyways.
I feel like that DNA, that Ginkgo Bioworks that you always see on the locator, I feel like I've traded it before, and it might be Kathy Wood name. I'm not sure about that. But before we get to Amazon quickly, I did get the 80 bid on Micron, on Macy's. It just got some at 21s and 21 quarters. And then there was a bit of a bid up here at 21, kind of like an iceberg. I saw it. I jumped into some longs in front of it. It's now reholding this bid, so it needs to hold this at the open because I really do like that 60. I don't want to give this too much, the ad that I just had at 21 even. But Amazon's been in the dumps. It's another stock. We only have a couple of minutes to go. It's been another name that it's just been sliding downside. I came in and was like, I want to short in front of 98, and then now we're at 95. So I'll probably leave the order in there if there is a rally. I like the shorts up at 98. And then I'm not opposed to a 95 break. I just don't want to be breaking down and chasing the lows on too many things down here. And I know there's a big gap to be filled if it breaks at 95. I just don't want to hammer a 95 breakdown at the open on Amazon. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more patient than that and wait for this to maybe short some pops specifically on Amazon. More cuts, fair enough, but I think this is more about what's going on in retail and the trend since you failed to break at 100, right? You failed a lot of breaks at these highs. Tesla failed a 200 break. Amazon failed a 100 break. I'm sure if I look at Meta, it failed a break of a number that I could come up with. So that's kind of where you're at, and I think the trend to the downside, if it continues, is just way more potential if you break down. So looking for some of these shorts from a pure risk to reward perspective here.
We're really cashing in here on Robinhood, to be honest with you right now, on that move to the downside. Like, we sat there with a pretty much a full, not a full, we never sit with a full position, but a decent position for sure on this. Now, I remember I was like, uh-oh, we're getting short now. Do we want that? It was a little early, and it's because this could go the other way when you're taking positions early. But there it is right now, Robinhood, well traded to the downside right now. So we're going to wait to see what's popping off now for Robinhood. DWAC is now whacked below 20 bucks, so we're going to watch to see where that goes. We've paid for that short as well, but there's Robinhood right now down to 9. We are bidding 9 evens right now on Robinhood with only 30 seconds to go in the market. So yeah, man, good trading here today. I feel like Alibaba we're looking for. We've got Macy's already. Nvidia and AMD are on my mind.
Absolutely. Going to have some Intel, Micron. All the chips should be on our minds here today. Coinbase, do not forget about Coinbase. It's already sliding to the downside as we have the man, the myth, the legend, Pokeroo himself on the bell this Thursday. I almost said Friday. So ring it, Fahad, in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And we are off. So let's wait to see what's happening right now. Good little out there. Again, we got some 07s on Robinhood as that's starting to bleed. We do have a bid at 9 even right now for Robinhood. So there's the early short at 940. Robinhood, we've covered some at 30, 25, 15, and again here right now at 7. So Robinhood looking to bleed down a little bit now. And we'll watch our Macy's trade. We're trying to get longer in this name as well. But so far, so good here. Long 88s Macy's, short 39s. Let's go Robinhood, break that $9.
Yeah, the ARDX is continuing to fall. I wanted to add to the shorts in that 2 range. Coinbase doesn't even want to pop. So I was looking to short some pops in Coinbase. Coinbase just already flooding to the downside. Don't forget Alibaba and Neo, 2 names worth watching. I know the $10 level coming into play. Baba want to short the pop in that 77 to 77.5 range. Doesn't look like it's getting up there, so going to have to be very patient with this. I'm not chasing, do not want to chase. Intel, that's still hanging around this 29 even. Could definitely break down, but I want to short pops in this one as well. So going to be calm here. The market's trying to get back to the upside. That's going to give an opportunity to try to pick up some of these if they do go into a pop. Yeah, like I said, I tried to add to ARDX up here at 202. It's right back down towards some of those lows. So it could not break 175 last time. I'll try to take some out here, 185. If it breaks 75s, I think it's headed to 150. I think even Luis mentioned that number as well.
All right, so whoops. We're into Amazon. Okay, we into Amazon pretty quickly right there. I thought I had an Amazon, 95.80 or so right there for the short on Amazon. So we're in it a little bit too early here for that name, but that's okay. I just got to cancel, replace it. I was actually on the wrong price there for Amazon. So we'll see here if it does rip up into the 80s is kind of where we want the short, but we'll start it now. I do like the name short for Amazon, so we're going to wait to see. Just needs to hit some levels in order to get some more short. There it is. We just got 80s there short on Amazon. Robinhood, we did take another piece out there at 15, so let's see if that goes. It was 11s. And Macy's, yes, sir. There it is. Let's go, man. The best idea that we had today on the long side is ripping right now. So nice little out there for Macy's at 40. Good out there. Let's see if it's the right one, though.
Well, it has overhead resistance on this thing, and if it breaks, 22 is a huge level. 2180 has been something on Macy's, so I want to keep rinsing and repeating. So when it dips, buy the dip, and then see if it can eventually get through that level. Wow, Coinbase is making some moves, but watch out for Nvidia. Nvidia coming back up here, which means I should be getting Intel. If Intel's going to come up to 29.5, leading the way is Nvidia. If it rolls over, I want to grab Micron. I want to grab Intel short. Nvidia needs to get back below 157 for me. Brendo?
Another positive earnings report. Bath and Body Works, BBWI, not one we look at terribly often, but a huge mover here today. They raised their full year earnings forecast as well, straight to the upside so far. Now 24% for this one.
Okay. Amazon just ripped up there, so we did take an L early there on Amazon's right at that. Yeah, look at Amazon go here. Wow. All right, good thing we got out of that name. This name is really starting to go now back up to the upside. So for Amazon, we did want this short in Amazon, but I don't know, man. Right now it is upside big time in a big time way now for Amazon. So just taking out that. I think we'll try one more because this is an extended move. We'll try one more into 50. If 50 doesn't hold, then we're gone on Amazon right now. Looks like it's trying to make that move one more time. So 96.50, we're just going to hold to that. We've been wrong lots of times on Amazon, but we've been right more than we're wrong. So we're going to stick with this one and see where it goes. Right now, Amazon re-engaged back into the short. Macy's still working and Robinhood still working as well. But so far 0 for 1 on Amazon.
Coinbase now 7% to the downside. It's just falling like an absolute rock. I started into some Intel, but I mean, I can't chase Coinbase that far. SI hasn't really broken down yet. It looks like it's about to get through the low. So once it gets through 26, that could be an entry. I much prefer fading this in front of 28, 29 than chasing it all the way to some bottoms. Like I said, got some Intel to the south side to start that one off. But look at Micron. 2 days in a row, this is getting absolutely shellacked. So right through the lows. I don't even know if we're going to get a pop, but forget about in here. I got to look at that first consolidation around 57, 57 quarter. If I'm going to get into this party, market tried to bounce there. And you just saw, even NVIDIA went up. But what happened in Micron? Absolutely the other direction. Alibaba has finally come in. It's starting to make a charge into that upside. So I said I wanted to short that 77 quarter area. Now it's going to make its test higher. Let's see if this pop can get withheld. I mean, Amazon was up pretty strong there. Can BABA hold? And then Tesla, just to go over the names we've been talking about, Tesla goes right up into that 185, immediately rejects. So I want 190, and Tesla gives you 186.
Yeah, so we actually took a little bit of profit there on Robinhood. We got short at that 77.50 like we talked about, but it looks like it does want to keep going to the upside right now, breaking out through 78 right now on Alibaba. So we're getting close to getting more short. This is not the day that I thought it would be. I thought we'd going to the south side here today. It's so far so good. We have not really. I mean, we got hit there on Amazon. We talked about that one as that's just now ripping to the high side. We're going to have to let that name cool down here a bit. Why is this market extending like this? I don't know. I was getting ready. So now we're short again into Alibaba, waiting for that 78 to break. It looks like that's going to break sooner rather than later, but there's a nice little dump down again for Alibaba. Let's take advantage of that and get some out.
Yeah, I mean, that relief, I'm going to take some out of Alibaba too. I tried to add to Intel because it's holding weakness, but I didn't even get any. Tesla is still down at that 183. If you're going over to NEO, I just want to make sure we're covering everything here. NEO did get to $10, and apologies. Alibaba came in, was getting some intel, was looking at other names, but NEO did break 10, wicked bottom there, and actually recovered a little bit. So it did get through the level. The break probably gave you a decent winner there. I wasn't on the stock when it happened, but I want to look to see if 10 starts holding, you got a wick bottom. That's a dangerous place to go short, because if you hold the wick bottom, sometimes that's a bit of a long entry.
All right, so we actually just did really well on Alibaba there because it did pull back, and we were just like, like all these outs are below our ins here. So if it can fall down a little bit more, that would be greatly appreciated, Mr. Alibaba, on that one. I was looking to get short on AMD right now, but the problem with AMD is a New York NASDAQ name, is that 72 level is more where I'm interested in getting a short. I do want to not talk about getting short too much here in case we do have NVIDIA, right? You got to watch both of these names. You don't want to short one while the other one's ripping. So we're going to watch out for NVIDIA. I said let's let it develop some levels. It's 9:36 as I check the clock here. So yeah, something to look out for here on NVIDIA up to that 159. That looks like that might be a key level. But for right now, I'm not in it. So I'm going to watch out for Alibaba, the name that I'm in, that is just retraced back up to the high side here.
Yeah, that's one to watch. And of course, like I said, Micron, I might have to chase this one at least a little bit. I didn't want to short the absolute bottom, but 57 looks like it's finding resistance. Whether it's Micron, whether it's Intel, or NVIDIA in particular, I want to stay sell side in the chips and take a shot at these after what happened yesterday. Berendo.
Retail favorite here, Jumia Technologies, they updated their financials a little bit and active users as well. So quarterly active users now for JMIA reaching 3.1 million. 3% uptick year over year. Just popped up through $5 there on volume for this one.
All right. I have to, I mean, unfortunately right now, I mean, thanks, Brendan. I mean, that's what you guys are here for, man. Get the news, get all the names as well. So thanks, Brendo, for all of that. All right, so new position alert right now. I don't know how I have 4 positions and they're all very active stocks. This is like stupid, but we're fine. We're up on them. So the only one we've lost on so far is Amazon, and we're not in that. All right, so I just want to talk about the short in AMD. We talked about that 71.60. There's 72. So we're going to wait. I mean, we just talked about NVIDIA as well, starting to go through that 59 level. So, that's still down here. So let's just try to see what AMD wants to do up at these levels. There goes a break of 78 on BABA. So a couple good outs now on the downside. But yeah, it's looking like upside right now on Alibaba. Needless to say, breaking longer. I just didn't think this name was, or any name today was going to be long besides Macy's, which we have, which is really printing for us. But these shorts are not printing. They're printing the other way.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. We'll slap the fail on Alibaba there. I'm just now in Intel and 8RDX. Still have a little bit of Macy's left. Coinbase did flush down to 45, caught a bit of a bid, now establishing 47. It's trying to make a bit of a breakout here on coin. So it's either 47. I don't know if we're going to get that bottom break. We'll see if we do. I want to go back to Silvergate if I can quickly. Watch out, NEO was right back at that $10 level, so I don't want to ignore that. I'm still offering 29s, but now it looks like I might want an entry at 28 even over here on SI. And then back over to NIO. That one is extremely active, now back below the $10 level. Sometimes it's not about the first time, it's about the second time. It did blow through. I do want to have this one hopefully short at this level. I said I might take it the second time, not the first. So going to go with it here. Wanted to make sure it actually broke said second time. Macy's back up to 21, like 30s or so. Just got some NEO, and I'll get to Tesla in a quick second, but I wanted to mention BBWI. Yeah. It gets to 39.5 and starting to pull back in. I kind of slapped 40 on it, and if it got to 40, that would be too far. Got pretty close there. This one is on my radar. Wanted to make sure it opened up. Not the best liquidity in the world on this name.
All right, just getting my stop set up here for AMD because this is, again, a name that we wanted to short it. So we are going to be short AMD. There goes Baba just ripping to the high side. Baba just keeps on going. Unbelievable name right there. Okay, I mean, here we go. So we are short now AMD. A couple fills up on the upside right now of AMD. Here it goes, going to break through 72, sorry, right now. Hopefully not 73. This is a name that we want. Look at NVIDIA's failing, right? So, I mean, it's not really failing. I mean, it's kind of not moving, but it's definitely rejecting that high. So let's see if AMD can sort of follow suit. We are short here at 75. I just did try to take 72. We're going to get out about like 72. 20, something like that on the upside. We do have the 200 period that we're trying to respect there. And again, we said we would wait for some levels, so here we go. We're at a level right now, but look at this name just rip to the high side right now through that 72. Got to give this one a little bit of room, but it's going to be 50 cents of a hit, right? Here it goes. This is what happens when you think short and it's long. You lose. So there it is, right upside there. So flush ourselves down. 2 shorts in a row, man. 3 shorts in a row. BABA lost, Amazon lost, and AMD lost. So yeah, upside moves, needless to say here as we go.
Yeah, I'm kicking myself for only having one long. There was one other name I was looking for potentially. Remember Uber I liked for some longs yesterday. I didn't get over to it quickly enough because quite frankly it wasn't the top of my list. And even then, it's still looking relatively weak. So even something that made some sense for me for relative strength is just not going to be there again today. I do want to jump back. We're going to go to Brendan in a quick second. I want to jump back. We got to look at some Apple and some Microsoft.
Just a heads up, guys. Fed's Bullard making some comments. As I mentioned in the pre-market, we're going to get a whole slew of Fed officials coming through today. Fed's Bullard now making some comments. This one, Billy also just popping up on volume, catching a bit off that BABA move, it would appear.
All right,
so, I mean, I said when I came back, I wanted to make sure we're looking at some of the market leaders. Like if we're almost green on Apple, so if you're looking for what's dragging the market to the upside, I mean, some of the recovery in the chip names, true, but Apple trying to take out 148 right now. If it gets up there, 149 is closer to where it opened up. This has got a lot of strength under it. Microsoft, another one as well. This getting very close to that 240 level, so getting really close to 240. Load. That's what happens when you're flipping back and forth through some of these stocks. 240 looks like a big bear. If we start failing those levels on those 2 stocks, I'll like these shorts a little bit better. But they're all starting to come into pressure. Even Intel is getting back into the upside here. And then back over to just a small cap here, that ARDX. It, for the second time, is catching a bit off 175. If it doesn't break this, it could easily get all the way back into 2 even. Those are the only price I'm interested in. Back up to 2. If it breaks 75, I think it should head to 150. So I'm holding out for the 150 at this point, but it has to break soon.
Yeah, the NASDAQ retraced all the way back to 11,600 right now. So it's a huge move back up to the upside there, about 100 points on the NASDAQ. So that's a big move there. And then also in the ES, Arun said we could unlock some longs, but I think we need to break above here. I think it was 39.50. So I mean, that's why I'm surprised at what's happening right now to some of these names, because they're going long right now. And let's just keep on with the stocks that we have long and just look at them and what they're doing. I can't believe that Alibaba is going to the upside off that report. That's why it's so hard to trade names off of a report, because there's another out for us right there on Macy's. And it's just because like you don't know where they're going to go. I don't know if traders are long this name, if they've been offside on that earnings report. But there it is, man. BOVESPA, which was down 2%, now up 1.5% in a market that really. It's a nice move, but it's not a huge ripping market right now. But all right, let's just keep on trading. I mean, that's all that we can do right now. AMD is my level of concern as far as we're going right now, because we're back into the short with the most amount of shares of any position right now.
Yeah, that one's definitely pressing back in. Coinbase just pressed back to the upside. Is it just try to take 47 out? There's a wick top through 47. It gets to 47.25. Sometimes it's more about the setup than anything else. You saw me do this on DWAC as well, but I'm going to jump in, grab some coin. Wait till it gets back beneath 47. Sometimes you give up a few shekels when you do that, but I'm giving it essentially just past this 47.25. There's risk into VWAP here that if that holds, you form a bit of a bull flag, and then you're under pressure. Very similar move happening as the previous pre-market low was 10.20 on NEO. Gonna have to get out. I actually said if it fails this break, I'm gonna go here because I don't want to get off the Coinbase chart. If it does not break and hold below 10, you can get trapped at the bottom. Well, I got trapped at the bottom, shorting here, and then now it gets back above this level, and I've got to get out because you could have a wick bottom, consolidation, then break up. Now, I have much of a better entry point here on Coinbase. Like if it's not going to work, this entry here, less risk, more opportunity because you're shorting the pop instead of trapping yourself at the bottom like I did on NIO. Actually said I wasn't going to immediately jump into that one short, and of course, I ended up doing it in NIO. I'll give this Coinbase a little bit of a berth. I want to check back in on DWAC, but it's one of those mornings where you have too many positions and too many things to look at.
Oh, yeah, DWAC.
And some things had to go, I say, to the end of the line, like get to the back of the line, even though we wanted to be trading them. We paid for the locates on this. Thankfully, it's still at that 20 level. It did get down, that wick. It did get down to 19. Even it's rebounding. So it's one of those days. If DWAC is going to go green today, then everything wants to be positive.
Oh, you got the Trade Ideas hoodie on? It fits you? Good, man. Good. Brad's got the Trade Ideas hoodie on. All right, so we went back into the short on Alibaba. We did get that high wick there up to 80.50 there. So we just said, okay, let's just see if that's going to be the high. I did want to get more short here, obviously, in this name, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen. Alibaba 80.25 is where I was sitting to get some more. It went up to 21.22. Oh, man. What? Okay, AMD just ripped up there. I thought I was going to get out at 73, but we just got out right there. Again, tried to short AMD, man. I cannot believe this move. But look at the NASDAQ. So it kind of makes sense, man. As the NASDAQ goes up, as goes these chip names. So, hey, good for them, I guess. I just really kind of amazed at what's happening right now with AMD as it just keeps on ripping up to that upside. But I'm going to try one more short against 73, and then that is it, man. So we'll see against that 73. We've been trying the short. We did have our biggest position on AMD, so we are down the most here on that name. Robinhood, good outs here. We're pretty light on that one. And then we just got a great trade. This is the thing, man. Just channel your own goddamn or darn advice, man. I said Macy's would be the best trade today. I said that at 8 a.m., and it's by far my best trade and the best idea as we just rip up to the upside right here for Macy's. So sticky note for the win, my trading for the loss. What's up, Brendo?
BYND, big volume spike here, guys, to the upside, 2% already. There's some deal reporter rumors flying around, so heads up on Beyond trying to go higher.
I also meant to look at that DLO and that other one from yesterday. You had those crazy moves to the downside on the short seller reports. But this is, I know that $15 level on Beyond Meat. I almost said Bed Bath & Beyond. Yesterday in the afternoon, you had this. You can see it. That's like 14.90, 15 even. So if it can maintain above that, you've got a lot of room to run to that upside, but it's got to maintain. You're already seeing it rug pull and start to pull back in. And when I see that, I like you 14. It's not about 420. it's about 14.20 where it consolidates. So I always say when in doubt, zoom out when you see something new. And I love the consolidation, or I like that 15 break. Looks like we're getting the consolidation first. If you like action, you're definitely getting it, right? We're putting it on the line here. We only ask, hit that like button, because sometimes you learn the most when you get, say, run over, or you get away from your plan, or you just have an overall direction, and then you have to manage things going the other way. So find some long opportunities. I do like Bed Bath & Beyond, Beyond Meat down there. I'm out of Coinbase. We're going to hang on to Macy's, but remember 22 is a big break level. As I said, it is hard to trade, but it's even more difficult if you let things run past your stop. So always take a second, know where you're going to be wrong. I like the structure of this trade better than what I did in NEO. I think NEO was a little bit reckless at that low, seeing that $10 break. Patience is a virtue. And speaking of that, I want to get back over to Silvergate, because this is at least something that I have been patient with. It's getting close to getting to that 29 level, not chasing it. I'm not jumping in just because I like the short. I'm waiting for the key levels. I like 29, I like 30. Let's just stick back. We'll sit back, relax, and wait for those levels. If I get Beyond Meat, fantastic. But here comes Macy's. I think it's got a shot at that 22 break. I'm going to start bidding up on my dip buys. I haven't moved them from 21s, but there's no reason not to get some 21.30s at this point, closer to VWAP on the 3-minute. And there we go, just got some Beyond Meat. So don't chase it, just buy the dip.
Yeah, no, you have to be patient. We talked about, look at Amazon. Amazon goes right to 97 as we were short 96. So $1 too early on Amazon, as that is now all the way back down as well. AMD just keeps on doing the same thing, going up. So we've been getting knocked out of that one today as well. AMD up to 73.50. Wow, crazy name there today. Brendan.
Market not really caring about these comments, but Feds Mester and Bullard still speaking, so just be aware. Unity Software having a pretty good day. Some growth names popping up here. There was this price target increase today from Stifel. Nice move here, guys. Just went red to green for you, straight to the upside.
NVIDIA's going absolutely
nuts.
That's
the thing. NVIDIA's back up.
So they're both going.
So, but remember NVIDIA, that was the one, didn't want to chase it because, I'll go to the 15-minute. Here you go. 15-minute, because I wanted to look at afternoon highs. You had this big top here at 163, AMD. So that's where I wanted to short this one in particular. And it's like if I just waited for Intel Micron when NVIDIA gets to these levels, then we wouldn't have taken those two hits. So now let's see what happens to NVIDIA when it meets resistance. And that'll be in about $1 or so, or maybe even right here at 61. I mean, 62 was a morning high. 63 would have been yesterday's top. So if they get to these highs and start rejecting, well, then I start liking all the chip names again to the south side, especially Micron and Intel. I like them for relative weakness if we can catch it. So that's about the patience there. I want to jump back over to Tesla for you. Here's Tesla. Still nowhere. It's still diddling, at least a little bit. Diddling here at that 185. We're not getting the breakdown 82s. We're also not really seeing it test up to that 190 level. So I'm trying to be a little bit patient with Tesla here, as we do not want to be chasing things. That's what's gotten me into trouble earlier.
Yeah, I'm chasing the short in AMD over and over and over and over again. So yeah, that is what's getting me in trouble as well. We do have it on again right now, of course, because like we just said, maybe we just did fail there at the top. So let's see, we're short at 54. Not good, man. I mean, we're gonna have to get something out in the 20s at least to make a little bit of this money back here on AMD. So here it comes back down just a little bit. Well, I just stopped in the 30s there. All right, we'll take a piece out in the 30s if we can get it down here at 36 or so. But yeah, we do have to watch out for NVIDIA, because that's the name that's really taking it off. We talked about 159. She should have gone long on that one right there instead of chasing the short over and over again. But there it is, a nice little, I mean.
NVIDIA's turning.
Yeah, I know. So we are short here in AMD a little bit there on that NVIDIA turn. Yeah, I was just watching it. So 160, 150 the high there in NVIDIA, as well as Alibaba just keeps going to the upside as well here. $81 right now for Alibaba. 81.50. Oh my God.
So with what I was just sort of talking about there, I said, look, NVIDIA is running into resistance. Let's see what happens for something like an Intel or Micron when NVIDIA hits said resistance. I was waiting at 62s, and then this happened on NVIDIA. The second it makes that curl, failure at a 161, I knew I wanted to hit Intel short, which ends up being at that 29.50. So I'm now short 50s on Intel. I mean, NVIDIA wasn't quite at the level I wanted, so I didn't jump over to that name. But I actually want to be adding to Intel here instead of subtracting. I'm going to get more out, and then you'll notice I'm no longer in Macy's, because remember Macy's in that $20 level, or sorry, that $22 level. Well, it just got up there, so I'm out on this up at that level, and then looking for it to either pull back, give me my dip buys, or break out at 22. 22 is a monster level on the daily chart with the wrong way. This is what 22 looks like if it can clear. So I want to buy the dip here or play the break on Macy's at that 22 level. Only long that's been working out here. Brendan?
Yep.
Big mover yesterday, guys. ENSC just popping back up, little one, back to this 330 area. Stalled out a little bit there yesterday, so we'll see what happens. But huge volume again today for ENSC.
We're taking advantage of this move down in NVIDIA and in AMD here just by taking some profits. We did finally get a short that's working. I mean, we don't have any outs that have worked so far for AMD. So there it is. Yes, finally, a nice little crack lower. We'll put a bid here at 97. Yes, there it is. Nice little take here on AMD to the downside. Finally have that one. Thanks for being patient with me on that. I hope you guys didn't get too stopped out there as that one's moving around for sure there. New position alert here is going to be Google. Again, a name that's been pretty weak. We do have 97.60 right there. So let's see if we can get short in Google right now. We're looking to get some more short for this name as we're going to still continue to watch AMD, right? So that's going to be a key spot for us as well. Google just went up into 30s there. There we go. We just got a 36, I believe, Phil. Watching out for that 50 level. It looks like this one wants to go to the upside as well right now. So watching out for this name. Google is very, very violent. This is not used to seeing like a lack of liquidity like this on Google right now. So it's moving around a little bit too much here. We may have to regroup on some of these shorts. I feel like the market is just very, very like aggressive on some of these names.
It's showing
like,
a bit of a turn right now.
It can go up and down so fast. It's crazy. But yeah, so far so good here on this reload short. But hey, I don't know, man. This is a very, very fast and fluid market right now. Like these names could tank, rip, whatever. This is a very, very violent one today. Not really used to some of these levels ripping and moving like this. Like Alibaba went to 81.50. Like, and look at Google. Normally a name that's a little calmer than this. It's just moving up and down 20 cents here. Can't really find its footing here. Google, I really hope I don't get stopped out on this one because I do like the short. I can't be in shorts all the time here when the market's doing this. So hopefully Google will come back in, fill us up a little bit on the long, but I am pretty nervous about this name, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, like, we're going to stick to what's sitting here. So bought the dip in front of Beyond. If it goes beneath the low of the day, that's an easier up. But I want to show you guys the NASDAQ. There's 11.7. That was support yesterday. Essentially, that's resistance now. And then this lower high I had in, I actually forget when I even drew this, but I guess I must have drawn it earlier on in the week. And you've actually rejected this as well just now. You had a wick top right into this morning bottom, and now you're pulling back in there. So it's like, when your things aren't working, go back to some basics. Like find what you like. Now, obviously, Meta's going to turn around at 111. I'm not going to say I liked it at that price range, but go back to basics. I said I liked the chip. I liked Intel and Micron. So when NVIDIA turned, Intel was at that 29.5. That was the key level. So added to that a couple of times, even on the way down. And then as it gets to VWAP, takes them out there. Next out should be down towards, well, 35. That's 15 cents or whatever. And then down to 25s, then down to 29 even, and try to hang on. So a little bit more patience. Coin never really, I mean, look, it barely broke out from where I stopped. I'm going to adhere to that stop because the way I look at it is if you hang on to every one of the shorts that I took this morning without a stop, you're going to get your butt kicked.
Yep.
Right? If I hung on to this one, would it have worked? Yes. But if you hang on to all of them, net, and don't have an out, you're just going to get your ass kicked. So at the end of the day, I'm going to kick myself over Coinbase because the short was probably right there, just not able to hang on to it. That'll bring me to Silvergate. I'm going to hate myself here. Yeah. Silvergate not even turning. And this is going to be difficult because I think this can be a short, but yesterday when coin continued to tank, Silvergate actually caught a bid. So I'm not going to jump down to 28. I'm going to leave my offer at 29. We'll stick with Intel. ARDX, for whatever reason, like this has been good, $2 to $175, but somebody really likes this stock at $1.75 because it doesn't seem to want to break down past this level. I'm going to short Pops again, probably into 190 now instead of 2 even, and then just get out if it were to break 2. I still think 150 is a possibility here.
All right, we've done really well here on this Google short, so we're just trying to pay ourselves a little bit more and editing our out because we have less shares now on this name. So far so good on this name here, Google. Good reload into the short, so we're making a lot of that money back that we kind of messed up on earlier. So pretty happy with it. Let's just see if it fades out. We're waiting at 15 or 16 to get some more out here on Google. I do want to go back over to that Macy's trade to have a quick look at that one. But yeah, hopefully there it is. Yeah, nice move for Google here. Yeah, let's go. Yes. Finally there, good move down there for Google. We're short at 41 right now on Google, so a nice little move back down for that name, and a nice move also for AMD. Like I said, man, we just started to build these positions a little too early today and did wind up getting stopped out on a lot of those trades. So not great, but still not bad as the market now is starting to settle down a little bit. Let's address the Robinhood position a little bit. It did move up. Now we'll see if we can get an 18 fill for Robinhood as it just came back down into this level below VWAPs. Now we didn't get it. Let's punch out a little bit there at 20, so we'll do that. Pay the piper for a little bit of a punch out there at 20 for that name. And here comes Google again, bouncing around 97. So I'm going to take another piece out on the low side of this trade for a pretty good win for me here on Google, considering the share size and everything. So that's a good one here. There it goes, just rips upside. Oh, darn it. We went over that too, a little bit too late for that. But here we go. Hopefully it'll fill us back in on the downside. This is what it looks like right here. Short into 97.60 there, and then taking it out when it hits down lower. I was most nervous. I told you I was nervous about this position, so nice to see that it finally did hit. Let's see if it can crack lower now, but you know, if I'm nervous about it and I got a winner, maybe let's take a little bit more out here on the downside. We're out of more than half.
So Macy's is now 10 cents away from that 22 level. Looks like it's going to get there.
Yeah.
You don't come all that way not to test the big size level. I don't know if there's size on the offer. I see some at 94. There might be at the evens. JD.com, I said it was more in the middle than BOBA was, and that if it gets to 55, that's a much more reasonable price area, given the way that it dumped there a couple of days ago. It got to 54.5 and is starting to turn around. So in the vein of patience, it's like, okay, well, don't take the second salvo or the third or whatever it is inside the middle of the range. If you get stopped out on something, and I was stopped out on BABA, then wait for that next key level in there. And now we're actually getting a chance to see it. We're at 10 o'clock. That's the time of day where I always want to look back. Well, what are your original theses? What are the prices and the areas that you liked? Go back to some of those levels. Are they still valid? If the answer is yes, go ahead and put the trade on. The market turned off resistance. JD just kind of turned, or is attempting to turn off a resistance level. So I want to work a short here in JD. Hopefully Macy's gives us that break to the upside, because I never got the dip buy, unfortunately. We talked about this, and I didn't even get over to them, and that's the travel names. CCL here, still not doing a heck of a lot, but it got very close to $9 on the bid. I said yesterday if we got to $9, I want to defend that bid, and NCLH was the other one. It's on New York stock. This did not get up to 17, so it's like the one that I wanted to fade on a pop, everything else makes a pop to short in. NCLH doesn't, just drops like an absolute rock into 16. I like 15.50 for a dip buy on NCLH, so I'm going to get my bids out there.
Come on, Google. Ooh, a little fail there. We're waiting for 80. Oh, there we go. We just got it. I was going to say fail on Google because we were waiting for the 87s, but wow. Oh, man, finally. So we just made back a pretty decent amount of money there. We're now $1.20 short in AMD right now. We are now 57 cents short in Google as that's making new moves to the downside. Just be patient. I mean, patience has to be the key, man, over and over again. The name that, I mean, I'm not mad at AMD. AMD, I was just shorting it. Nothing I could do except for get out of the way, and I didn't do that. So it's my fault for AMD not waiting. But this one's kind of nasty. We wanted Amazon short, and we did have it, but it got taken out at 96.50, only to stop at 97, and I left it alone because I was too busy looking at AMD and where we stopped there, and then now you're down straight $2 from that level. And by the way, there goes AMD. It's just touching this level here, so I'm going to put a bid out. Did I hit that 49? Yes, we did. What price did I get, though? Yeah, I got 49. Okay, good. So out there at 49 off of that short. So again, small cuts, but on shares, so it still hurts. We're still negative, obviously, on AMD today as we go like 0 for 3 and then 1 for 1 on that short, but still, that's still 3 for 4 wrong way. So 1 for 4 on the right side of trades there for AMD, but a negative day, needless to say, on that one. And we did ring the register. We just tweeted it out again that the #1 idea on this sticky note even said the best idea that I have today is Macy's. And there it is right there, up $1.03. Every position we're in right now is a winner, but it doesn't really matter. We need these markets to move a little bit more. Let's see what this NASDAQ has in store, and then we got to find some new trades as well.
Yeah, I just got a new one in here. We're going to get to Brennan in a quick second, but I didn't get any out on VWAP on JD. Now that I see that, I'm going to take some out because I want to be working this short all the way this entire range. So I'm going to be scalping out in front of this area. So VWAP down to afternoon support at 53.40. I want to be scalping in this range and then trying to add VWAP to top. So this is what I'm working with in JD as we go to the desk. It's happening now time, Brendo.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock, that means happening now. Sharif is here. Hey Sharif. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out today. That code at the bottom right now, TLIVE, will get you 20% off. Check out Chart Prime. Here we go. Red board once again to show you guys 1.25% to the downside today for the S&P 500. All of these, the Russell 1, 2, 3,000, all 1+%. It is a NASDAQ that continues to lead. The composite there, 1.4, 1.28 for the NASDAQ 100. A few things. If you missed the pre-market this morning, we were discussing Macy's, NVIDIA off their earnings, and Tesla. Kind of an interesting look for Tesla. It did give you an opportunity right out of the gate here this morning to the upside with the overall market. But here we are, right back to pre-market lows now, down almost 2% again for Tesla. Amazon, same story. Nice opportunity out of the gate here, up to 97, which was that high, and now back to pre-market lows, guys, for Amazon.
Yeah, I hate Amazon's guts. We already talked about that one. But a good level there. It's coming back into lows. Just talking about getting out some more Google here as we are trying to break through back above the 50 period here on the NASDAQ. So we just did take another piece out at 08 for Google. I'm getting ready to get this out if we break that high. Actually, it's come back in now a little bit. 26 is there, 25. So yeah, let's get out of Google if we break back above that level right here, 30 or so. Yeah, we love Macy's today, baby. Up to $22 right now as that's going. Looks like we're going to get stopped out of Google in a couple seconds.
Yeah, Macy's just broke that 21, so testing the top. But look at Walmart. Walmart actually breaking out as well. So I wanted to find some names that are relatively strong, that I can find some longs that I like outside of just testing Macy's over again. So 148 on a breakout. It just happened, and I missed it. I'm going to lean some longs on. Obviously, we know Walmart reported last week. You can see the breakout that it put on. It's trying to make a secondary push, probably to this 150 level. There's room to 150 on this. The issue is where's the out going to be, and that's why I'm not already punched into it because I don't want to give it all the way back to 146 half. That's a terrible risk to reward because I think you're looking for $2 and you're risking $1.50. That doesn't make any sense at all. So if it's going to continue this trend, that's just telling me that I should be buying the dips in here. So I was looking at it breaking. I saw that relative strength show up, but it looks like it's more of a buy down in this range at a 147 quarter, 147 half at absolute best. So I do want, it's another long that I like, but I'm not chasing it up topside because I think 150 is going to be resistance. I'm going to get some more JD up here. And when it gets closer to that 54.50 range, be able to add to that one. But again, it's about patience with this. And as NVIDIA starts to come back, so this is NVIDIA making a bit of a bounce. I never got that 162. As it starts to come back, that's going to mean Intel creeping back up off VWAP. So in too early on Intel, chased it at the bottom, chase. You pay the price for it. Now it's going to get back up to these levels. If NVIDIA pushes this up, I'm going to get more short off this 29.5. That was the first level I liked. As long as NVIDIA can hold below that 62, then I'm going to like this Intel. And then Micron's kind of a similar story. Macy's, as I said, did make that top break. I did want to get some dip buys in there. It just never dipped for us. So I don't mind playing both ends of the spectrum here because look at how this looks on the daily chart. I know it's up 11%, but if we clear out through here, there's at least a couple dollars worth. I mean, it sounds crazy for it to go another 10 here, but there's a lot of room above here on Macy's. So I like it back to VWAP. I like the room that it has to continue to the upside. I wish I could have said I love Walmart right away, but I'm going to have to be patient waiting for the dip on this name.
Yeah, we're still going to hold on to our Macy's here. We do have I did take a long in Apple. Just want to test it back here. We have bounced off of 157.50. I mean, it's really 157.30 right into these lines here. So again, it's a pretty light position. We did get out of all of our AMD, of course, as we saw NVIDIA starting to go back up. So there's one out there at VWAP, our best one, and then the other out just before. Now we're flashed out of AMD with no. I'm just going to refresh here because I want to make sure I don't have any pending orders hanging around on this one. All right, I do like Apple as well, breaking above this sort of 148.10 area. Let's see if that can work. We're long right now at 95. And what I was saying before I went over to AMD there was that I don't mind getting longer into Apple around here, but it's still got to get to that low side right there, 147.60. 147.60 is fine. I want to try even like 147.50 in case we do dump back in there. That could be a good long, just against this 147 basically. Some lines down there. We'd like to try to respect that. But Apple, again, down 0.5, market 0.1, right? So Apple's a little stronger. If the market does go back to Greensville or something, then we know that Apple's the one we want. So right now, we'll try to take some out around 10 right here for Apple. Actually, I think I'm at 07 for a little quick scalp on this. And then if we do break higher, then we do have Apple in. So we were at 7. It went to 5, 6 there. Hopefully it does take us out now as some momentum appears to be back in for the longs right now. So we'll see. We just missed about 12 penny win
Baba's
there
at 82.
On Apple. Baba is nuts. And then Netflix, it looks like we had a good out on Netflix the other day. Not a good one, but we don't have the top out either. But Netflix is weak today, guys, down 5% and still going lower here. Look at Netflix today. Did we miss a story on this? Like that just bounced off 300 pretty good to the downside. 292 right now for Netflix. It's heading lower.
I've seen Netflix go counter trend before, but that's a little, okay. I mean, the market is down 1%, but look at Alibaba. It's now through yesterday's top.
Really? Wow, okay.
So, I mean, I didn't think, when you have a mixed report where the revenue, I thought kind of like where they were with revenue was not going to be good, but it doesn't matter. End up getting stopped out twice on shorts. And then anyways, if you hold on to it, you get absolutely destroyed. That's sickening because the setup is saying, you're breaking out this level, consolidation, go long. It's hard for me to want the long up here in Alibaba. Macy's, as usual, the only thing in the long. I didn't get Walmart. Macy's, I did jump in on the 22 break. So the dip buys, take it out the top, get back into 22. Didn't really catch any dips back into this area here. I still like it back into this 2160-ish or so. If it can hold, fair enough. But I want to go back over to Tesla here. If Tesla got to the low of the day, and this is on the 15-minute. This is 182.5, but it's barely breaking above this level. So it tries to go 85s. Now it's holding the lows. You're seeing it grind lower. Instead of shorting things that are at the top and threatening higher, what about something that's actually weak and threatening lower? I mean, it's a novel idea. I'm just going to throw it out there that maybe I should like some Tesla.
Tesla and
you saw
Netflix.
Netflix, right? Like these are weak stocks at the bottom. Yeah, instead of shorting things that are at those highs, let's find something which, if the market falls, is already telling you there's sellers involved and not a lot of buying. So Tesla, it's a 182.50. It's not a very clean level, but I'll take a scalp on it nonetheless. If it does want to come back up to 185, we can cross that bridge when it gets there. Obviously, Intel still holding up. I got to watch some NVIDIA, as NVIDIA is now trying to catch a higher low again. So the more it does this, then the less I like, of course, my Intel short. But it still has a chance to break down here, which is why I'm holding on to Intel. I haven't taken any of this out on Macy's on the last little break. It's still sort of trending up. I didn't really get everything full the first time through, and then it kind of reclaimed the top, so I didn't get the rest of it. I'll probably go quarters, 50s, and then try to see if it can go for that buck. It is slowing down, but this is a pretty steady trend to the upside. Like, you got to respect the game with Macy's, as this one is going pretty strong to the upside. We haven't even looked at any of the sympathy names, like a Nordstrom's, but it's not really following suit, which is a bit surprising to me. It's the only thing giving me some pause is Nordstrom's is doing nothing. I'd love to see these all going together and testing some of those highs. If Nordstrom's got to 22, I would fade it. But I'd love to see these start going together. That would probably give Macy's a little more juice.
All right, so we just got juiced out of Apple there at 07, but then we did go long again here in Apple. So let's wait to see if this name wants to go long. We just punched the long. I don't know. It looks like it's failing at that long price right now, but here we go. Maybe a little bit of a bounce back. So now that we're in this, we might have to adjust because we did take that top break there on Apple. We might have to adjust it to not let this fade out too much. And then if it does come back in for Apple, where are we going to get out, right? And where are we going to get more long for Apple? So 147.75, I think we can dump out of Apple here. If it does break lower, it breaks lower. Not much I can do now. We've already taken this long, which appears to not be right for Apple down at this level. So we'll see here. If it takes it out, it takes it out. But we're going to try to test that out. We are finally testing out a little bit of a short here in Alibaba off that high. So let's see if that can work. We're now short at 05. Don't know. Like Neil said, it's funny that keep going short like the strongest name in the book here, and that doesn't seem to be working. So no surprise there. Maybe it does fail right here. But right now, Apple is a big worry spot for me because we did go long on that upside break, and that doesn't appear to be working here. So averaged in, and look, there it goes. Apple right now reversing course as the market's starting to go back to the downside. Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, and so at least sometimes you can be patient and get rewarded for it because it's been a lot of fails on the short side of the trade, but the ones that have worked have been like waiting for the big level. So I didn't chase Silvergate, waited for it to get to 29, was able to catch the spike to 29, and now we got some back in to 28.40, and we'll take some more out at the lows. Tesla just took out the low of the day, so remember the notion was, okay, well, try something that's at least a little bit weak. At least that way, if I'm having to hold it back or against me, it's showing a downward trend. So I am into some Tesla here. Macy's is back to 22s. I wanted to get to that quarter mark, obviously, but guess what? Just pull back a little bit. I'm not saying this is going to fall like a rock, but Alibaba got up to here. This is 82, yesterday's highs, and is starting to show a little bit of a sign that it might turn. If BABA were to come down, this would probably be that level. Doesn't mean it has to happen, but if it's going to happen, it's likely at this point. Macy's, there's a lot of sellers in that 220 range. I'm going to join them. I was waiting for quarters. I'm just going to jump in front of that because for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to want to get to that 20 level because I want to still buy some dips in here. So I want to take some out tight so that I can get some more on any kind of a dip.
We had a huge win in Alibaba there, and it just went right back up. So, I mean, that's going to be a problem. Like we were just there.
The volume is
just
insane.
Went down to 60, guys. Like we had a 70-penny
There's
winner
no
there.
liquidity on that
and it just ripped up. Yeah, there's no liquidity on anything today. We've talked about that over and over again. The levels just evaporate on you over and over again. Let's just check out what my only real successful trade in the big caps have been today. Macy's is still, the apple of my eye per se. I still really like that trade. But Google here again, like as this keeps on going back up, we are testing again 50 here for Google. So I don't know, man. We're long again on Apple. Try to take a piece out as it's trying to go back up through O's here. So we could probably hold on to that a little bit to see if it does take out some of those highs again over through sixes and so on and so forth. But right now, Apple trying to go. I don't think we should be shorting Alibaba again anymore. That's been a pain trade for me today. It's still didn't lose that much. We lost way more on AMD. But Alibaba there, we basically made it all back. Once it went all the way to the downside. I just wasn't quick enough to take it out, and I kind of thought that we were falling even more there on Alibaba. So, bad trade there. I don't know where the short is. It's probably not a short today, up 5+%. Apple still trying to make a dance here as well, as there it goes. Now Apple's bouncing, so nice long here for Apple, 30 cents in the money.
TSM.
Maybe now we can finally hold this name. Look at this market breaking higher, guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, even Tesla here testing that top, and I just found out what's probably dragging some of these things up here. Thank you guys for pointing this out in the chat. TSM up 3%. It's churning, and I mean, this is the name that. I mean, Buffett bought this one, and then you got the Buffett bounce because that always happens. This was a name that I wanted to consolidate here and said if it broke out this high, it gets absolutely out of hand. If you talk about buying things high and selling things higher, this one could be there. It has not broken the tops just yet, so watch out. There's your 83. But as the market comes higher, finally Macy's takes out the fresh high. Hit enter twice. So it just took out the high again. So I want to see this now get to 2240. This is another name that, yeah, I know it's taken out these highs and it's already up 12%. I think it can go a little bit better than that. We'll see if that's going to be the case. SI is getting tested. Back to that upside. Intel, I'm still in Intel. And I'll load up now, Intel. There we go. So Intel's still in this one as it's now challenging pre-market tops. But once this goes, I got to give up the ghost. It did pull back into VWAP. At least I was patient with it. I'm not adding to this position unless it fails this level here. Right? The shorts have not been right. I even said I wanted Walmart for a long and then talked myself out of it. Said I'll check back in here 147.30 or so. It bounces off VWAP. So even the longs that I want, I'm not nearly aggressive enough with those. But the only short that continues to work is ARDX, and that's a small cap that doesn't give two hoots what the overall market is going to do.
All right. Yeah.
These guys are putting in a new monitor.
I'm going to try Amazon. Yeah, I saw that. That's good, I guess. I don't know. I'm fine with it, but yeah, it'd be nicer to get a bigger one for that. Okay, here we go. Finally, guys, some money coming out on a long position for me with Apple. So Apple right now, nice little move to the upside here for Apple. We talked about going long there. We did get dropped out there, unfortunately, but we're back. We didn't get out of the whole thing. We're back into it. Now it's a nice little upside move. We'll be positive on Apple. Just checking in on Amazon. It's right here, right now. So as the market rips up here, what do we want to do with Amazon? So I think shorting in front of 96 makes a little bit of sense, but we've already gone up to 96.11. So we got to be very specific about our prices. 55 cents in the money finally on a long for Apple, $1.30 in the money for the long on Macy's. Damn it, Sean. Should have only had one trade today, Macy's, but unfortunately we kept going short everything else. What's up, Ryan?
Big mover here, guys. Halted, in fact, right now. A SPAC, SATX, just popped up once again and halted on volatility. So you can see we're actually trading up here right now, which is 41.80. This thing opened this morning at 24. So again, this is a SPAC, relatively low float, multiple halts already. Big move to the upside.
Oh, that's on the Amex. That's why. Yeah, look, the volume is going to be pretty tight on that because the liquidity is not there. Someone just said you're shorting ARTX or ARDX, I think. Yeah, but I haven't traded it since the pre-market. It was the first thing I was in when I sat down because it broke down really early on. It was just that $2 level. We talked about it with Luis. It gave you a couple of opportunities to get back in at that price while we're sitting in it. But since it broke 175, I'm just waiting for 150s. That's been the idea. I haven't really added to this position, just been holding on to it. And like John said, it's like if you just stuck to a couple of things here, and I'll go back to one of them. It's from yesterday. And yeah, Uber. I liked it for some strength the last couple of sessions, lift for the other direction. And I talked about this, the 50 period yesterday on Uber, and the 200 period as well. Look at it bounce, 28.75, 50 period, 28.94, the 200. You just look at the support levels. And we're going to have a video on support and resistance. So no excuse for not having this long. There's a wick bottom, even the type of setup entry I like the best, which is wick bottom that traps shorts when you get that wick and then consolidates right above that support at 29, and then you're off to the races. So maybe there's an opportunity on a dip to start getting into this one trending off that 29 area, but that's what I'll have to hold out for. Unfortunately, I don't have it. That SATX, I would just say a lot of caution with this. 150,000 shares of volume when it's halting and up 60%. So unless you're already in this, look, I've seen these things go to like 60, 100. Like they've done those types of things before, HKD or whatever. But the notion of chasing them is it's a dangerous game. Like a lot of times the best opportunity is when it comes, if you like the long, is when it starts failing to the downside and then stops the whole halt every 5-minute game and consolidates, and you can find a consolidation long with a defined risk. That's what I will wait for any kind of a long trade here. Otherwise, I'm not chasing it with a 10-foot pole. Like I said, unfortunately, we're just stuck with Macy's here. So as it continues to run, I'll continue to ride this one higher. I'm looking at Walmart. I'm looking at Uber for some entries, but I don't want to chase these moves too far. The market is still down overall. So yes, I like some of this upward momentum. I just don't like the notion of chasing it into resistance. So I'm going to look for some dip buys here. I know, yeah, Bitcoin's ripping to the upside. I just got, like, you talk about the shorts, I just got out of Silvergate, right? Like we shorted that one in front of 29. 28.85, got some out there for a 50-penny winner, and then that's stopping out for 20 cents on the rest. So yeah, that'll end up working out at my level, but the trend is still to the upside. And that's what happens. Like, you're stuck. If you have a thesis, sometimes the best you can do is limit the losses. If you're looking short today, you lost. It's that simple. Cost of doing business, as long as it doesn't blow out your day and you adhere to your risk levels, then it's not that bad of a thing, except for missing out on long setups. Missed Uber. That was one I was all over yesterday. Should have been there today. As we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, small cap brought to you by Trader Edge. Thousands of traders are finding an edge backtesting using Trader Edge. Stop using spreadsheets. Start backtesting 3 times faster. You get a backtesting guide. You get a strategy building course, all of $470 value. Trader Edge has a 7-day free trial as well. Check them out. Link at the bottom of the screen there. Here we go. Not a lot to look at today. We're mentioning a couple with Lewis. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, this was one of them. ARDX 210 to 215 was that monster gap level. It did get into the gap initially this morning, but immediately came back below. So just been working that to the downside. Failed at 2 a number of times. So mark that down. 2 is probably the level that's going to hold now. Here we go, day lows right now for ARDX. Still a lot of room to go. DWAC here down another 5% on the day. I was just saying to Sharif beside me here, these were the levels I actually wanted to trade this thing today, but obviously we've come nowhere near those. So a little tiny shot at a short here for DWAC, but not really doing much. This one as well, Lewis mentioned CTMX sideways, 165, 175 would be interesting if we do test those and fail back to the downside for that one, guys.
Yeah, DWAC not doing anything. That is a little bit of a strange talk there about that. We did short again. Amazon, we were able to make some money on the short temporarily as it was bouncing around basically VWAP 73, 74. We were able to get some out there as we watch it go back up to the upside. 96.10 or so and out for this name. Just waiting out for it. But what has worked has been pretty awesome, has been this Apple long. So there it is, man. Apple now going to turn green. We're still long. We just saw a piece out there at 80, so that was a good one for us. Let's see if this can continue to make a move to the upside as the market, again, right back in to a nice little level where we were in the pre-market. We talked about this 11,700. Let's see if it touches that right now. But so far, so good. There comes Amazon pulling back a little bit here as some of the names now are finally starting to work. That was just so wild this morning.
Oh, yeah. So remember TSM like a minute ago? It wasn't a minute ago. It was a few minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago. I was talking about this top at 83. So it looks like it's going to get there. Oh, Macy's just did a bit of a fake out, so that might be able to go again. But this just gets to this 83 level. Any consolidation off that level, that's where I want to try to get in. I hate chasing things because you have to define a risk to reward trade. I have to know where I'm wrong before I get into something. So that's a lot easier down at 80, that key price level, than it is chasing it up at 82. As a day trader, I want to see it hold some kind of consolidation. If you're swinging, it's a much different story, right? But as a day trader, I want some level of risk. Once it hits 83 and can establish something, then you can look at a breakout of 83 or a dip buy. Because right now, I just like dips probably closer to the 80.5 range that I don't necessarily think we're going to be able to see. Macy's just, I don't want to say it rug pull, but it probably, like it did another break of the high, came right back in, broke 22s, and then got right back above 22. So each time that it's taken out 22's downside, the bid has just stepped right back up into the 05 range. That's confirming the trend. But I think it is going to give a dip at some point, probably back into the 60s or 70s, and I want to be ready for that. So I might take another, if I see 22s again, 22.20s, 22.20s, yeah, I'm going to get some more out because I want to be buying this dip in 21.60, and I think it is probably coming here. So I don't want to short TSM up there. I'm just thinking it's going to consolidate. Alibaba continues to churn. It just got finally over to this level, which is that 83. Sorry, it broke that 82. It just got to 83s. This is absolutely on a tear. I don't think looking for a short until lunchtime makes any sense. So I would just be buying dips off even dollar levels, and that'll be 82s. NVIDIA, for all the strength of NVIDIA, it still has not broken the highs. So remember that 62, 63? NVIDIA hasn't cleared it. It's about the only thing that's still the original. When we sat down, we're looking at 62, 63s. It's the only thing still there that might be valid for a short trade. ARDX is just sitting in the money. Like, you can't short this where it is. You'd have to wait for a pop. But this is where it's at. And if it breaks 63, fair enough. It's a wick top right now through the pre-market high of the day. I always say if it still sets up, I'm going to take a shot at it. So yeah, excuse me while I take a shot at NVIDIA. It'll actually be the first short I have in NVIDIA, believe it or not.
Yeah, my worst trade, and pretty much really the only bad one, to be honest with you, is going to be that AMD continuously shorting right there. But my number one stock today is going to be Google. But Macy's. Well, I'm still in Macy's, but that I've gotten out is Google. And my second one is going to be Robinhood. As Robinhood right now, it's back up to its level. I have 3 or 4% left, but I am trying to get some out at 39, or all of them out now at 39 as we've broken back above. So hopefully it will print us and we'll be out of that one there for Robinhood. Really took advantage when it came back down into $9. So good out for that. I don't even, honestly, guys, I'm just going to punch. I don't have that many shares right there. Okay, well, we just punched out there at 42. So good out there at 42. Not a good out, but out of it. Now we don't have to worry about Amazon anymore. Apple's kind of struggling at the high side right now, but let's try to find some more names for you. Disney, wow, Disney just keeps on getting killed like every day, Netflix. It seems like, there for Disney. Yeah, Disney and Netflix, probably have to have a look at it. Let's just look at Disney quickly again here. As Amazon just breaks above, this is actually fine. I just got to make sure I don't have too many shares for the break long, which we don't. So if it does break above 96 there, we're going to get out. But we had some pretty good outs, man. That out we just had was 65. So look where we're short. We're short at 93. So some of these outs paying us off on this trade right now for us. So we're pretty happy with the way that one's moving around Amazon, but it's just hovering around this high of 96. Without the market giving me really a good sense of direction there, it is going to be hard to re-short that name, Amazon. So yeah, Eli Lilly back upside again, another 52-week high for restaurant brands, which is QSR today. ARDX with the 52-week high, as I'm noticing as well. HUT 8 with the 52-week low obviously on crypto news there, back down to 165 for HUT 8. Let's just check out Coinbase, maybe 47. Okay, so I'm still waiting for that 50 to break. And then Brendan talked about a name that I guess today is super disappointing. DWAC still here at 20. So not really moving around. I don't think it's disappointing if you've been holding the long. I feel like when 20 broke, we were expecting a much bigger move to the downside right there. So that's a little bit of a concern for me.
Yeah, like $5.
Yeah, like I'm not
at least 4.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about it because I'm not in it. But I would have thought that DWAC had, Anil just said $4 or $5. Like I thought for sure that we would hit an 17 or 18 level if we broke 20. But it doesn't look like there's too much volume. It's still under 1 million shares, and it's 10:30.
It's terrible volume.
Terrible volume for DWAC.
It's like that SA. Oh, by the way, I'll get to that SATX in a second. But I did say I would take take some more shares out of Macy's if it got to 22.20. So I did just take some out there, and now I really want to be on that dip buy. I don't think it's going to get there 100%. If I thought 100% it was dipping into VWAP, then I would get out of everything and then just wait for that price. I'm not that convinced, but it's enough that I'll take some out, get on the bid if it gets to the downside. At least I can say this with NVIDIA, because unlike Intel or Micron, like I structured this one and said, okay, I'm willing to risk 50 pennies on this, and I think the downside could get me like $1 and then $2. So I like that risk to reward in NVIDIA, but it is still churning higher. So I'm just going to get out of it. No fighting, no averaging, none of that stuff. Like if you're going counter trend, let's be a little bit more disciplined about it. And then that SATX, if you're still looking at this, which I'm assuming some people are, this is what I was sort of getting at. Don't chase it after it's halted a couple times up. It's halted to the downside, 40s. Still no volume. It's only 180,000 volume. So I'm not even sure there'll be enough volume to put this on. What I'd look for is, okay, halting down now, 40. Maybe it opens up, test 35. This broke out. If you look at it from a higher time frame, like it's kind of broken out a couple of levels. This 27 area, probably this 33, and to a lesser extent this 40. I think that's too high. So if it pops down and consolidates at either of these two levels, and then you can find, an equilibrium where it holds for a little bit without halting, then I'd look for maybe a consolidation long where you know what your defined risk is, and maybe there's better liquidity, and then you can sit in that and see if it tries to pop again. That's about the only trade I would like over there. TSM, by the way, TSM still showing some signs of strength. It is rejecting this 83. So this is top, 83 on TSM, very much like NVIDIA. If you're looking for a trade, to me, this time of day, I look for this setup. It's risk to reward thing. NVIDIA gave like 5 or 10 to 1. This is giving a similar look on TSM. I know it's strong. That's a wick top off yesterday's high. So if I can short to 83, that's about all I like.
All right. I wish we would have had a little bit more confidence in that. Sorry, that's Google right now. In that Amazon short at 96 there. It got burned on it a little bit earlier, but right now, good trading, man. We're short at 95.93. We just covered again at 69er. We covered at 80 and then at 69. So that's 15 pennies, and that's whatever it is, 25 or so on that cover. Let's see if we break lower. I think we can be comfortable enough to hold this. We are only 10% of Apple. That's starting to break a little bit lower right now. Breakthrough 40 and we're out. Apple, good trade for me today on Apple. All right, Brendo, let's talk some cryptos. We just talked about HUD 8 at 52-week lows, Coinbase struggling, and we've done my number one stock today, Robinhood. Let's go check out what's going on with crypto.
Yeah, the uncertainty continuing, guys, with crypto right across the entire board, in the sense that the FTX fallout, A, still unknown really as how far-reaching it will be, and B, what the extent will be damage-wise. Here's a note this morning from CoinDesk talking just about that. 220,000 have been withdrawn over the past 10 days since this news started to creep into the headlines as far as Bitcoin is concerned. So that's not necessarily selling, but withdrawn entirely from exchanges. There's a look at Bitcoin right now. Bottom end of the range once again today. We're bouncing off that 16,500 as we have been for, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 days in a row, just kind of grinding along 16,500, trying to get back up above 17,000 since the, what do we call this, the FTX move to the downside. The latest break lower for Bitcoin. There it is, 16,628. 0.75 on the 24-hour period, though. So again, just chopping around. 1,200 still holding for Ethereum. Green on the day as well. Ripple having a nice move, 2% back to the upside. Everything else kind of there or thereabouts. But more uncertainty to deal with to come, guys, for crypto.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the uncertainty is not going away. Like, this is going to continue and there's just going to be question marks and for a while. And this could take, it's not going to take days. This is going to take, like, it's weeks and months is the timeline we're looking for here. It's like, thank you. I'm going to get you in the chat here. Whoever, it was Smita Patel?
Okay, yeah.
Mentioning Roblox. Can you check out Roblox? Yeah, I'll check out anything where the short would have actually worked this morning. I got no problem with that. Roblox is getting getting it handed to it as it continues to fall, like down 7%. I loved this when it was at that 37 level because shorts off 37, longs off 37. Now it's just a matter of it filling in the gap. And the thing is, try to get to the top and break that when it filled the gap in. It's going to, in all likelihood, when you do this kind of a move, you fill the gap in and you see this 30.5 or at least this 31. So in a market which has been bouncing, this has every chance to just continue to flush lower. So thank you for pointing it out. I wish I had seen this sooner. I did not. No excuse there. I don't really see any obvious levels down here. I mean, 32 is going to stand out just because we happen to be there for a bit of a bid. Unless it comes up to 33, I don't have an obvious fade into a short. Unless you're playing midway, which is like VWAP in that 32.5. So if we have some weakness in the market, I will look to get into this. I did just jump into, I'm talking about something down 6% for a short, and then I'm going over to Texas Instruments, which is like one of the strongest things in the market.
Yeah.
But hey, it got to 83. NVIDIA didn't work, but similar thing, like it gets up to a resistance point at the top. Your risk is defined, so I jumped into the short here. I wasn't able to get 82.75. I had to start at 50s, but now that it gets to 82 even, definitely going to want to get some out here at 82.5. For this one, we'll see what happens. Will it get to VWAP? Maybe, maybe not. But that definitely gave me 1-to-1, and that's what I wanted NVIDIA to do. And when you look over at NVIDIA, tighter stop with NVIDIA, and now that thesis worked. Now, obviously, I could have jumped back into the NVIDIA trade when it fails that high, but TSM set up, so we went over to that one. I'm not seeing anything happening into that ARDX just yet, so I feel like this is just going to be one of those sit at the bid at 150, and eventually it gets there. I'm not really, if I only traded this and shorted every single pop, right? If we only traded Macy's and longed every single dip. Now, the thing with Macy's, there weren't very many dips to go long, candidly. Like when it dipped here to 60, I was waiting back at 30. When it dipped here to 22, or 21.90, I was waiting back at 21.60 and 21.70. So every single dip just never got anywhere close to the prices I wanted to buy. But the trend has been pretty clean on this. So Sometimes you just got to be with the trend. A lot of times you will be against the trend. You will have a thesis against it. Just make sure you have yourself an out. Otherwise, it'll be abject disaster.
All right. While we were gone there a little bit, we were able to ring the register a little bit here on Amazon. So again, like patience pays. It just goes right back down to the downside again. Like look where we lost early. So I'm going to put like I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but I'm going to slap a big ass note on my computer for when I'm trading again. Don't get into anything seriously until we start to see something develop a little bit, and just try to be more patient, try to be more accurate with the entries, right? Because it kills. Like when you're trading away, like the account that I trade with, has an M in it, right? So I'm not trying to sit here and short things all the way up like that, right? So you got to wait. Like this was just brutal. Kept going short, didn't believe in it, thought NVIDIA was bad there today. I mean, it's not like NVIDIA was great. But then look at that top again. If I wasn't so gun shy maybe a little bit, and I'm not gun shy, but if I was gun shy there on NVIDIA, on AMD, like I would have waited. Like if you just wait, AMD is funny because it actually took 20 minutes of straight upside. So even if I was patient on this name, I probably would have lost. But all into here, I don't think we would have had that problem. I would have more lost up here, 73 and change, and might have been able to hold that 80 cents against me, which I was doing before. And then now we get that top at 74, right? So try to wait, try to be as patient as you can, and deal with that. So that's what we're gonna have to wait for now on AMD. Maybe a top of 75, but hey man, I've definitely learned a lot today. And then I keep going back to it because, oops, I'm on a DM here, so I don't want to show you what that's all about right now. It's actually just with Michael Noss. But I just want to show you guys here again that this is really what we need to talk about. Good morning, traders. Thanks for checking out the sticky note today. Wait for levels on NVIDIA. I even say it myself. Great levels on BOVESPA to play short. That was wrong. That one completely offside on that. But then Macy's probably... my best idea today would be the Macy's long. So we talked about that one, and as you can see, we're still in that long, and it's working out pretty darn good as we're now at the high of the day for Macy's off of those longs. Only one dip by. Neil got that actually down there at 2080, but then there it is, nice little move. You could have broken it high side when it broke 2080, or sorry, 20, whatever that high that I gave you guys earlier. I think it was 2180 right there. That could have been a good high. That's the level that I put on the sticky note, and even that would have given you 50 cents. So, all right, Brenda, what you got?
A DLO was a Muddy Waters short call yesterday. If you remember, it was down enormously yesterday. This thing went from 2050 all the way down to 1050 by the end of the day. It's halted a couple of times already, guys. Back to the upside today, having a pretty good day. In fact, trying to recover some of those losses, but decent volume here for DLO.
Yeah, there was that one. Why am I forgetting the other one that went crazy to the downside? There was another name that had a bunch of halts that I meant to look at. But I said in the chat, and I want to make sure I say this to everybody, because sometimes we have conversations in the chat with everybody, and you can only really post to the chat if you're a subscriber. That's another reason to be a subscriber, just because it makes it more controlled. If everybody was in there, we've had some issues in the past. But you learn more on the days where you're wrong than you do on the days that you're right. I think that should go without saying, but it's an important thing. You have the best opportunity to grow when you are learning from your mistakes. And hopefully, part of this is you can see some of the missteps here, not just getting into shorts, but like if you held too long, if you didn't follow a plan, or if you missed out on obvious long setups that usually you would like. That's actually almost a bigger thing to me sometimes. And Alibaba, okay, fine, shorted it, and then got away from the short once it was past the entry area. However, once that was done, like what did you have here? Look at the bottom on Alibaba. That's like test, 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 wick, 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 nothing, nothing, nothing. And then this level here where we're shorting, once you break away from there, you then get above this channel, break out, and this is where you got to be thinking about what does that setup look like to you? That looks like a failed bottom in the break. Let's go to a higher time frame. Let's go to the 15-minute. What does that look like on the 15-minute to you? That looks like everyone thinking revenue bad, failed break of the gap up support, and then breaking out of the channel to the upside. And whether you have it here or you're looking for 80s or 82s, I don't know. But it's telling you that it trapped shorts at the bottom and is looking for a breakout. Now, if you're biased to the short side, it's hard to see that. It really is. And sometimes you're only ever going to see it when you're doing your post-mortem, which is exactly what I'm doing here. But you got to be able to pull that off and at some point recognize that's where the strength is going to be. A little bit too late to that. I want to get back over to TSM because someone made a good point. They're like, I don't think the short in TSM is right. I don't think for the rest of the day the short is right in TSM. I think for like the next few minutes the short can be right in TSM, and that's what we're going for with this trade. It doesn't look like it wants to go all the way back into VWAP, so I might not be able to get these 81.20s or 30s on the next leg down, and I don't want to give this all the way back to the high of the day given how strong it is. So this little curl here either fails and gets to VWAP and I'm out, or it starts breaking back up and I get out just northbound of 82, because if you get a short that works this morning, the idea would be get out of Dodge and take the win, because there haven't been too many of them to the short side.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many wins the short side for sure today. I was debating. I mean, we've done well now on this Amazon short. I was debating going short again on Google up there, because we just touched 98 again, but we're now 40 cents away from that level. So that was a missed opportunity. We are going to try to get more Amazon short, and we dumped out of our Apple right there on a 40 break, because it looked like it was going lower, and then it retested the highs again. So Apple could be a short up here as well around this 148, 149 area. So couple names to work off of, but let's go over to Brendan for another update.
Hey guys, red day for the market here right across the entire S&P 500. There are a few individual names of note here as we jump into a 1.03% move right now. This is that Bath and Body Works, BBWI, still having quite the day there, up 20% off not only a beat right across the board as far as the numbers are concerned, but they also raised their forecast. So Bath and Body Works having a huge day. NCLH double downgrade, 7% downside. All the other cruise lines and some of the other travel names under pressure as a result. But consumer discretionary leading as far as decliners are concerned. Industrials as well, the entire group here pretty much in negative territory. Not much in the way of positivity until you get down here. Tough to see, but that's the semiconductor group inside the tech sector. Software names are weak. Off a couple of reports, including Cisco there, 4.25 upside. But hardware equipment makers is what I was trying to say. Back to the upside in the last hour or so. Again, Cisco beats 4% higher for them. That's Netflix, as we saw, 4% lower. Communication stocks back downside today. Energy stocks back downside today with crude oil. Both of these as well. The banks, all of them pretty much outside of CBOE higher on the day. Utilities under pressure as well. So pretty widespread, guys, down 1.02 for the S&P.
Neil's talking about DLO over there, as that's 1160, 1170 DLO right now.
Shorts are free on this thing.
11%.
So one of the things when you have something moving like this, it was at $21 when the report came out yesterday, and it got cut in half. So when this starts going up, locates are free on this stock. So when it's that volatile and literally anybody can short it, especially like prop traders that might have, because I think when you're day trading at a prop floor, like you're going to have more buying power. So when people pile into shorts of this, on the way back to the upside, it's like, oh, you might have a bunch of day traders piling in 13 over leverage, run some stops, and it just goes to the next level, and you get a cascade effect. When you got to pay for locates, and everybody has to pony up like 20 or 30 cents a share, let's just say, then suddenly you have less people willing to pay that, because that takes some of their profitability out of it, and then less people in the trade, less crowded. It withstands some of these moves to the upside. But I am looking to fade this at some point. And yeah, like maybe it's 12, maybe it's 13. I would much prefer that it halts up once, maybe at least one time, and then look for a move. So it looks like it's still pretty strong. If it cracks 12, I'd look for a halt and then an ability to trade it off this 13 to 14 area. But free locates does give me at least a little bit of concern. I said TSM, which is the last thing we're able to put on here, might not get into VWAP. I'll go back to the 3-minute chart, because that's probably a little bit better to demonstrate this. So I have now put it's not a bracket order, actually. We have bracket orders in our system at Day Trade the World, but sometimes you can't teach an old dog new tricks, and I'm a creature of habit. So I like put my stop in manually and my take profit in manually, just so if it breaks out of this consolidation up, I just want to get out. If it gets down into VWAP, I'm going to take my profit down here. You can accomplish the same thing with a bracket order, and we do have them. I just tend not to use them. You know what? I suppose that's a little bit of laziness on my part, but not that difficult to do when you're only in 1 or 2 trades. A valuable tool if you happen to be managing 5 or 6, like I was at the open, but that's not what I'm doing now.
No, I'm trying to right now manage as well some Shopify. trades right now. So Shopify above the 200 period right now. Looks like it could have a chance to go. We've already bottomed out at 37. You're trying to get above some of these levels. And I was just thinking that maybe Shopify takes some of these levels out again. The resistance is down here. So it's going to have to be, given an opportunity to get down. But it is making a move in now. So we just take an average price. We just got 44s, which is right where it's at. So we're long now at 49. Let's wait to see here. Don't tell me now. As soon as I start to go long, look at that break down below here, maybe the 50 period. So starting to change my mind already about the long. That's 37.30 break. We're going to get out of this one in case Shopify doesn't want to play the game. But right now, Amazon's playing the game real nice. Right back down into this level again. So let's see if we can get a piece out on 53 for Amazon and go over to Brendan.
I saw this note on Fisker in the pre-market and kind of shrugged it off because it wasn't really doing much, guys. But they officially launched today and have started the production of the Fisker Ocean, which Randy will be very happy about. Here's what's happening right now. 6% off that $8 level. Again, it was very, very light volume in the pre-market, but look at that. Right up to $8.75 in a straight line for Fisker.
Hey, Randy. Yeah, he's going to get that Ocean.
I thought he liked Lucid.
No. He has the Fisker. I think Lucid's a little too expensive there for right now.
Oh, but he was saying positive things about Lucid recently.
Oh yeah, I think he likes Lucid, but he definitely is in the reservation system there for Fisker. Okay, Amazon did come down and we did get that 95.50 area there, so there's a nice little bid out off the short. We are 50 cents in the money on that. Shopify did go up again, so we are long at 49. We got 54s there out on Shop. Yes, we did 54s out on Shopify right now, but the market is pulling back, so a little bit nervous now about the Shopify position. But we got Shopify long, Macy's long, Amazon short. So the biggest one here is Amazon, but we do have the most shares in Shopify, but our out is pretty quick here on Shopify as well. So breaking back down through 30, we're going to get out. Just want to see if it does go back to the upside. With the market breaking lower, though, we know Shopify won't work. So 37.30 out on Shopify if and when that doesn't work.
Yeah, and I'm making a decision on Macy's here that if it cannot hold the top end of this range, I want to get to some of the EV names in a quick second. So excuse me while I do this. If it doesn't hold the top end of the range, I'll get out and then get back in if it bounces off VWAP. But here's relative weakness. There's Lucid for you. Obviously, it stunk yesterday, but hey, holding the lows, wick tops 11.30 here a couple of times off yesterday's bottoms. There's something that at least makes sense for a short if you can catch it. Now, obviously, fantastic if you're already in it, but I'm going to go pay for low case to be able to catch this, and then Rivian. Right? Like we kept saying, well, look for something that's actually weak if you do favor the short side of the trade. Rivian, similar story. This will be a lot more interesting if it gets through some of these gaps, like at 31, and starts really trending down, but it's already broken a big one at 33. So fading into this does make some sense. I just got out of TSM, and I remember I said I'm not saying that TSM is a short. I'm just saying it was a short from here for like 15 minutes. It's back into VWAP. That's it. It's one of the strongest stocks. I'll be looking for places to go long in this, whether it's off of $80 or 79, one of those two levels, maybe even VWAP here at 81, but I'll let this move in the market to the downside, maybe subside a little bit before I chase any kind of a long. Super strong since, I know Warren Buffett bought the thing, and then you get that immediate 10% bump, but it was already pretty strong, like some of the chip names off of these lows. Like 60 into 80. It's doing its consolidation now. I think there could be a breakup. If this gets sustained and it never gets back below 78.80, then you're going to eventually break to the upside. So inside of here, I would favor some longs until it takes out that floor.
All right, we got a new position on right now, Micron, as we're going to talk some chip names here, and a lower value one, 57 and change right now for Micron. We're short at 84, so it's 10 cents in the money right now.
Why is it long AirDX?
I don't know. We're short on Micron, and the market's trying to break. Again, we've broken, and again, we're trying to find some names that have a chance to go here. I will take a piece out at 60 if and when it gets down there, hopefully right now. As you can see, it's starting to move now. Good trade here for me already. Let's see. Hopefully it is. Breaking through the 50 period, below the 200 period. I don't know if it's going to be a good trade, but we're going to give it up here to 58.25 or so with an average in back at 58, and then see if it can withstand that high spot there. Obviously, we are sensitive to NVIDIA and AMD and how those names are moving. But meanwhile, we did get another good out here for us on Amazon. So, oops, I don't know why my chart didn't change there. But there's the Amazon out. We are now very, very light on this name. We just just took it out there for 35s. So that's 95.35 off of a short 98. So 60 cents there. So that was a good one. I'm going to cancel everything now. I'm not even going to average back in if it does go up. I'll just look at it when it happens. Don't want it to run back over and we get stopped out on that. Looks like Shopify making a move again back to 53. So hey, we'll take it. There it is again out on Shopify as it makes the move back to the upside. Let's see if this one wants to climb. My next offer for Shopify is 65. So hopefully that can come into play again. Good out as it just drops back down again there, Shopify. So wow, only 9 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Crazy day, man. I mean, some of these names, they move so quickly. Like, I'm so happy that we got out of Google. Google was my scariest position today by far, I feel like, even though we lost the most amount of money on AMD. But that was like easy cuts, just cuts down. Google was like, I had to wait to get that move. So that was a tough one there for me on Google. But still, my number one name is Google today. Look at Shopify, again, trying to make that move. Watch out for 30. That was that bouncing spot, holding out for 60s.
Yeah, so like I want to clarify something because I think, and I'm glad this got pointed out in the chat there. You're seeing like, there it is, there's a position board. I'm not long ARDX. What'll happen sometimes is before we put on the quote, not the quote board, but the position board, if a position gets taken too early in the pre-market before they do that, then suddenly it'll see covering some of the trade as the first time I traded. So I was in this at about 7:30 when it broke down, an hour before we came in, and I've been sitting in the short the entire time. Like, it would be nonsensical to be long 186 and the stock's just doing this, puking all over itself. That's the last, essentially that's just the outs that I was getting into after we came on air. So at about 8:30, I'll just come over here and show you guys. Like, when we came on at 8:30, this is probably the first fill I took after we came on air, and I got out at 186, and it's been falling ever since. But I'm not long the stock. Like, anybody that would go long 186 and just sit there holding it to 160, I mean, give me a break. Like, that's ridiculous. Would you hold something 15% against you without making a move? Nah, that's ridiculous. I've been bidding 155 pretty much half the morning here, just waiting for it to get down to that price, and wasn't aggressive getting any more shorts. I'm now out of Macy's on a trail. Someone asked me where I thought the dip buy was going to be. I'm still looking at 2160 or so. I know VWAP is away from there, but that's pre-market breakout high. Last dip support, so that's what I'm waiting for on Macy's for a dip. I'm now out of the breakout long. As we go to Brendan for the final time, I think it's Money Talks time.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll touch on currency markets here today. Back to the upside as we showed you in the pre-market for the US dollar today, putting pressure not only on equities, but putting pressure on the rest of these big moves to the downside for the most part. There it is, the dollar index. If I pull that out again. 107.01 and change right now. Back to the upside on the daily chart after a huge move to the downside following last week's CPI. The euro back downside today. It made a huge move higher over the past couple of days, along with this one. The pound back to the upside, down today, however, following some inflation data earlier in the week for both of those that was higher than expected. Canadian dollar back to 75, kind of hanging out on a bounce as well as the US dollar makes its way back lower. But big moves down, a lot of negativity on this board today because of dollar strength at the top there, guys. US dollar trying to bounce today.
All right. Yeah, all right. So just looking around here, Micron, we still have that trade. We're still waiting. I mean, I'm not even going to have a bid on this anymore, but we're going to wait to see what does happen now. So, yes, no, everything's fine for everything. Micron with a nice little move to the downside there. Macy's, yeah, we're still in that one. Shopify's not doing anything, and Amazon still 30 cents in the money. So, yeah, good trading today. Only 170 fills. So I don't know what I was doing this morning with so little fills. But we are negative on the day. We did have a hit on AMD. And again, you can ask us if we're positive or negative on the day. I don't have a problem telling you guys that. One trade I was looking for here is Unity. Unity, yeah, good. I was like, when I typed in .NY there, so if you ever see .NY, that means it's a New York name. I was like, I think it's New York. And as I typed it, I was like, I know it's NASDAQ, but it was New York. This is another name right here, Unity Software. Look at this barcode right there. 33.90 right now. That could be a good short if you think this market's going to fall down. Unity right now up nicely today, but 33.90 coming into play. So we're going to wait to see what's up with that. But good little move for Unity right here into the close. So 33.90 downside for Unity, guys.
And someone just asked a question here about NEO, and then they said no diddle in the middle. Well, you kind of read my mind there. It was like no diddle. I'm like, yeah, I agree. No diddle. Like I tried shorting when it was breaking the lows of the day, and once it was failing that break, I'm out. If it gets up to the high, I wish I'd noticed it when it was at 1070, very similar to TSM. It gets into what was significant resistance yesterday. Yeah, short up that level. Like if you're sitting here 50 short to 60, maybe 65, that's great. But if you're shorting it here at 35 to 40, to that same high, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense because it's trending to the upside. If you catch a higher low, then all you get out of it is like 20 pennies or so, maybe even only 15. So like it is what it is. People say never short into strength. I would tend on look. Obviously, that's going to be true. If you have to, I was just tweeting out saying if you absolutely are looking for it, find a significant resistance level. That's what TSM gave you. And the thing about Alibaba is anything that would have resembled, like here's what I thought was a significant price here. And support doesn't always turn into resistance and vice versa, but that's what you got at this 77.5 to 78 area. You had the last couple of days support, it turned into resistance on the revenue miss, and then once it broke out of that range, fair enough. That was the last significant thing that I could find, and when you go to the daily, I don't know that you see anything unless you see 86 and a half. So truth be told, as a day trader, if Alibaba goes to 86 to 87, that's probably the next time I'll take a chance shorting it. Otherwise, I mean, maybe even 85 even, but I'm kind of thinking it has to hit a much more significant level on the daily. Still some earnings to get to, one of which, after what Chips did today, should be spicy meatball, a spicy meatball tomorrow, Brendo.
Yeah, more from the chip group, more from the retail group, more Chinese ADRs coming through tomorrow, guys. Here is your earnings board.
Yeah, JD.
Yeah, I'll be looking at Palo Alto, but JD should be a good one as well. Foot Locker, I mean, they're all good, man. AMAT, Gap, I mean, they're all going to be huge.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, the best trade today was that Macy's trade for me, and we'll look to do the same thing in Gap tomorrow. But right now, Micron, Micron and Amazon holding some of these shorts right now, really starting to pay off. We just put on Micron. You can get rid of that board there, thanks. We just put on Micron right there against that 200 period. Look at it fall right now, going to the downside. So we got a nice little trade on this one. Hit the banger for that. As we go, but nice little move to the downside here. Yeah, Apple short, definitely that could be good as I look here. Yeah, I didn't trade the Tesla today, like we said, but yeah, I'm for now all good, man. Thank you so much. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. We're here every day for you. Let's go, Micron. Nice breakdown here for me on this one. So, like I said, I'm going to be red today, and I don't have much more to say. We did lose on AMD there today, and we did lose on Alibaba. So, like I said, we made a video yesterday saying like, hey, it's the People's Trader here. So if you guys ever want to know anything, let me know. So today, red for me, a couple bad shorts early, guys. Alibaba right there. I don't know. I didn't believe in the short. Maybe there's a short up here now. And then, of course, AMD early really ripped it off. But we did have a nice pull back down. So far, so good on that one. We'll hold Shopify, and we'll watch Micron continue to bleed more to the downside. But we are at a level here where maybe we could take a little piece out again here for MU. But thanks again for watching, man. What a big day. What a great show. Thanks again. Yeah,
exactly. With a minute to go, it's just worth remembering, usually we ignore Palo Alto as a trade, sometimes because it was expensive. Remember, they actually did a split. So, it's not always something you look at because it doesn't do the best volume, but it's now trading at $150. So, this is one that for a lot of times it's been that cybersecurity name that you love. I think we can actually dig into some trades here. It always had too big of a spread and liquidity was a problem when it's up at 500. It's kind of like Chipotle, like day traders don't really look at it, but suddenly Palo Alto has become one of those. About 15 seconds ago, I'm only in that ARDX to the south side. That position board is incorrect. I want to be very, very patient with some entries, looking for some dip buys in Macy's to be able to get back into that train. And then maybe we short some, if Baba goes to 87, that would be pretty crazy. But if it gets there, you never know. It's been a wild one. Remember, you always have us back at about 2 o'clock, but for now, you just saw him walk past with the chai tea. We're sending you guys to the hoodie team over there,
Yes, sir.
Trader Brad and Sharif. I missed the memo.
All right, yeah, you know what it is. Hoodie team, yeah, we got the hoodie on. You know what it is. I got the Trade Ideas hoodie that they gave us yesterday. Shout out to Trade Ideas. And that's what we're going to be looking for the rest of the day, looking for all the trade opportunities, all the trading ideas that the market is going to present us with. I'm your boy, Trader Prad, and I got Sharif with me in the house back again today, and he's currently logging in. We'll give him some time. In the meantime, let me show you a couple of trades that I have worked with today and currently I'm working with. It's actually going to be the trade that Sean mentioned. It's a short on Unity. Unity short actually paying us at the moment. It is in the money about 20 to 30 cents. Let's see if the market is going to keep on pulling to the south side and pay us. Thank you, Sean, for that trade idea over here. Beautiful execution. And if we do pull back to 34, I'll look to refill on that short. Basically, yesterday's high. Well, sorry, no, yesterday's high is a little bit higher than 34. It's around 36, but we'll see if that short over here can pay us some extra bucks. My other trade on the day today is going to be Macy's. Macy's, I took the $22 area breakout pretty much. If you look at Macy's on the longer time scale frame, you'll see that all the way back in what month is this? Back in January and February, 22 was the bottom, and then eventually we did break 22. We started trading under 22, and then eventually 22 ended up being the resistance back in whatever month before September is back then, and now again we're rejecting that 22 area with the positive catalyst today, such as the earnings report successfully launching itself towards that 22 area, rejecting it off the pre-market drive, rejecting it slightly off the opening drive, and then managing to break out of it. So I took that long. I got a nice little 22-cent profit out of it. Was expecting more, but sadly that never came into play. But Macy's now basically leaning off of that previous resistance, previous support, once again acting as a support at the moment. So maybe along around these areas all the way up to VWAP would be something to look into if you're bullish on the day today. The markets did start off red, however, and they are continuing to be red. I think part of that is because of the UK's finance minister coming out and saying the country is in recession. UK is apparently in recession, so rate hikes coming in and tax cuts coming in over there for them.
Yeah, accommodating practices, having and expecting that recession to hit. Shows the novelty of times. I'm still getting logged in, guys, but the fact of the matter is I had one trade today, multiple trades on the same day. That was
Mic off.
my mic is on.
You didn't even
guys.
turn it on, did you?
It's on. Everything is on. Everything is good. Did the chat hear me? Everyone's
They're
mic?
saying mic's off.
Okay, guys, yeah, sorry, I think there was a bit of a technical issue there. Yeah, I was saying that I traded Macy's today. I had multiple trades on the same name. I took that bad boy long. I took it long, I believe 30, 39, 30, 37, 30, 36 in that area and rode it into the high 90s there for a mid 90s, excuse me, for a nice winner. Let's load up Macy's. It's a New York name, proudly. I haven't had a chance to set up all my screens, but here we go. How is Macy's doing at the moment? So yeah, so it's 2037 into the 2097. It's since broken that quite nicely there. So this one's got legs up 11.5%. When I was trading this one in the morning in the pre-market, this one was just only up 7% on the day. So this one's had ample amount of room to move up. I like this one going into the afternoon. I'll be keeping my eye on this. Perhaps maybe dip trades off that 2170 area, which happens to be VWAP, or maybe we'll take some high of day breaks. The fact of the matter is I want to trade this name today. It's done great amount of volume, 15.25 million shares, proudly.
What am I listening to right now? Let me try to turn this off real quick. I think I got to turn off Brendan's ear, and then we won't hear that. Awesome. So now we won't hear that. But yeah, look at Tesla, guys. I just jumped into a brand new long on Tesla. Previously, at the to start off my day on trading Tesla today, I took the lower day breakout, pre-market breakout short, didn't work out, got stopped out. Then I got short again at the higher day, pretty much around 185. That was a pretty good dollar per share winner. And now coming back to that 183, Tesla had some size at 183, about 138 lots. That did break that 138 lots to the downside, but instantly it came back up. It held that area, and we're watching buyers coming in on Tesla. So I'm actually building along around these areas for myself, not giving it too much of a wiggle room. Obviously, I don't want to get burnt on it in case the market does go south again and breaks the lower day for the overall market on S&P 500, which is very close to the lower days. NASDAQ still pretty far away from lower days, but trading around VWAP. So considering all these factors, I do not want to be fighting the trend of the market, nor do I want to be fighting the trend of the stock over here on Tesla. Tesla absolutely getting beat up for the past few days now. But looks like that long's working out. We're watching the buying action coming in. Look at the tape all to the green side. Oh, nice yellow coming in also, which is people wiping out some levels to the north side for us, and good amount of volume in those buy actions too. 1,000 share orders coming in, 100 share orders. I love it. Let's go Tesla. Tesla longs off that 183 size. I guess I should have mentioned it. You know, Sharif was talking. I don't want to cut him off. People get mad at me sometimes when I cut you off because they're like, "Oh,
you're my permission."
They go, "You're so rude, Brad. You keep cutting off your coworkers all the time." But like, you know, I gotta bring up a trade. There's a trade coming up. I gotta bring it up. And look what happens if I don't cut him off. Now you don't see that trade. Now you're not in that trade with me, and I'm the only one partying. So sometimes I do have to cut off the other speaker because things like these come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's a nice trade there on Tesla.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that trade. You're more than welcome to interrupt me anytime you trade like that. I'm kidding.
Which is rare, which is rare.
No, I'm sure it's a lot more than rare. Let me just fix my screen here. Guys, there we go. SATX and Amex stock. That is halted to the upside. I believe it halted at 48.19. Let me just tell you quickly what the theoretical auction price on that is. I just got to load it up here. SATX. Let's see, I may not have it actually. Yes, and in fact, I do not have it. So I don't have the tap on SATX, but this one has halted. Let's see how many times now. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. So 8 times, we've got 3 to the downside, 5 to the upside. This one is a monster, up 83% on the day. You know how I trade these. If and when I do trade them, I really like the halt levels as areas of support and resistance. So look, for example, this halt to the downside here, we have 42 and 33 cents as a possible halt level to the downside. Depending on where we open, if we open at 51, for example, then the halt level here to the upside of 48.23 will also be important. This top wick here at 49.94 will also be important. Here we go. Now we're open on it. Let's see what we do. Are we going to stay above the halt level here at 48.20? Looks like yes. There we go, right to the high side through 52. This could halt again. I wish we had halt levels, Pradley, on the charts to tell us where the theoretical halt level is at any given time. But I'm not going to be punching into this one, but I know a lot of people are going to be watching this, and it's awfully exciting to get into a stock that's really moving when the market is really not. So this one, a lot of eyes will be on this one. There you go. If you guys can see my tape, a lot of over the bid offers coming in, showing up on the blue. Hold on, blue's under the bid or over the bid, Pradley?
Depends on how you have it.
Yesterday I set out the exact same as you.
Yeah, blue's under the bid.
Under the bid. There you go. And you saw a lot of that blue coming in and then selling aggressively, meaning that they were taking out levels below which they initially got in. So that is one thing Pradley set up for me yesterday. I think that'll help me greatly, especially with these small cappers and with these high flyers, Prad.
Let's go, sir. I love hearing that. You know, always, that's my goal on the show, is to at least help one person. And if I've done that, I've achieved my goal over here as a host on Trader TV Live, and I can die happily. Not that I want to die. You know, I love my life very much. I love being a host for you guys over here. So, you know, let's continue, keep that going. Let's look for some opportunities in the market, guys. Tesla's
Mike.
What? Oh yeah, I was muted because I was talking to
okay.
Neil
Yeah, go,
over
go,
there.
go, go.
But anyways, we're talking about Tesla coming back to the south side at the moment, not really liking that. I mean, the market's pulling back too, so let's just jump out of Tesla over here, take our profits while they're being offered, and look at Unity, baby. Unity is giving us more profits. I saw someone in the chat said Prad's a very good trader, but he has paper hands, sadly. You're not wrong. I do take profits very quickly. I sadly don't have a system in order to take profits, but that is a problem to deal with later. I have bigger problems when it comes to trading overall. And I think taking profits is not something that I want to tackle at the moment. I want to tackle patience. I want to tackle a bunch of other things that I'm lacking in my opinion. And taking profits is something that's very easily fixable in the long run. So thank you for those kind words over there. I know you're just looking out for me. Looks like Unity at the moment, though, wants to hang out at VWAP and bounce. Unity was previously positive on the day. Yesterday, Unity had a pretty bad day. Unity was getting beat up, and I was actually short on Unity, if you guys remember. We were shorting at VWAP for Unity around 34, taking profits at the lower day around $32. And if you look at this chart over here that I'm circling, it's the bottom left chart. Let's actually blow that chart up a little bit. Maybe don't use those words, Prad. You got to fly soon. You're going to not be allowed on that flight soon. But here, look at that bottom around $32, $33. I think Unity wants to hang out there and form a base. At least that's my opinion. Even though in pre-market we did open below that, then we ripped to the north side and not able to take out this high over here, kind of gives us the same idea overall playing out from yesterday. So consolidate between this range to the sideways and this range to the sideways, giving us the exact same from yesterday to keep on scalping the trade. So based off of that, I'm going to take my exit here. I'm going to wait for it to pull back down a little bit, go long, and keep on rinsing and repeating it.
Remember when we said keep an eye on those levels, those halt levels for these halting stocks? Come to my screen, please. This is what I mean. So 45.09 is the high of this wick. Look at these two red wicks down here. To the T. It went down to the T, 45.05, 45.09. So those levels, play them off. It's just you don't really know which one is going to be in play. It just depends on, you're going to have to mark all of them, right? And that's the way I see it, because this one could be in play or this one could be in play. It really depends. So the idea is just to be ready for all of them, have them all marked off, and scale into a position if that's what you're doing. If you're dip trading, perhaps maybe if you were to scale in initially, you'd go in maybe 0.25% at 46.50, and then if it didn't go your way, and that's this level right here, by the way, that's why I'm talking about that level. And then if it doesn't go your way, 45.09 is the next level below that. Then obviously be scaling depending on the amount of risk you want to put on in your risk management system. But these halt levels always seem to come into play, especially on dips. The previous halt levels always seem to come into play, especially on dips. And that's something that I would take advantage of if I wasn't up on Macy's and I didn't want to get back any money. Now, I am still looking at Macy's, and I'm looking for a VWAP retracement. 2171 is the area where VWAP is currently. I've got my order a little bit above that at 2175. I feel like this is stair-stepping back down, and we may be a good candidate for a bounce off VWAP, and that would give me, a 40, 50 cent winner here, maybe even more if we can break day's highs. But this is the one where you're going to have to exercise patience with. Few and far between aggressive spikes. Typically, this one will stair-step up or stair-step down. That's what I've seen anyway for the majority of the day or for the period that I was watching it. So Macy's, another one for me there, and I've got a dip trade. I haven't gotten into anything yet. No positions for me at the moment. I'm setting up, so we'll see what happens next. Bradley.
Tesla did break that 183 to the downside, so that's a good job on me on jumping out of it. But Tesla doesn't really want to go too much to the downside. Looks like it's just burning stops at 183 and popping right back up. So going long around that 182.75 pre-market lows, 182.50s, and looking for a quick scalp long might not be a bad idea. And if you are going long in front of 183, at 183 or above 183, I think giving a stop all the way till the pre-market lows or even the day's low might be something that you have to do on a stock like this that whips around very quickly. And look at the lack of volume overall, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's crazy. You've heard Sean mention it earlier today. A lot of people in the chat I was watching in the morning were mentioning it too. The lack of liquidity over here coming in. If this is the way the market's gonna go for the holy moly, is that for real? 17,492 shares went long on 18.
I hate how it moves. It drives me
183
crazy.
something. Oh, there you go. 183.20 on a dark pool gateway though. Just now. Well, dark pool gateways obviously it could have happened 24 hours ago. It could have happened today. We just don't know when it took place. It just got reported just now. So 17,000 shares just went long on a dark pool. And off of that, look at these buying action coming in on Tesla. The market's trying to go back up north a bit. So things like that. Will always help you kind of understand what's going on with the stock. You know, nothing wrong with just trading off of charts. I know a lot of people do it and do it successfully, but I think learning how to tape read and learning how to include your book reading over there will help you in the long run. People in the chat saying good dip coming in for Macy's. Where am I typing? Where's my mouse?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. And that's what I was talking about. That dip trade off that 2170. I've got my order at 2175 just to front run the VWAP dip should it make it down there. There's clearly a bottom here at this trough at that 2182. I don't know the exact low, 2182.
This is the bottom.
Pardon me?
This is the bottom.
Bradley's calling it. You heard it here first, baby. Bradley's calling the bottom now. I guess he's long, so he's got to call the bottom. Anyway, that's yeah. I wish you all the luck on that, Bradley. I'm long BABA though. I like this dip. It was alerted to me by the chat. I'm long 84.04. Let's take out some here at 10 cents in the money on BABA. Scalped a little bit out at 14s. Looking for the break of 20s for the next scalp out. The reason I like this one is it's strong. It's the leader today in terms of buoying the Chinese ADRs. I know that the earnings were blah, but you know the fact of the matter is the market's looking at it from a macro perspective, and I think that the fact that the Chinese Communist Party may ease up a little bit on these Chinese tech companies is a bit of a tailwind. So. Yeah, that's the way I see it today. I'm looking to take some here. If it prints any 20s, I'll be a seller at that level. I've got a half position on this, Bradley, so not fully invested at the moment in it.
Not fully invested. Come on, I don't want to hear that. It's always full pour or no pour. The reason why I was saying this is the bottom on Macy's right now, I could be easily wrong on that. I've been wrong multiple times, so don't like trade off of that confidence over there. But basically on 2185, there were about 40 lots, which is around 4,000 shares. 40 lots on 2185 on an EdgeX gateway, which they got filled. Those 4,000 shares got filled. And we did dip below 2185, and then once we get back above 2185, they reloaded another 30 shares, 30 lots, and then even that almost got filled, and then once again another. So what that constant? Oh look, now he's chasing it up, or she, or he, or they're chasing it up to the north side at 2191 now. So that inverse gateway basically tells me that there is a sophisticated trader here at play, not a normal trader such as some of the retail traders out there won't be having access to inverse gateways and routing the way you and I do at a prop firm that has access to direct market access. So when I see things like that coming into play, I kind of watch that a little bit. Now, why would someone be willing to pay to take size when people like me are basically just sitting in front of on a gateway and collecting fees for providing liquidity, right? Obviously, I'm not taking a lot of size. I'm taking small size. This is the middle of the day. The volume already is not there in the market. So I'm not looking to take too much size. So why is there someone out there on 2185 willing to pay to get filled, and they want to be first in front of everyone to get that fill? So thinking about those kind of statements a little bit, it makes me want to go long over there. And the same kind of idea now stands on 22. There's inverse orders, 60 lots on inverse gateway at 22, and they're trying to hold the stock from not going too much higher. If they wipe out that level and we see some buying coming in, then these longs look better. Now look at that 2198, 2197, 40 lots over there on inverse, they all got filled. So clearly buyers are stepping up. Now the question is, do the buyers wipe out the sellers over here, and do we start going right back to the high a day of $22, $25. We're already 10 cents in the money on this trade. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I'm still waiting on that out for Baba. Currently break even, but nice analysis there by Bradley. A nice little double bottom forming here on M. We may have seen the bottom, like he said. Maybe I won't get filled at my 21.75 dip, but I'll leave that order resting there, especially since VWAP is still below that order. Flipping back to Baba, yeah, still break even at the moment, waiting for my next profit target at 84.19. That should print. I'll take a little bit out there. Now we're printing back in the teens. This one, you know, finding a little bit of resistance up here, especially with the market, you know, not really buoying it all that much. This one's going to have to, I guess, move up on its own. The market still trending down. I'm being asked by Abdi to have a look at DraftKings. Yeah, it's up. It's flat on the day, essentially. It's up 1 penny from where it was. I don't like it at these levels. I don't like it at this volume. So in order for me to get interested in this one, it's definitely going to have a bit more volatility and more volume. So sorry I couldn't help you that one with that one, Abdi. We're looking also here, people saying, look, long Amazon 95.34. Let's have a look at Amazon at 95.34 AMZN. Here we go. So I'm not sure what you're seeing in the chart. This is a 1 minute chart, perhaps. Let's switch to the 3 and then we'll go to the 5. Yeah, I'm seeing possibly maybe a compression pattern here, a bit of a wedge forming a little bit. Let's see how that ends up panning out on the 5 minute chart. Yeah, it's okay. I can see that something is likely to break out of these levels to the high side or the low side, but why you feel like it's going to be a long instead of a short, I'm not really exactly sure. You have equal angles in terms of their descent. You can also adjust this one like this, because this wick here is an anomaly. And what time was that at? Yeah, that's at 9:35. So yeah, so this is the better pattern, I would say here. This pizza slice, as Prad calls it. In any event, I need to break out from these levels. I don't want to guess which way it's going to go. So Baba retracing now, breaking down into the 83.60. So we're out of the money on that one, not by all that much. I'm looking for a break of this trough here, 83, say for all intents and purposes, a break of 83.40. I'll be out, Brad.
For a while. All right. So, yeah, taking some profits out on Macy's right there to the north side as we do get that pop that we're looking for. Nice little move to the north side off of that 21.85 bottom that I saw might have actually been the bottom for that temporary being. You know, we're day traders. We're scalping money. So 20 cents right away for risking, what, 1 cent?
I'm sorry, are you speaking to me?
Yeah. Wow, okay. So 20 cents for risking 1 cent, ladies and gentlemen. That's awesome risk to reward. So that's what we're looking for all the time. When you see a 2:1, 3:1 trade, you just size up on it and you scale in and you just smash it. So we were long, what, 21.87. Our risk was on the break of 21.85, or let's say 21.80. So our risk was 7 pennies for a reward of 20 pennies. So if we can get a bigger reward out of it, we can take more size out, closer to $22.22. But sadly, we're not getting that move. What I'm noticing is, what is this random gateway? I've never seen this gateway before, CHSX. But orders are coming up. We do see inverse orders. We are seeing some size pop in. So clearly sellers are pulling up over here on Macy's in front of 22. And once again, that level from the significant level from the past, so that level price is around 21.71. Notice how we're kind of just forming a base in front of that level over here. Let's actually pull that up a little bit like that, bang. So I actually like that level a lot, hence we are going long over there. You also heard Sharif talk about that long not too long ago, and I mentioned you guys that back in February, back in January, that level was actually a bottom. And now that level is a top. And now that level is getting ready to be a support yet again.
Yes, sir. We got a partial fill here on our Baba at 84.19 before it started plummeting to the south side again. That's why this color triangle is a little off while this one is red. So we got a partial fill on our out there. We'll give this one space. We'll give this one room. I still like it for the long, but if I don't, I'm already out of half of my position. So half for a profit, and then we'll see what happens with the other half. If you guys are just wondering why there is background noise, it's because Sean and Neil are filming a video next to us to be posted online. So we're always creating content for you here, guys, and it really doesn't stop around here, to be honest with you. There's always something going on, whether it's at Brendo, what's at their desk, our desk, the green screen to the side. There's always something going on at the moment. Macy's continuing to make that excellent move to the north side. You heard it here first. Bradley called it. He called that 2180-ish at the bottom, and he took the long there. Did you get bottom wick on that? Kind of looks like bottom wick, yeah, because I was about to say. So ever since then, it's been moving aggressively to the high side. Are we going to test these high of days? High of days currently at 22.25, I believe. So that one could easily be broken. I think we're only like 10 pennies away from there. So BABA continuing to be a break even, hovering around that 84. We're looking for this possible flat top breakout here on BABA, and I'll hold into possible 85s. This one could get going in a minute. Look what the move. We're coming off 75s today, guys. Where it looks like we're might have a $10 day possibly on BABA. Amazon. I drew this pattern earlier on Amazon. Here we go. We're getting the breakout to the high side here on Amazon. So let's flip quickly. AMZN, that's a NASDAQ stock. Here we go. So let's have a look at that chart on Amazon at the moment. Yes, now reclaiming, what is that, 200 period moving average? Yeah, that's a 200 period reclaiming VWAP as well. It might be a nice trade here on Amazon. I would have liked to have gotten a dip possibly on that. You know, there's also these levels of resistance, 95, 93, as well as this one, 96.06. There's a couple of levels of resistance here. If we break through maybe this one, I'll debate along. Let's say if it breaks through the 95, 99. We're going to put an order here to go long 95, 90. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, 95, 99. That way we'll get a fill, and we'll take for a quarter size on that one. So that'll be our 95, 99, and then we'll go long 95, and then we'll give it to maybe 96, 04 or whatever, 05, why not? And we'll go half position. So then we got that one set up. If that breaks out of that range, then we'll be ready to go for that.
Not for you, not for you.
Oh, okay.
Is that for us, Fad? Yeah, not for us, not for us.
Cool. So we're going to go to Brendan, guess not. Yeah, thank you for that. I was going to go to Brendan. Baba still moving sideways, Bradley.
A beautiful bottom call on M. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. But look, that wasn't hard. Right now, I'm going to have to call the top because the exact same thing that made me call the bottom is showing up on the north side. Some size popping up over here at the high days for the stock. So guess what I'm doing? I'm jumping out of Dodge with this one. No, not going to bother with holding that size. But look at the market giving us a beautiful move back up north side. So it looks like that Tesla long that I was holding earlier on, chickened out of that trade. Boo, sad me. But monster move coming in for the longs at the moment. Let's hold on to your longs and make sure you're taking profits. If you are holding longs on a day like today where the market's red, make sure you're taking profits for yourselves and scalping some wins. That way, if the market does return back south and your longs return back south, you're not holding all the size back down and getting damaged on that, right? So pay yourself for your mental risk and your mental capital. Protect your confidence, ladies and gentlemen. It is very important. Protect that confidence. Very, very important for us. Let's continue looking for opportunities on the market, and something that I use to actually look for opportunities on the market. It's this wonderful software that I'm trying to put it up on this screen. Thank you. It took a while to move it to this screen, and now it's glitching out. No, stop glitching out. Whoa, stop glitching out, computer. This computer needs more RAM, guys. That's all it is. There we go. It's Trade Ideas. I'm even rocking that merch that you guys saw today. We're rocking Trade Ideas merchandise. You don't have to put me on, but yeah, thank you. Let's go back to the screen. Trade Ideas over here. You guys see how it shows you stocks on the scanners, and it ranks stocks based on relative strength or relative weakness. On that, you just recently saw Coupang just won a race. Coupang has 0.80 relative volume. Not interested. Look at JD today. Was monstrous. 1.39 relative volume. Kind of interested in that. You guys saw BABA being traded by Sharif earlier on. BABA basically doing the exact same thing JD is doing, vice versa. We also saw Target popping up over here a second ago. Let me just quickly do this. Move my scanner back to my other screen here real quick. And let's pull up Target. Where's Target?
Target.
Target, that's right. That's a bougie way to say it. Target today popping up on the scanners because it's just recently pushed towards the high day, but did not manage to. The chart label is so big that you guys can't even see it. Come on, Target, there you go. Pushed up to the high day, but did not really manage to break the high day. It looks like the high from 1040 coming into play one more time. The high of the day on Target is exactly 159.18. So guess what Pratty Daddy's going to do? I'm going to take a short, give it the break of high day, which is not too many pennies from where we are. We're short 159.03, high day 159.18. If the high day breaks, I take my loss and I move on. But a Target yesterday with negative earnings report, today launching up to the north side, I ain't buying it.
He ain't buying it. Guess what I'm buying, though? In fact, hold on. Guess what I'm selling?
Money, 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 money.
Baba, baby.
You selling dope?
No, I don't. I sold Baba, and I sold it for a
selling
big
dreams.
winner, baby.
You're selling dreams.
Getting long at that through that 84, taking it all the way up to almost 84.59. So almost a 60 penny winner there on Baba. Nice little trade. Happy with that. I feel like I may have done two mistakes that I want to point out here because no trade of mine has ever been perfect. First and foremost, I went long here and then it retraced back down to the 50-period moving average. If you watch the show, you know how obsessed I am with these 50-period moving average for momentum trade stocks. So I should have been averaging in at that 50 period. I didn't have to go the same amount of size I took initially. I could do whatever I want, a quarter size, a 10th size, whatever. Okay, so that I should have been averaging here. Second of all, sorry, I skipped there. I shouldn't have been getting out my entire position at this level, especially because it didn't give me any reason on the 5-minute chart to get out, right? I'm not even on the 3-minute chart. There was no reason. This one was more of an impulsive out in front of that 84.60 area. You know, I should have been looking for the break of this peak right here. This is a high of day, that 84.59. Wait for the break of that, hold a piece, ride it through possibly into 85. So if I had to do two things differently, one, I would average down at the 50 period, and number two, I would wait for a reason to get out before getting out before the high of day. So those are my two mistakes on Baba. Nonetheless, profitable trade, very good trade, at least by my standards. Looking back at Amazon here, thankfully we didn't go long on that one. We were looking for, recall, on here, this 5-minute chart, we were looking for the break of this pattern. There we go, so I can get it for you. The break of this pattern here ended up being bogus. It got broken to the high side, but you know, guess what? We got to redraw that. So if it's going to have any significance, we got to redraw it. But I don't think Amazon's ready to go yet, especially because the market isn't ready to go yet either, Bradley.
Taking some profits out right now on Target as we're 50 cents in the money, and looks like that short's already paying. Spend the money, money, baby. We're always spending money over here, always cashing out, cashing these checks. But you know what? Something else we do. You know, people always make fun of me saying, Brad, your job is only 3 hours. You only sit on a show for 3 hours. You don't really do much more than that. But look how much more we have to do. Look at this scammer that we got going. We got the scammer on Discord, basically sliding into a DM saying, hey, I'm a stock analyst with 9+ years of trading. Guess what we do to scammers, ladies and gentlemen?
Ban.
That's it. Ban.
You're gone.
Live ban of that scammer. Get him out of here. Boo. Give him the boo. And that's how we deal with scammers over here. You got to protect our viewers. We love our viewers very much. And we got to make sure anytime any messages like that come into your DMs, guys, just send Blind Jedi or myself a screenshot and we'll get them booted out of there. I also want to quickly give a shout out to this viewer in specific. Where is this viewer? Where is Blind Jedi's messages? This viewer's name on Discord is just Russia, period Russia. But this viewer has actually caught a flaw in our Discord server. That would have been very bad. A lot of the members on our Discord server had a lot of the administration powers that they shouldn't have had. So they were able to kick people off the server. They were able to do a lot of things that they should not have been able to. So he caught that. He pointed it out to Blind Jedi. Blind challenge that I pointed out to me. I fixed that immediately. So thank you for that, man. That would have been bad. That would have been absolutely destructive.
Probably, I just want to mention quickly to the
it.
viewers, BABA just broke aggressively to the high side, breaking that 85. You recall I had my outs at high 59s. Now we've broken 85. Looks like we got top wick on BABA 85.33, Bradley. So this one's on the horse and ready to go up 9%.
Long, eh?
Yes, sir.
Let's
well,
go.
You take it short if you want, but right now it's the long that's paying.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did have Baba short at one point, and here's the story for that. So one attempt, one and done. Not gonna bother with it. The stock is too strong. Why would I bother with this? So one and done, hit and run. I'm out of here. Deuces.
Bye.
And I did the same thing with JD. Look at that. I had a one and done hit and run kind of trade. Took a short. I think I quickly scalped out of it for a winner, and I said, nope, I'm out. I don't want to bother with these positions. These stocks are insane. But you know what? If Baba is running the way that we just saw, I think I'm going to go long JD off of that and give it up to 56 to the downside. Because JD is at VWAP. Baba just took out the high a day. We're going to go take a look at FXI.AM, which is your Chinese large cap ETF. Ooh. If FXI.AM is heading towards the high a day and also takes out the high a day, then no-brainer long on JD over here. Give it 50 cents wiggle room to the downside to 56. If 56 breaks, I'll hold the L over my head and I'll walk away from it. If 56 doesn't break, we're looking for 58 coming back into play. A nice $2 move back towards the high a day, baby. Let's go. And Target, after giving us a 50-cent move, moving back up north, so not liking that. We're going to jump out of that trade. Profitable trade nevertheless.
Do you ever follow K-Web?
What's that?
K-Web. It's
no,
a Chinese ETF as well. China.
Oh, it's a ETF.
Like the TXI that you were just talking about.
FXI.
FXI,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah,
I thought I'd mention that.
What is it? KWI? Oh,
KWEB.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never used it.
Yeah. All right. Guys, Baba is all the way up to in the 85.40s now. This one is going. I'm getting all sorts of angry at myself for having sold that. Immediately when I sold it, I knew I should have been waiting at least for the break of 85.60. That was the peak here. This is why I need to improve on my patience. But hey, the idea was right. Can I tell you something? Do you ever find that you have more patience to the downside than you have to the upside? So allowing yourself more room on your stop than allowing it to run to the high side? I seem to have that problem. Sometimes I find myself a bit more patient waiting for it to make it to my stop instead of getting out early than I do when it's on the high side and I'm taking profits. So that's something that I need to improve on. No doubt about that. Amazon breaking out a little bit above that, this level. Are we going to get long here? Did we put in an order to get long? Let me just flip back quickly. Yes, I've got a resting order here. Oh, that's on M. That's not on Amazon, Bradley, so I'm good for that. Oh, no, hold on. I do have an Amazon order here. I have it at 96.05, from 95.99 to 96.05. Okay, so we haven't touched that. This is the area where I'm looking to go long. So my resting order is above this break here. So I'm looking for the break of these two peaks, essentially through the break of 96. I think the high we got to there was, wow, 95.97. So I almost got triggered into the order there. Retracing a little bit now, the market is, as well as Amazon. Here's the general picture of the ES. Looks like we bounced off VWAP to the south side here, and we were trying to attempt to retake VWAP again, but not yet anyway, Bradley.
Currently looking at Coinbase. Coinbase today still down 2.5%. Let's quickly head over to see what Bitcoins are doing. Bitcoin still down on the day, but pretty much flat. Ethereum pretty much flat too. Shiba also flat. Dogecoin, Cardano, and Solana are pretty much a little bit more extended to the downside today. It looks like the market is at least for the bigger basket for crypto is to the red side, and Coinbase also bleeding off of that. Coinbase down 2.5%. Currently holding above VWAP, which is surprising to me. S&P 500 pulling back to the 50-period EMA. Here's the S&P 500 chart. I see Leroy Jenkins in the chat saying, I like Prad's layout. Hey, it's my layout. Don't use my layout. It's my layout. No, I'm joking. If you guys like it, if it helps you guys out, feel free, go for it. I'm always trying to improve the layout for you guys. So just recently included these three charts to the right side over here, which is the NASDAQ futures, the S&P 500 futures, and and the UVIXI. These three actually used to be on a second screen for me, and I always used to mention the market for you guys by looking at the second screen. But you know, why not just have it on the same screen for you guys, and that way I can have it up at all times, and you guys can constantly look at it. But these titles might be a little small, though, but I can't help it, guys. Those titles have to be that same length for you for those charts. Otherwise, it takes up too much room for my chart. All right, it looks comfy despite having 6 charts with level 2 and time of sales. That's exactly what I do have on my second screen, but, you know, whatever helps with the viewers, that's all it is. I got UVXY always on as well. Yeah, you always got to have barometers on the market to see what the market's doing, right? You always need to understand exactly where the market is at the current time being, and use that in relation to time your trades, like we did recently with the Tesla longs, even with the Tesla shorts, timed it with the market. Even when it comes to trading Apple, which I did earlier on today. Tried a couple shorts over here at the previous high of the day, failed. The market broke out, Apple gone with it. Then I tried again a couple shorts over here, which ended up working for me, gave me about a 50-cent scalp. And now Apple moving back towards the north side, turning green for the day and trading above 149. Ooh, look at that size on Apple. Instantly got taken out. Okay, staying away from it. 130 lots instantly got wiped out on Apple as the market. Ooh, why am I hiccuping? As the market's trying to move up north, so not gonna battle with this one over here. I'd much rather be short, closer to 150 on Apple.
DLO, I should have realized this one earlier. It's kind of moving decently here. What is this one?
Oh, JD, 30 cents in the money. Let's go.
Nice, Bradley. Local, it's a Uruguay-based company focused on global merchants to connect emerging markets, yada, yada. Does it have a headline? Let's see here. Maybe from yesterday, yeah. Okay, well, this one's pseudo headline. Could be a technical breakout. In any event, this one is moving. It's up 8.5% on the day. Sorry, okay. I guess I had filtered it in an incorrect way. This one's, yeah, I guess there's a 9 bottom here. It made its way up to 12, so not bad. I'll keep my eye on this one. It's above VWAP, so this one could be an interesting VWAP bounce here. Thought I'd mention that one. SATX is continuing to do SATX things. It is now curling back up to this area here, around that 49 after making a 43 dip. So nice little curl on this one. The high of day is still that 52.38. So, you know, obviously it's a halt candidate. So tread carefully with that one. Well, let's see how our Amazon long is doing. We're 20 pennies out of the money on this one, but yeah, I think that we'll reclaim VWAP here at some point. It looks like we're getting some consolidation in and around these futures. So if we can break VWAP here, maybe momentarily to the upside, I'll take some longs on that. I'm in a half position on Amazon at the moment. Currently not working for me though. Chaz says ARDX has the volume. Yeah, I saw that one earlier. I sat down and I was gonna trade it. I put it on my short list of stocks. Look how it's looking though. I mean, it's trading below VWAP and it's been selling off, in addition to the fact that it's already a dollar stock, which I don't like. So a lot of going wrong with this stock. It sold off at the market. It didn't even have a red to green move, which a lot of these ones have. Decidedly below VWAP, about 20 pennies below. So ARDX on my you-know-what list. I won't trade that at the moment. Not interested. Now Amazon coming back to my break-even point here. Let's see if we can break through that 96 level. There's 200. There's more. There's about 300 lots sitting there at 96. Not the biggest amount of size I've ever seen, but definitely causing some resistance here as we're topping out at that 96 level, flipping between 99s and 98s. Let's see if we can break through. Is this a recent level on Amazon, Bradley? 96. Let's have a look. AMZN. Is that an important level? Let's go back here and to the 30-minute chart.
Big buyer just showed up on Apple. 300 lots just came out of nowhere on 114, 149.16. 300 lots actually holding up on Apple bid right now, and let's see if they wipe it out. If they wipe that out, that's an easy short for me right away. But if they don't wipe that out, the buyer is now chasing it up. Are you kidding me? They moved it up to 149.20 and they got filled. So 300 lots is not a joke on Apple in my opinion. 300 add 2 zeros, that's 30,000 shares. times 149.17. That's about $4 million just came in as buying on Apple. So now look at the buying that follows throughs with it. This is the point of reading level 2 in time of sales, guys. A random buyer came in. I was short. I instantly jumped out of my short. I said, forget that. I'm not battling with the buyer. I'd rather have these people battle with the buyers. Let the algos and let the retail battle out with the buyers. Once they decide who's the winner, then I'll just leech off the winner over there. So no, I'm not gonna deal with that one. Look at that. A seller just showed up on 149.36, 35, and they wiped that level out instantly. So clearly buying coming in over here. The market's trying to go up north. S&P 500 sadly still down 1% on the day. NASDAQ, there's another seller here. Let's see if they wipe out that seller. And that seller's pulling orders and putting it back in. We're at 32 for that seller, 107 lots. The seller is now slowly bringing his orders down to 30s. Let's see if that seller shows back up. But there's a little bit of battle going in over here on Apple. If Luca was here, he would be absolutely screaming, wow, wow. But looks like our JD long that we had is working out. Thank you, JD. 30 cents per share profit coming in as Baba recently took out the high a day and the market's moving back up north. Quickly going back to Apple to see what's happening up with this battle. The buyers are still there and the sellers are getting scared as the S&P 500 marches towards VWAP and the NASDAQ marches towards the high a day.
Yeah, Amazon really having that huge fight here at 96. I think we printed 96.01s momentarily before flushing back down. So there's a really big battle between buyers and sellers at that 96. Let's see what the market continues to do. It looks like it's moving up towards VWAP, so that could propel Amazon to the high side. But a viewer in the chat, Team PJCT, wanted me to have a look at Baidu, and he suggested that I go short Baidu at 100. That's not a bad call. I mean, taking a 100 rejection there, it seems like a decent call if you can manage your risk. Looking at the daily chart to see if 100 is important. Let's see, yesterday it made its way up to $100.60, and the day prior to that went up to 101.82. So it looks like that 100 has been breached to the high side recently in a recent time frame. So it's not like there will be like a whole bunch of size sitting at that price, but I haven't really looked at the level 2, to be honest with you. So interesting. Thought I'd mention that to the viewers. Baidu 100 is in play. Yeah, I'm just basically nursing this Amazon long here. We're still break even on it, like 2-3 pennies out of the money. Looking for that 96 break to the high side. I'm expecting 96.20s, but this market needs to break through this VWAP area here. I mean, it did on this occasion, but it was an anemic break. Are we going to have a sustained break to the upside? We're down 38 and a half points on the day. That's almost 1%, 0.97%. So you figure we can retrace a little bit maybe, and then we'll get another decline power hour. Maybe that's what I want to believe just for this Amazon long though, Bradley.
Right on, yeah. I'm just watching Apple still to see if anything pops up for me to make a trade out of it. You know, itching to be short Apple for some reason, but maybe not the right idea. Just leave it alone, Prad, move on. S&P 500 now at VWAP and slightly moving above VWAP for the S&P 500 futures. S&P on the ETF side, though, has been above VWAP for a long time now. So here's S&P 500 on the 5-minute chart. As you guys can see, I did have some shorts on the SPY earlier on in the day, and as the SPYs are pulling back closer to that level 392, I might try some more shorts. So let me see if I can throw some orders around 392 for some SPY fills in order to rinse and repeat the same trade that I've been having all day. We'll give it a couple more minutes for it to pull back up to the north side, but looks like QQQ has actually cooled off its jets near the 100-period EMA, so we're gonna get into QQQ a little bit over here. QQQ, sadly though, however, a little bit of a stronger ETF than the SPYs today. Usually it's the other way around. The SPY is a little bit stronger than the QQQs. The tech baskets usually sell off a lot more, and and also there's only 100 stocks in the NASDAQ compared to 500 in the SPY. So it takes a lot of weakness for SPY to be really weak compared to NASDAQ, which it doesn't take that much weakness. If all the 100 stocks in the NASDAQ basket are weak that day. So basically the idea telling us that tech stocks are having some sort of a relief coming in. You saw NVIDIA today being green on the day. Sadly, NVIDIA now turning red. We saw AMD being green on the day, and AMD still green on the day. TSM, which 2 days ago came out with a positive catalyst about Papa Buffett being invested into them. Yesterday sold off a little bit, but today we got a nice green move right back to the same levels. A boring inside move though for TSM if you ask me, but not really boring if you look at the intraday move from 79 to 83. So imagine catching that long at 79, and even if you missed that 79 long, catching that 80 long, riding it up to 83, getting $3 per share profit. Mwah, gotta love that. Mamma mia. QQQ at the moment, 26 cents in the money. Looks like that short fill on QQQ was perfectly timed, but we kind of missed out our opportunity on getting that SPY short because we were adamant on being short 392 instead of 391.75. I'd be stingy for 30 pennies. I miss out on the trade. That's the nature of the game.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like the market rejecting, at least momentarily, off that VWAP level of 39.30. Yeah, that's like second time it's done that. You had that same movement around 10:30, and now at 11:50 we're getting the same thing. Unless we can this is just a momentary pullback, and then we'll retrace to higher levels. But it's kind of a common theme, I guess. We'll see. It's not working great for our Amazon short long there. We averaged in the 70s, so we're going to give that one a bit more room, and then we're going to have to call it quits, especially if this market continues to head to the south side. Chef Pratt in the building. Yeah, he added me, but he says Chef Pratt in the building, so not sure what's going on there. Diamond Realty of Miami tagged me, but says Chef Pratt in the building. Maybe
Probably because I'm
Sharif
cooking
Pratt.
it up, baby.
Maybe Sharif Pratt, CHEF.
Nah, I think Chef Pratt because I'm cooking it up.
Yeah, I know, but why would he tag me? That's what I'm thinking, right? Someone in the one of the viewers wanted me to look at Guild. So this is 3.5%, but it has a nice little pattern here on the 5-minute chart. Nothing that I'd write home about, nor is there the volume. So thanks for sending that, but that's not the kind of stock that I'm going to get into on the show. It's not doing enough. There's not enough volatility on it to make enough money. Let's see what SATX is up to. Has it done anything? No, pulling back now. Let's take this off the 5-minute chart. Here we go. Now it's pulling back into VWAP. Let's see if this. Yeah, there's close halt level here at 41.73, and this is the halt level we're working off here, 42.26, and that's what we talked about earlier. Look at these halt levels as levels from which to take dip trades or to take profits to the high side. So, yeah, so those are waiting. We're still waiting on Amazon. Yeah, Amazon looks relatively weak here compared to the rest of the market. This may have been the wrong one to choose. I think perhaps Microsoft or Google probably would have been a better choice. Microsoft looks uber strong here as we just retrace back to VWAP, but you didn't have that same retracement on Amazon. So Amazon looks like it's relatively weak, and if you were to take this trade market-wise, I think that the best one would be on Microsoft at the moment. Amazon retracing, but I'm just going to be patient with this one.
I just jumped into an Apple short, 1.4. So that buyer, when that buyer came in with 300 lots, $4 million worth of buying coming in on Apple randomly out of nowhere at the break of high a day. Those are the type of things you guys want to look for if you're trying to go long on the breakout setup, right? If you're taking an even dollar breakout, you want to see a big buyer come in. You want to see the buyer chasing the position up. You want to see other buyers front running that buyer and running the stock of the price higher. So things like that will help you, make that trade and even take more size than you previously would have, and that would have been an A+ setup. But something that noticing, as the market pulled up towards VWAP, S&P 500 right here on my right side screen that I'm circling for you guys, pulled up to VWAP and rejected. QQQ pulled up to the double top and is rejecting. Apple near 149.50 is where we are short right now, 149.47, and I'm giving it to the risk of high a day. Apple's high a day 149. 39.60. If that one fails on me, I'll take that loss and I'll move on. I'm okay with that. But I will be back at 150, which is where I wanted to short, and that's where I will be taking real size. The size I have on board right now on this Apple short, insignificant. It doesn't even matter. But it's the trade setup that I'm gonna focus on. And the trade setup right now, let's go Apple. The selling's coming in. The markets are pushing back down. Apple instantly 30 cents in the money. That means our QQQ short that we punched in not too long ago is 33 cents in the money also. Apple short was 30 cents in the money. QQQ short 40 cents in the money. And JD, we took profits on JD at 50 cents in the money. Looks like JD is now having a little bit of a problem in front of 57. So paper hands Prad, PHP over here today is going to take his profits and exit stage left as soon as possible because I don't want to turn any trade sour.
Waiting, seeing what's going on here. Baba retracing back to the 50 period, perhaps giving you an opportunity to re-enter. I'm not gonna take this trade. I'm not really convinced by it. I don't have a lot of conviction behind it. So I'll sit this one out, despite the fact that it's up 8.25%. This one could be making its way higher through 86. That's a level I thought maybe we would test today, 86. Ever since then, though, it looks like we topped out here at that peak, 85, 60s, high 60s, and now we're retracing back into 84, 60s. So a bit of a dollar drop off. The market continued to consolidate sideways. Not much to update you guys on at the moment. Sideways consolidation below VWAP on the market. We need to reclaim this to the north side in order force these longs to start working out for names like Amazon and the likes of that. But definitely Microsoft, the strongest of the bunch here. Google as well. Someone was asking me in the chat why Google is not moving with the market. It's relatively strong. Well, you always have names that are stronger on the day and some that are weaker. There we go. Amazon just flying to the high side here. So all of a sudden we're back in the money. We reclaim that. We reclaim VWAP quite aggressively here to the north side. What is causing this jump? Big boy jump here. So let's take a little piece out. Beautiful little piece out there. We'll take another piece out on the north side. We've got half the position left. Taking about even more there. So what do we got? We got a third of the position left, and then we'll get out of that remaining amount. Oh no, we got 17% left. Okay, we'll hold on to the 17%. A huge trade for us on Amazon. That went north side super quick. Very happy with that. That shows some patience here. Had the right idea. Let's take out the remaining portion there. So we're all out of Amazon. Very profitable trade. We're going to spin that money, baby, because that deserves to be spun. We average down on that one. Look at that. We get the average down here at 95.74, and we take out all the way up to 96.20. So big boy winner on Amazon, Pradley.
Yeah, that market pump was insane. Thank goodness I had my stops out going on to the north side. Did not take too much of a hit on the Apple short. And now that Apple is closer to 150, which is where we've been wanting it to be all day. Let's see if we can actually catch that short of Apple and ride it to the south side a little bit. Even SPY pumping up all the way to the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. We're trying a small little short attempt on the SPY ETF over here, which is slightly out of the money at the moment. Lots of volume coming in on the market at the moment, guys. UVXY also going to the downside. UVXY trying to go back to the lower days. If UVXY does manage to go back to the lower days, this market could easily keep on ripping. So be very careful. 393 now coming into play on the S&P 500 ETF for us to play with. And the NASDAQ futures, man, and the QQQ futures. What a monster move on both of them, respectively. Wow, gotta love it. This is why we say stop saves lives. Make sure you're using appropriate risk management. Make sure you're using appropriate risk management to help yourself from possibly taking damage that the market's presenting at the current moment, right? So be very careful. Timing. There's a saying that it's all about time in the market. That stands true if you're a long-term trader. But currently with the day trading and how the moves are coming in, let me just actually punch out for a couple losses over here real quick on Apple and SPY, because this market's really ripping. Look at that. We're getting above the 100 period EMA. I'm not gonna be battling the shorts just yet. I'll come back in later once the market's decided what it wants to do. But yeah, coming back to what I was saying, as a day trader, trader, your job is a lot about timing the market, not time in the market. So we got to be very accurate with what we're doing and when we're doing it.
Yeah, trying to find the reason for this move here. Jump to Financial Juice. Maybe they had something. What a move on Amazon. Still very pleased with that. Playmaker asks, ask Prad for 2 pumps. Playmaker wants 2 pumps.
He's making fun of you, bro. He's making fun of you. Just so you know.
Yeah, I got it from yesterday. I came in this morning and I stole some more of your hand cream, by the way. I just wanted
Bro,
to let you know.
I'm hiding that now. What the hell?
I'm robbing this man's hand cream. No, it actually smells really good. And, man, have you been noticing it's crazy dry lately? Have you been dry?
It's winter.
Yeah, I realize it's not winter, but
It's winter.
We're moving into winter.
It's winter. If
Yeah.
there's snow outside, it's winter. I don't want
Do
to
you have a
hear
humidifier
it.
in your house?
What's that?
Do you have a humidifier?
No, but we do have one in the office. We gotta turn it on.
Yeah, okay.
We do have one in the office.
That would help because my hands are crazy dry. Anyway, there's no lack of movement on this market, guys. Are you still in that target long?
No.
Because that is still
I was in a
going.
target short.
Oh, you were in a short.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, target flying here. Looking at my screen, 159.74 is the high. I think we're trading in the 159.60, so very close to high at day. Amazon continuing to pump up north, but the biggest one, to be honest with you, farthest away from VWAP is going to be Microsoft and Google. They're the most relatively strong on the day. This is Microsoft here. This is Google here. This is Tesla, Meta, Amazon, and Apple. Yeah, Apple's up there too, man. Jeez, Apple showing lots of strength. Looked like we touched 145s today. Now we're touching 150, so a nice $5 move on Apple. Amazon showing all sorts of strength. I haven't seen a red candle in sight. Look at that, 96.30s now. So big boy moves on these big cappers. Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just trying to time myself into this Apple short over here because 150 clearly is struggling to hold on the bids for 150. So just trying to have a better average closer to 150. That way I'm not giving it too much of leeway room on the short. It's basically here. Let me pull up Apple on this screen. That way we could tape read together if anything does pop up. The fact that we're not holding 150 on the bid means that there's not enough buyers showing up at these levels at this time of day at these highs. So they don't believe in it. Is my idea. If they don't believe in it, then I wanna be on the side that they believe in, which might be to the short side. We are seeing some good reds coming in, but I'm not seeing some blues come in, which is what. Oh, there we go. You ask and you shall receive. The universe works in such marvelous ways, right? So we're just attracting what we want to see at the moment. But our SPY shorts are 40 cents out of the money. Let me jump out of those bad boys. Thank God we're keeping our sizing very small at the moment. That way these losses that we're taking right now on this crazy long move that came out of nowhere doesn't really hurt us too much. So we got to be very careful, guys. I'll always make sure that when you don't know what's going on, you're not taking crazy shots with crazy size. When you do have an idea, when you know what's going on, that's when you put the risk on board. It's kind of like the same thing in regards to gambling, right? With gambling, though, sadly, if like for poker or whatever, you don't know exactly what cards the other person has. But over here, at least you know what cards everyone has. Everyone's trading the same number, the same price, and you kind of have an idea what cards everyone has. Does he have a double 2 aces up his sleeve? Does he have or 7-2 and they're trying to bluff us?
Oh, you want to hear this? Thank you for bringing this. A perfect segue. So listen to this. The head of compliance at FTX. Okay.
She's like 20 years old.
Wait, no, it's a dude. The head of compliance at FTX was from holding that office. What's going on?
Keep talking. Apparently, stream crashed. Keep talking. We'll just act like everything's good.
Okay. So anyway,
You were talking about FTX and they cut our internet out. Good job, man.
yeah, talking about. I know, right? So FTX is what I was saying, guys. I was telling Pradley that the head of compliance at FTX is the same individual that was the head of compliance on a poker website that back in 2010, they were basically seeing players' cards and that they had their own players concurrently playing their customers and knowing what their cards were. and it was exposed. It was a disgraced website. Forgive me, I don't remember the name of the site, but that's the same dude that was heading up compliance for that poker website. That's who SBF chose to head up compliance at his company. So you gotta now start questioning Sam Bankman-Fried's decision-making in building up the company, and this whole thing about it being a big mistake and them growing too quickly and outgrowing their bridges, so to speak, seems to be like it was a bit of a crock, to be honest with you. Let's see here. They're going to shut your channel if you talk about FTX. Diamond Realty wants me to say that's hilarious. So, yeah, I just wanted you guys to know that. So, all sorts of information coming out. And CZ, who is the CEO of Binance, was on CNBC Squawk Box this morning, and he was basically like laying it out and just saying how when they were inspecting the books were, they immediately knew that what was going on, and there was all sorts of trickery to hide the customer deposits and whatever. So all sorts of information like leaking out incrementally about that. But here we go. We're pushing a lot higher now on the futures, 39. A line here of 39.50 as an interesting level. Not sure where that's from. Again, the same problem as before, probably, where I have lines on my chart and I'm not sure what they're associated with.
I'm actually short here QQQs, trying to see if QQQs can pay me a little bit. The reason why is if you pull up the QQQ long-term chart on the 5-minute at least, you will see these bottoms coming in from 16th of November. We're exactly at the high of, so we're exactly at the lows of the 16th of November bottom. So I'm expecting a little bit of rejection to come into the markets over here. We're still sitting in our Apple shorts. We're waiting for QQQ to give us some fills around these areas to see if we could capitalize on this win to the downside, taking some more fills over here as you know, we are seeing some selling coming in onto the overall both of these markets for S&P 500 and QQQ. We're also seeing buying coming in, so that's awesome. You're doing a little bit of both things, so not what we wanted to do. So let's keep on watching these trades. We just had to pull out the NASDAQ market a little bit further to just focus on levels a little bit. So this level right here, we double bottomed on that day. We slightly pierced that level to the north side, so I'm expecting that level to act as a rejection and pull back down. Apple already paying us to the south side, 14 cents in the money on the Apple short. So Apple, which is the #1 weighted stock in QQQ and the S&P 500, if they both start pulling back down, we could expect the overall market to start pulling back down and really pay us some profits over here. Hopefully pay us back the losses that we just took on a couple other positions in front of you guys, such as the SPY too. We could also look to get back in the SPY here, but you know, I think I missed out on the move on SPY. I'd much rather just focus on QQQ at the moment and my Apple shorts at the moment, which both of them are looking to go down for the south side. In the meantime, while we're waiting for these trades to work out for us, let's go to Super Chat realm. Might have missed out on a lot of Super Chats today. I do apologize for that. Let's go see what how our wonderful community has showered us with gifts today. What in the heck is going on? Where are the messages, Bears versus Bull? Here they are. I hope these are it. Nope, those are not it. Bears versus Bull, Bears versus Bull. Stream down. Is this the one? This is the one. Awesome. Too many messages from Bears versus Bull. You know, we talk a lot. He's my friend. Well, at least my new best friend now. But here we go. The close from yesterday, Thursday Super Chats. The open. Looks like that one was covered. Trenchcoat Trader, brand new member. Welcome to the family, Trenchcoat Trader. You know, we love seeing brand new members coming in, and hopefully you enjoyed the show today and continue to enjoy the show. So please do hit the like button if you did. Nino coming in with the message. Ain't no love in the heart of the market. Ain't no love anywhere, my friend. Ain't no love anywhere. But that's where this community comes into place. If the markets ain't got no love for you, we gotta show love for each other. So come by over here in the YouTube chat, hang out with us Monday to Friday. We're live every single day, 8:30 to 4 o'clock. We got the love for you, baby. Trader TV Live. Abdi coming in with the LOGC got delisted. I'm guessing LOGC is Logitech. Nope, it's not Logitech. Not sure what LOGC is, but it's delisted now, so don't have to worry about that trade anymore, I guess, right? So just gonna leave that one alone. Thank you for the renewal membership, though. Kush Trades, welcome to the Trader TV Live family, Kush. Gotta love seeing people join the family every single time, even with slide.com over here. Welcome to the family. Mark Budd. Hello, Trader TV. Can you look at BABA? It looks as though it's squeezing. Enjoy the show every day. Well, we've been trading BABA almost every single minute of the day so far. You saw Sharif, you saw Neil, you saw Brendo, all of them trading BABA. So thank you for that €4.49. Hopefully you were able to find a trade for yourself in all of that. Dennis Barrios, brand new member. Welcome again. Welcome to the member Trader TV Live family. Akash, $2 super chat. Your biggest negative day, what happened, and lesson? That's a good question. We can dive into that real quick. Just what happened, just wanted to say I love you and have a blessed day. Thank you, Devin. I love you too, my friend. And you have a blessed day. We will see you back tomorrow if you're done for the day. So that question from Akash, your biggest negative day, what happened, and the lesson? My biggest negative day was not too long ago, actually, if I'm thinking about it. What happened? I got into a bad trade. I let that bad trade spiral me into a tilt. If you're a poker player, you know what tilt means. You go into this bad trading mode. You start revenge trading. You start breaking your own rules. You start breaking your own setups. You start doing crazy things all over the place that you should not have done, and that in return leads to you getting damaged. So that was what I learned. Ever since then, I've been very quick to nip that in the bud. I think that's the saying, nip it in the bud.
Yep.
And fix anything that I see right away. If I do notice that I'm trading poorly, or if I am getting into that mindset of revenge trading, I just get up and go for a walk. I go for a walk and I come back after a 4-minute walk, 5-minute walk, get some fresh air, overthink to myself a little bit about my bad trades, and then come back and look for good trades.
Another very interesting question to build on what you were just saying right now. Kazimanuki, I can't say that word at all, sorry. Your name, I hope I didn't butcher it. He's like, how do you guys stay positive live on air when you are losing?
How do you stay positive? Well, you guys have seen me been times when I'm losing, so it's not an easy thing to do at all. It's actually pretty hard if you ask me, but it takes practice, man. It takes practice. If you kind of put yourself in the LeBron James mentality, right, where I'm not calling myself LeBron of the market or anything. I'm just saying if you
espouse some of his ideas, though, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so if you get into that mindset a little bit, people are paying thousands of dollars to sit courtside to come watch me. I can't let my mood on that day not let me perform to my fullest.
Gotta be a professional.
I gotta be a professional. I gotta perform. I'm a professional performer, and I have to do that, right? So that's my job. Bad days happen to everybody. I have had it on my face. I show my emotions on my sleeve. I wear my heart on my sleeve and all that. But you're losing. Who cares? You got 4,000 people watching you, and they don't want to see that negativity. They want to see positivity. They want to see some fun. They want to see education. They want to see content.
For sure.
Otherwise, why would they come back? And if they're not coming back, the chances of me being in this seat and having this job are slim to none because of my own actions. So I would be jeopardizing myself by bringing in my negativity, which I have done in the past, which I apologize for. I apologize for my negativity that I bring into the show sometimes. But hey, I'm human, I'm growing, I'm trying to improve. I think we can all do that together in this wonderful community, baby.
No question. I'm thinking Baba long here, to be honest with you. I don't know how you feel about this. So you had a really good timing on M earlier, but Baba seems to have created a little bit of a bottom on this one. I'm thinking maybe I'll be looking long Baba here. The only thing is I don't want to give back any of these profits. I hate how that holds me back, but that's how I think of it. There's Aaron machine gunning some sneezes back there, as he typically does. It wouldn't be a regular weekday if Aaron wasn't machine gun sneezes. Yeah, okay, Amazon's still moving, Baba's still moving. I'm up on the day. I'm 2 for 2 at the moment. I don't want to give back much money, so it's got to be like a sure trade for me to get in. And it looks like I could have been already 20 pennies in the money if I had taken this Baba long. Jeez. Abdi, I told you already, I'm not looking at DraftKings today. DraftKings does not interest me. It's within a range. I'll look at it one more time, DKNG. And it is up 0.81% on the day, and it has low volume. This stock is not for me, my friend. I wish you all the luck with it. BABA is where I'm looking, though. This was the bounce here off that, like, it's not an 84 bottom, but I mean, 84, 86, and then you could take like the second 1 minute candle to make a new high. If you really want to wait for confirmation, then you would have been 50 pennies in the money already. So kind of kicking myself for not taking that long on BABA. Even though I saw it, geez, that's the way she works out, I guess. I'm also looking at Coupang. I saw that Coupang here. It's not really doing a whole lot of volume. What's the volume on this? 3 million shares, but it's built itself a little bit of a flat top here at 20. So have a look at this, guys. Let's zoom in. This is the $20 level. Look how many times it's rejected off that level. You know, it got to it here and a couple of other times, but it has not been able to break through. Let's load this bad boy up on a side screen and look at the tape, see if anything we can glean from Coupang at the moment. CPNG, I believe that is an NQ stock. No, I'm wrong. CPNG is New York. There we go. So load. There we go. So this one, all right. We got how many lots here? We got 3. We got 500. This is a 675, 700. So we got a lot of shares here. We got almost 800 lots sitting at 20. Not that much above it at the 2001, 2, 3. I don't see too much. In terms of buyers here on the tape, nothing really to support us if there was a flush down. I don't see too much size here at 97, 96, 95. These levels are unsupported, but that level at 20, guys, look at that size at 20, and it's been holding up, mind you, since 11:51. So yeah, it's going on half an hour now. Now I looked at the daily chart on Coupang, and I saw that we broke 20 like just a few days ago. This goes back to 11/11, whatever day that was. I think that was Friday or something. It looks like we got to the high of 2043 on that day, and we had also broken it the day prior. So 20 has been broken. The real good level from a longer term perspective is that break of 2150. That's the one here that we haven't broken, going back a ways, at least to the early summer. So 2150 is in my sights here, but I don't think we'll make that today. I think the break of 20 here is the better play. Whether or not there is any legs to that breakout or whether we retrace, that's a whole different story. Before I send it back to Prad, Azam asking me, Netflix hitting resistance could be a good short. Let's have a look at Netflix, NFLX. NFLX, flip back here. Hey, what's this guy doing? Okay, so here we go. NFLX down 2.8% on the day. Looks like we opened in and around, where are we open up around that 295 area. Is the high. We're near highs. We're at 297.15. Looks like the low is 291, so almost a $10 range. This has been a strong stock going back at least, a couple of weeks now. Like, look at the move that it had in mid-October. Yeah, sure, it retraced when we got the bad prints on the CPI and whatnot, but then it made new highs. So if anything, Netflix looks like it's creating a newer macro trend. I don't want to say, what is the word I'm looking for? Intermediate trend. So the long-term trend obviously is down, right? The intermediate trend, or this could be the short-term trend, depending on what your term is. The whole point is there's a change in trend here. It looks like if we can break through that 315 level or so, that we'll have newer highs on that, and that we may get continuation. So that's more of a macro perspective. But Netflix on the day, not something I'm interested in. It's down 2.8% today. I'd rather play the names that are close to daily highs or trending higher. So Coupang is on my watch list going into the afternoon. So is Baba, and so is Amazon, Bradley.
Yeah, guys, I see that the stream keeps crashing. We apologize. Probably not on our end. Might be something on YouTube's end. I do apologize for that. The best thing I can tell you is just keep refreshing the stream. Hopefully it fixes it. We'll see what we can do with that one. The market is pulling back, so it looks like the QQQ shorts we had were picture perfectly timing, baby. We're getting a nice little timing coming in on QQQ over here, bringing it back to the south side. We're about 30 cents in the money on QQQ, 20 cents in the money on the Apple shorts. Still waiting to see if these trades can end up being a banger of a short to the south side for us. Looks like that 8 o'clock candle, usually not a significant candle, but that 8 o'clock candle really coming in to help us where to time that short. But more importantly, I wasn't shorting it off the 8 o'clock candle. I pulled up the long-term chart. I noticed the double bottom over here on November 16th, which allowed me to short the back through off that level on November 16th. So we're still waiting for this trade to be profitable, still waiting for it to be a winner for us. Some patience will for sure be required in order to see if it will end up being that way. Apple now back to being flat on the position as it's pulling back to 150. We're expecting 152 reject on Apple. If it doesn't, not sure what we can do about that, obviously, because the market, we did see some buyers coming in on Apple not too long ago. Those buyers might still be here, ready to smack the market to the downside. Let's see what other stocks are showing up on the scanners. Looks like Nvidia is showing up on the red side scanner near 158. Currently trading at 158, down 0.5% on the day for Nvidia, which was previously positive on the day. Looks like we're having some struggle over here for this position. I'm actually going to add a little bit more to my Apple short currently because we're back closer to that 150 area. Not giving it too much of risk around this area for myself, so I could take a little bit more size in order to see if we can get a nice little win off of that. The fact that QQQ shorts are already 20 cents in the money, I'm expecting Apple to pay us in the same way.
This guy's wearing all his merch today, eh? Got the Hennessy. Baby. He was wearing the Trade Ideas zip up earlier. This guy's sporting all the merch.
You know it, baby. Yeah, when you're getting blessed by the show, and your friends might as well be blessed. And wear all the fun free stuff that I'm getting, and right perfect time too. My wardrobe was kind of getting outdated. I was getting bored of my own wardrobe, so it was perfect timing. Now I don't have to spend my money, more money that I could spend on Ubering back and forth to work and home, and keep pumping Uber stock over there.
I know, honestly, eh? Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look. Bradley was looking at Apple. I popped up Apple too. I see that we're closing in on that 39.50 on the futures. So on the S&P, the MES, the December contract. So this one, let's see if we can break through that level. I think that will have a nice little impact on the big cap stocks, but 150 still acting as a resistance on Apple. Good luck on that short, Bradley. I was looking up at my big cap 6 over here to see which one was the most relatively strong, and Apple stood out to me because I guess it kept testing 150. So instead of having a declining angle, it had a bit of a flat angle. Amazon pulling back, Microsoft pulling back. Microsoft to me was really relatively strong this morning, as was Google. They're all farther above VWAP than most of the other ones, but Apple here looking like it's also relatively strong. I don't have any trades that I'm really excited about at the moment. I was looking at BABA. I mean, this is the trade that I missed on BABA. I'm peeved about that. I would have been $1 in the money, but that's whatever. We're positive on it, and that's good to go. Coupang now rejecting off that $20 top, retracing back into 1980s now, really retracing there. Let's see if there's any important resistance levels that we can take a nice little dip trade off. I see 1981, 1980-ish area possibly. This is the 50 period that it just broke through, so that 1990 is not of importance anymore. So let's see if we can we'll possibly take a little bit of a bounce here and then retest that 20. Maybe we don't even have to break through it. I'm going to take a baby long here. Let's go ahead and put, what's this thing doing? Let's go ahead and put this through. So we'll get long at 1984. I'll give this to the break of 1980. I'm literally going to risk 4 pennies on this because the chart allows me to see it that way. So 1979, we're going to take out our position. We'll give it to 9, just in case it gets crazy, 1977. So there we go. We got our out. We're looking for the retracement. We're not an actual break there. I think I might be punched out almost in 1 second there. Makes its way down to 1979, and I'm already out of that one. So a quick little loser on Coupang. Doesn't mean much. What is that? 5 penny loser. Sucks to be me, Brad.
All right, funny stuff going on in the office over there. That's why I love the office, man. The few days where we were working from home, I'm a homebody. I love sitting at home, but it was getting a little boring and a little stale. So I was so glad to be called back into the office, to have such an environment to be sitting in, and that's what we're trying to provide in the chat for all of you guys, right? It's boring sitting at home trading by yourself. So this YouTube chat, this YouTube community, and incorporated with that Discord chat that we have going on, that way you guys can carry on the conversations past 4 o'clock into the Discord group. So do !Discord, guys. Go sign up for our free Discord. You have to pay absolutely nothing to be in there. Lots of fun conversations happening throughout the day about the market, about other stuff too, like sports. People in the chats over there, like myself, talk about sports betting and whatnot. So if you want to be part of that, do !Discord. Click on that link, sign up for it, and come hang out with your boys. Looking at NVIDIA right now, NVIDIA really pushing the south side, and the market's also pushing the south side. So QQQ shorts now 50 cents in the money, and the Apple shorts are 21 cents in the money. So it looks like we did time the market pretty perfectly over there. And now if these shorts really pull back and we break that 300 period EMA to the downside, I'm going to love it. I'm still waiting to see what the news was for that possible spike that the market had around 12 o'clock. The news?
The news?
The news, yeah, the news. That's what I need to deal with this market moves today. But the news is what I'm looking for as to why the market had that random volume spike that took it above VWAP, above the 100-period EMA, right to the lows of November 16th for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Actually, I don't know if the SPYs did that. Let me quickly do this. Double click here. Let's see if the SPYs did move all the way back to November 16th lows, and looks like they didn't. So QQQ is the only one that moved all the way there. SPYs are still slightly under the November 16th low. So I think that's pretty much a bearish indicator for me. If SPY didn't pull up and only QQQ did, and now QQQ is getting ready to go back down, I think the rest of the market should do so. 50 cents in the money on QQQs, 20 cents in the money on Apple. NU, New Bank, I believe this was also another stock that Berkshire Hathaway was invested in. Yeah, so NU, TSM, and Occidental, the three latest companies that Berkshire announced their stake in, and all of them did have a pretty good pump right after the announcement of the stake, but sadly, NU did go right back to the downside, and here today, down 9%, actually triggering SSR at one point. SSR happens when a stock goes down 10% or more, making it harder for you to short the stock, because you cannot take out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to tick higher in order to give you the fills on the short side.
Yes, sir. Coupang really aggressively selling off that $20 rejection. Now we're printing somewhere in the high 1950s. So for a stock that really took its time getting up to the high of day, it really did not take its time retracing off that high of day. So Coupang, yeah, it looks like quite aggressive, but this could be a nice little dip area here. I think we just touched VWAP, so I got into this one before and it didn't work out for me. So we're gonna give this another try here. We're gonna get long at this level, and I'm gonna give it below the break of VWAP. So VWAP is not really, on my platforms are a little different right now. So the level that I will get out at is that 1958. I'm long 1965. So I'll give this one 7 pennies. Let's go ahead and put that stop out now. 1958, and I'll give that to 55 in case it really jettisons down.
Jettisons? What is that?
It goes fast. 19. You're
Jesus,
funny.
man, take it easy.
This guy, you always make me laugh, Bradley. There we go. 19. So you confused me. Now 1958 is what I'm giving it to, and I'm going to get out 1955. This one's still holding 1960s for the moment. Let's see if this VWAP hold is going to be a legitimate VWAP hold, or we're just going to flush down. MN sending 15 euros. He says, "Hey, Prad, I only trade futures, but I follow the channel for the equity news and comments, as they are faster for me than news RSS. So thanks for the good job. Shout out to you, Bradley. You're always keeping this man
Shout out
updated.
to the whole Trader TV Live family, man. It was, without Brendo, without Neil, without Sean, I wouldn't be here. And without Brendo, the news wouldn't be here. Like, you think I'm actually doing the research as to what's going on in the market? Brendo is the one who's doing all the hard work for us and using the tools such as icon terminals and all that. So that congratulations goes to all of the Trader TV Live family, even the dummies in the back over there with the cameras and so on. Even they get the congratulations on that side. So thank you for all the kind words over there. We love doing all this work that we do for you guys. And all we ask, we don't even get that sometimes, just to get us to 3K likes.
Yeah, where are we at the moment?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to see. Get us to 3K likes. See, we're only at 2K likes. So the only thing we ask for you guys is to hit that like button. Help us with the YouTube algorithm. I honestly believe the subscriber count for this show is very, very lacking compared to all the other nonsense YouTubers who do do trading. They have way more subscriber count for way less content that they're pumping out there. So if you really believe that we are as good as that you guys say on a day-to-day basis, then let us see that through the like count being pumped up to the north side. Yesterday we got up to 2.7, 2.8. Let's get to 3K. 3K every day for the morning show and the midday show would be a pretty decent number, and also 2K for the closing show would also be a pretty decent number. So for all the 2,200 of you who have already hit that like button, my thanks to you guys. For the rest of you who have not hit that like button, come on, are we not worth it? Hit that subscribe button too, because I don't think you can talk in the YouTube chat without being subscribed. So for everyone who's in the YouTube chat, clearly you are subscribed already. But if you're wondering why you can't talk in there, you're not subscribed. And if you're not subscribed, you're gonna miss out on one of the best YouTube communities out there in the world. A lot of people in the chat with green names. And if you're wondering how you yourself can get a green name over there, click on the join button. You'll see a pop-up box come out with Brendo explaining to you exactly what having a membership entails with Trader TV Live family. Looks like we actually changed the logo on YouTube. We recently changed the logo on YouTube, but I'm gonna have to pick a beef with whoever changed it because there's a little bit of white on the top over here. We gotta be perfect, guys. We gotta be perfect. Whoever changed this, we gotta get rid of that little white outline. That's poor Photoshop skills right there. Just calling out my employees right on live. That's how I go.
I know, probably savage.
Go to the YouTube homepage, click on store. We got lots of merchandise with our logo, with our some of the merch that you've seen us wear on the show over here. Feel free to go buy some merch. I'm still waiting for that bang towel, boss man.
Oh yeah, and I'm getting a black I'd rather be trading hoodie. I'll be wearing that on the show, no question about that. I'll be wearing that outside of the show. I want to tell people I'm a trader, and that's an easy way to break some ice with a lot of people anyway. And people always have a zillion questions as soon as they find out you're in the stock market. Oh, this,
yeah, what should I buy? What should I sell?
What should I do about that? But it ends up being really intriguing conversations. You never know what they have to offer too. They have some interesting life experience, especially for long-term holders like the old folk, like my pop's generation, the boomers. They'll tell you all sorts of stuff about the 80s, 70s, and you know what? You may not think it's relevant, but all that life experience, trust me, it comes into play later on. All right, guys, I'm long coupang here, still holding a couple of pennies in the money, 1965, looking to take that VWAP bounce, possibly maybe retrace back into the 1980s, at least a 50-period moving average, which I see, at the low 1980s. So that's my objective on that one. And then maybe we'll hold for that 20 break again. But a lot of sellers stepping in here, and to be honest with you, my gut is starting to tell me that the way in which we're moving at these levels, that this was just a momentary pop-up and to short this pop. So to be honest with you, I'm going to get out of this trade. I'm going to get out of it for a 2-penny loss, and I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to go short. I'm going to go short this stock. I think that this was a short the pop type situation, and that VWAP will not hold here. Remember how I was complaining to the other day that I got so fixated going one way, long, short, whatever I was, and I couldn't see the other side of the trade, even though it existed and was presenting itself to me? I think that this is one of those situations. I hope I don't have to eat my words here, but I'm in the money on the short. That's what I thought, baby. We're already big boy in the money here, already 10 pennies in the money. Yeah, so not too bad. We're happy with this one, Bradley.
Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. I'm still waiting for my Apple and QQQ shorts to pay off. So let's see what the chat is looking at the moment. Derek Taylor saying check Macy's for sure. Let's go check out. No, shot Macy's at a new high day.
Yeah, I was watching that.
Ah, man, we had a pretty good dip by long too. Did I not say this is the
You
bottom?
did. Yeah, you
this
called
is the
it, man.
bottom.
You called it.
And it rips up to the north side. We had a pretty good out on it. We had a long over here on Macy's. We had another long over here on Macy's. So we traded it pretty well according to my opinion. And no complaints on that one for myself. So congratulations to anyone who went long on Macy's with me and is still holding some shares for this new high day at 22.36. Looks like the market wants to pull back a little bit more as my QQQ shorts are now 60 cents in the money. And Apple also pulling to the south side, 23 cents in the money on that one. The market is paying us, ladies and gentlemen. We love getting paid. Money in the bank. Show me what you got. I got money.
I love this
in
guy.
The bank.
We love
Show
getting
me what you
paid.
got.
Yeah, most people do. I love that. Yeah, it's just like such an obvious statement, but it's actually very accurate. I mean, it keeps you motivated and wanting to trade when you get paid. And it's one of those jobs, guys, where like, unlike a lot of other things, you know instantly whether you're right or wrong. You have like that instant reward or rejection, so to speak, like, because that's just the nature of the business. Say you were like a lawyer or something, you had like a case, you know, you may not find out the decision for like a couple of months or whatever. So you could just stay in that kind of state of ambiguity for a little bit. And this one, no, you know immediately. I'm wrong, I'm right, you know, and then you can decide whether to get back in. So a little bit of an interesting dynamic to the job, to be honest. All right, switching back here to BABA. We were looking at this one for a long earlier. It's kind of pulling back and creating lower highs, a bit of a little trend line here to the top side that you could create this neckline. The break of this neckline here, I don't want to call it the neckline, but the break of this trough here and the break of this trough here are going to be telling what happens in and around those areas. Those are decent areas of support. Let's switch to the 3-minute chart so we can see if those levels are valid on that chart as well. It looks like the more valid area is going to be the break of that 83.85. The other level that I just identified, the 84.25, doesn't look as valid on the 3-minute chart. So 83.85. Let's switch to the 5-minute chart and see if, yeah, so definitely that 83.85. If it breaks that level, that's the 20-period moving average on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to set a short below that level. So below 83.85, if it breaks through that, I want to be part of BABA to the downside. So go 83.84. We'll take that one short and we'll give it to maybe 83.79. So we'll give it 5 pennies in case it kind of just like blows through there. I don't want to say jettisons again, Bradley, so you're going to get upset.
I didn't get upset. I was just wondering what the word was. I've never heard it in my life, but it makes sense. The Jetsons, like the TV show.
Hey.
Like, yeah, I've watched the TV show Jetsons before, but I've seen it in Hindi before.
Oh,
In
okay.
India, the Flintstones, the
Yeah,
Jetsons,
we're
the
the
Jetsons,
Flintstones.
all of those. Yabba dabba doo. And
Yeah.
that's what we're saying right now for the QQQ shorts, baby. Yabba dabba doo, as we're 70 cents in the money to the downside. The shorts are paying. QQQ is in the money, ladies and gentlemen. And recently took some profits to the downside, holding some size to see if we can get a bigger move for ourselves, waiting to see how the market reacts with the 100-period EMA as we are slightly going down. Sadly, though, Apple not really doing what I wanted to do. Apple still trading in the high day ranges, not really breaking 149.70 just yet. So just got to wait patiently to see if Apple will start crumbling a little bit, or does it want to just, be headstrong and not really move at all, which would be very sad, obviously. Let me just quickly do this. Bang, bang, taking some profits on the QQQ.
Bang, bang.
And we shot me
Shot me down. Bang, bang.
Taking some profits and recreating my stops overall. Looking for what the markets are doing and where, targets at 159. Okay,
Retracing
target.
a
Oh,
bit.
it came back. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it's
We went to
retracing.
almost 160. 159 was where we shorted it earlier, but now we're back to 159, but holding it on the bids. So don't want to be really short in target over here at 159. Maybe if we do get an opportunity to short target at 160, it was a stock that came out with a negative catalyst. It was weak yesterday. Maybe we could repeat that weakness one more time to the south side. Looking at the scanners one more time, a stock that stands out is actually Barclays. Barclays popping up, a bank Bang popping up as it takes out the high day, a new high day coming in at 752. Well, not really a new. I think this is the same previous high day coming in again. Markets are going back up. Our 70-cent winner on QQQ is now only 35 cents in the money, and Apple right back to 150.
John Ellis saying, LOL Jetsons. Jettison is a sailor term for chucking stuff overboard. Yeah, I don't know. I think it may be used interchangeably. Like, I don't think that's the only context in which it can be used. But hey, you may be right. I'm too lazy to Google anyway, to be honest with you. Let's have a look at what is moving. Some people saying SATX is moving again in the chat. Let's pull that up. That's the big halting stock from earlier this morning. No, it's the volume's completely dropped off. What could possibly interest you about this stock? We're not even seeing candles develop. We're seeing blips, flat lines, because there's no volatility in the price. So this one, despite the fact that it's at VWAP and despite the fact that it's up 71% on the day, is not tradable at the moment. I don't even know what the spreads are on this one. SATX, let's have a look. Yeah, it's a 10-penny spread, maybe a bit more. So not too bad, but definitely not what it was earlier in the day. So I won't be trading that SATX on my you-know-what list at the moment. Let's flip to the scanner here, bring down the scanner so you guys can follow along what I'm trying to look for stuff to move here. We're doing this for you for the show, but to be honest with you, if I was trading not on the show at the moment, I'd be sitting on my hands. The market not really presenting too many opportunities. Remember that one earlier this morning, that small capper, ARDX? Let's see what that one's up to. Oops, did I type that in correctly? ARDX. There we go. Let's bring that over. Okay, so that looked like it reclaimed VWAP. I mean, what happened to my chart there? Let's pull that up. ARDX. There we go. Okay, so this one had been below VWAP, and someone in the chat mentioned that earlier to me when it was near day's lows. It was around $1.56. It's since moved up to $1.86, reclaiming VWAP, at least for the time being, but not really showing me it's doing well. I mean, the volume is definitely up what it was earlier in the day during that 11 o'clock period. So this one, I'll keep an eye on this one. ARDX, still a possible play into the afternoon, but you know, I don't like the fact that it's $1, even $2. I like them $5, $6, something like that, Bradley.
What's that?
The price of the stock. I don't really enjoy trading stocks in $1 range or in that range, to be honest with you.
Wow, big man. Man wants a lot of volatility.
No, I don't mind the not $1 volatility,
Okay.
dollar price.
Oh, yeah,
dollar
yeah.
volatility is fantastic.
Yeah,
What do you think? I'm nuts?
Man wants a $5 volatility. Okay. Talking about volatility, though, where is the VIX today? Let's go take a quick little look at the VIX. The VIX is at 24 and pretty much back to the ranges that we're used to. Obviously, a VIX of 50 would be something to dream about. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
But the
haven't been there in a
lack of
while.
liquidity, the lack of volume, not sure if we get anywhere close to that anytime soon as the QQQs pull right back to the north side. Apple stopping me out of my short just now, and QQQ still in the money, but it looks like QQQ might also stop us out over here as
Apple
we're pushing
breaking.
right back to the high day. Apple breaking, you say? Yeah, Apple is indeed trying to go up to the north side, but looks. What I noticed right now on Apple is a lot of inverse gateways around 150.11. So let's see if those orders show up again. They're not too much size. This is not size. This is just the fact that multiple inverse gateways are trying to short at 150.11 on the stock. What my guess is, those are all stops.
Okay.
I'm guessing those are all stops. So here's Apple getting back below 150, just like that, and I don't want to get stopped out again on this trade. So I'm going to take less size over here. Let's see if we can actually catch a winner on the shorts for Apple. I think that was just a little bit of stop runs, and then they start flushing again.
Think
but
so?
you know, Apple was a pretty strong stock back in the day too after the earnings report coming out, and it launched all the way up to 155 if I remember correctly. That's when I was saying I'm $10 in the money on my long-term account. Let's go. But now sadly I'm only $5 in the money on my long-term account as Apple is trading near $150. QQQ pulling back to that November 16th lows, and S&P 500 pulling back to 3950. I'm expecting all of these to show us some rejection. Look at UVXY, the bottom most left chart. Let me actually bring it up a bit. The bottom most left chart over here, now it's the main chart that you guys see. UVXY actually moving to the north side from the lows. If volatility index is showing you a move to the upside, then that means the market most likely going to the south side. Not 100% set in stone rule, but it's something that we have noticed before. Let's see if we can trade that one more time. Here's Apple, now 20 cents in the money, or 9 cents in the money, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was telling Steph the other day, I'm like, I got into Apple in my long-term account in the mid 130s, and then I started telling my buddy, who's a long-term investor, he doesn't day trade at all. I'm like, yeah, I'm long Apple 135. I got a great adjusted cost base, and I'm holding. We're gonna hold into the 180s, and I sold in the 150s. And then he just laughed at me. He's like, you're just a trader at heart. You can't do it, right? And there's a part of me that just wants to claim those profits. But let me tell you why. This dude. Right, my buddy, shout out to Alfred. What time is it? 12:43. So I can send. His name is Alfred.
Does he work for Batman?
No, he doesn't, but funny. Yeah, shout out to Alfred. This guy, he bought Square proudly at $38 in March 2020. He was buying when nobody had the guts. So I gotta shout this guy out. And he held it over 200, whatever. What did it hit? 250, 300?
Bro.
And now it's back into the 70s. And he didn't cash out.
What?
So that's my nightmare scenario where that will happen to me. But this guy, he just holds. And his dad was like that. His dad held gold through the tough times, and that's where he got his capital from. He inherited a bunch of gold, and then he was able to kind of liquidate that and start his equities trading. And yeah, so I don't know. I don't have what's it called? What is it called?
Diamond
the internal
hands.
composition to be able to do that. Yeah.
No diamond hands on the show right now, at least. Paper hands all across the board, but at least in those paper hands, that means we're making money. We're taking profits. Usually diamond hands, they never sell. They never take profits. They only hold all the way back down to zero. And they're like, hey, I held it. I'm a monster.
How about diamond hands?
Look at me ride this roller coaster. Okay, congratulations to you, diamond hands. Welcome back to McDonald's workforce. Right?
That's so polarizing. That's very extreme. No, I wouldn't hold it I wouldn't look at it like that. But just at least take some out proudly. You don't have to liquidate the entire position, but take out a quarter. You're up 4. The number was at that level. See some of it out. Nah, he wants to hold the entire thing. And now what are we at on Square? Let's flip here quickly. Let's go up to our fintech. Square, guys, is at 67. So he's up 100%. He bought it at 38, almost 100%. No, less than 100%. But the fact of the matter is, he could have been way more. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I know people who bought AMCs in the lows, and they loaded up, and they were up $500,000 or even up millions of dollars, and they didn't take any, and they watched it come all the way back down. They did not have a stop in profit. They didn't have a trailing stop or anything. And now they're basically just bag holding it, cursing the stock, cursing the CEO, and basically saying, I'll take it out even if I can get to break even. So, it happens.
And the split, too, that came after that. The ape split.
That ape split was ridiculous. Currently, I'm getting squeezed on Apple shorts. Apple right back to the high day. QQQ trying to push up north and waiting to see if I should get stopped out on this one. Most likely should, not waiting. Come on, Apple. What are you doing above 150 when the markets are red today? Apple almost up 1 full % on the day now, and some buying coming in. So we'll actually jump out of that one right there. Not going to hold it much longer. That would be stupid of me. As soon as I see that buying come in, now I have to jump out. Look at that, 1,000 share orders coming in. A lot of green orders coming in. So just be careful on the short side for Apple. Thankfully, QQQ still in the money. Not much size left on the QQQ shorts for ourselves. We are in the profit for QQQs. Apple, which was in the profit, did turn red for us. Same thing for the SPYs. We were in the profit for the SPYs, and that too turned red for us. But that's the nature of the game today. I've seen Load in the chat saying today has been crazy. I was green, then I red, then I'm back to green. Today has been wild. Hey, I'm with you right there. I'm with you right there. Today has been absolutely wild. The markets were starting off red. They bottomed out at one point around 3,900. Well, 3,910 to be specific, but I'm just going to call it 3,900. And then now moving right back to 3,950, a good 50-point move in the market.
I know you already talked about this yesterday, but there's a question for you here. Prad, where are you looking for buying and selling pressure? Can you explain, please? Do you want to get into that? You were just saying on Apple right now, you were like, no, there's no way I'm going to stay short when all this buying is coming in. And so obviously the price action is speaking for itself, but I guess maybe something on the tape you're seeing that you didn't like?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So where am I looking, where am I seeing the buying come in? It's right here, like the greens and the yellows or the blues and the reds.
Yeah.
How much size is coming on those levels? Let's actually filter it for 199 instead, and then we can see a little bit more
The bigger stuff.
bigger size, exactly. We can see 200 shares or more is the only prints that you're going to see on the time of sales. And based off of that, are they coming in the red and the blue side, which is the short side, or are they coming in on the yellow and the green side, which is the long side, or are they coming on the white color, which is on the mid prints? There's a lot of liquidity on the mid prints apparently around these prices. So usually there's a saying on the floor that if you are getting filled on mid prints, you're probably on the wrong direction.
I know, I see it. By the way, fault tolerant, that's hilarious name. Not that I'm making fun of it, but thank you. Yes, I do see Kupang, and I'm still in that short, baby. This is looking like a possible flat bottom breakdown, that pattern that I love so much, where you have an aggressive breakdown to the downside, then a period of sideways consolidation. Let's get printed at that one, baby. Come on, give me that print. There's only a 1 penny spread. Print me on that 51. Let's go. And did it just really bounce? No, that's a dark pool print. Okay, I thought it bounced back up to the 60s. There we go. Our first out on Kupang. We're going to spin that money, baby. We held this one for a while. We were holding it. There we go. Panned out. This is a flat bottom breakdown as I anticipated. Let's see where we're going to take our next piece out here as we make newer lows. Are we going to have the $50 hold at this point? I don't see any particular buyers here on the level 2 that would really support. There we go. Moving down. Exactly. Let's get some 48 prints on the ask there, and I'll take some out. Yeah, this was a bit of a, there are 47 prints. We take out more there. There is the triangle, baby, that beautiful green profit triangle that I love seeing. This is a flat bottom breakdown. Sorry, this is what I was saying before I started getting hyper about my profits. This is an obvious area of decline. Then you have a nice period of consolidation where it's range bound, and then you get the continuation down. This is a repeatable pattern. It's not always going to work out. It's not 100% proof, but like I would say, you know, you've got a good chance of this one panning out. A big move down, a sideways period of consolidation, and then a continued move down. I always look for these flat bottom breakdowns, Bradley.
Right on, mate. Looking at where some stocks are, Target right back to close, going almost back to 160. Unity right back to where Sean called out the short. Let's see if we can get that short again at 33.80s, 33.90s or so, and write that stock right back to VWAPs. I just punched into a Roblox short just recently as Roblox pulled back to $33. I previously was building into a short onto Roblox as we were trying to break that 32 area. There was some selling coming in, and I was in a pretty good winning position, but eventually the stock did manage to break 32. Holy, market just came in with some volume. Market just came in with some moves to the north side. So took the stop on the QQQs triggered for me. We're waiting to see what happens over here with the rest of the stocks on board. Apple most likely ripping. So thank goodness we got out of that Apple position not too long ago. Let's go see where Apple's at. Apple 150.50 now.
Good thing you got out of that.
Yeah, I had to stop out. I got stopped out. I was planning to get back in, but thankfully I saw no indications that told me stay in that trade, and that's why we stay out of it.
All these dark wick candles. They always like bamboozle my chart. Oh, okay. Sean is not happy there beside me. I think something untoward happened. He's $1 in the money on Apple. He's long, but just got some out before the pump. So it's all good. Still a winning trade, Sean. Let's Let's have a look here. Coupang continuing to make newer lows. It popped up there momentarily on the move up with the market. What's going on, Bradley?
Size on Apple, 500 lots now popping up at the high of day. Are you kidding me? There's some buy. That's you, eh? Sean said he's popping over here at the high of day range, just trying to buy more. So, you know, I didn't see that size really get filled. Oh, there you go, 550. There, that got filled right there. So now the question is, who's trying to sit passively on Memex to go short on the high of day on Apple? Are you out of your mind right now? Like, if you're trying to go
Quote
short,
stuffing?
sir?
Quote stuffing?
No, the Memex is like you're
I know,
getting
so
filled
inverse
last.
rate.
You're
Yeah,
getting
yeah, I
filled
know.
last.
Yeah.
So if you're really sitting there on Memex trying to short this position, good luck to you. But you know, with the amount of liquidity coming in, you could possibly catch that fill. I just find it funny that someone's trying to catch a rebate on Apple at the moment at the high of day, passively trying to catch a fill on one of the most slowest gateways out there. Apple's still trying to go north. There's still buying coming in. I'm just waiting patiently to see when can I jump in on the short side. So, but maybe the shorts are just not in picture right now.
We're printing more guys on Coupang. Got another out here, 1944. This is almost a 20-penny winner for us. We went in with full size on that descent. This was an incorrect long. This was an incorrect long. And then I looked at Bradley and I said, remember when I told you I wanted to be more present to the actual trade? And I feel like I'm being rewarded for that. So I'm very happy about it. I'm looking for a break of that 1940. In fact, let's go ahead and put a profit taking out right now. Let's go to cover a little bit of that at the break of 1940. So we'll put it at 1939. You know what? We'll put it at 1940. I don't want to get too aggressive. So that's a buy limit. There we go. So we've got that profit taker sitting there. We're 3 pennies away from that one as it flirts in the mid 40s and does its little dance. The market continuing to move up though. So acting as a bit of a resistance on the downward move on Coupang. Recall when we had that big aggressive green candle on the futures up, this one retraced a little bit to VWAP, but it since retraced, it since made its way back down. So I'm kind of ambitious. I'm hopeful on this one. I think we'll see 940 get touched probably in the next like little while. We're printing 1942s now on the bid. So close to that one. Apple, though, geez, it's almost at 151. Despite this really annoying dark wick candle, 1250. Okay, then I'm going to go to my other one. Take over for a sec so I can just fix this really annoying dark wick candle, Bradley.
It's not like a book, 1942 or something. Or was it 1948 by George Orwell?
Oh, yeah.
Was it 1948 or 1942?
150.37.
1948? 1984. There you go. That's what it was. I got a little confused over that one.
Isn't that? Oh, no, I've heard about that.
Yeah. I'm yet to read that. I think Greg actually gave me that book to read, and I've yet to read it. So I apologize for that one, Greg. I'll give it back to you eventually when I'm done with it. Tesla absolutely barcoding today, not really doing anything. Even though the market popped, Tesla not able to pop to the north side, go past 185. Woo! Looks like the 100-period EMA has been constantly rejecting Tesla throughout the day. And that shorts that we had on board off the 100-period EMA were very successful for us. We also caught some longs off the lower days. But now we're just constantly just, you know, creating that perfect wedge, that perfect pizza slice, just consolidating, barcoding, going sideways, even though the market did pop up. We saw Apple pop up to 151 almost, where Sean's actually long on that stock, killing it on the long side for Sean. Let's go, Sean. I love seeing that. We also have a couple other positions on board at the moment, such as a Unity. Unity did manage to go up north with the help of the market moving, and previously we did have a position, so we're trying to rinse and repeat the same strategy for ourselves. This was a stock that Sean mentioned earlier on in the day, so trying to see if the same strat or the same levels can come into play one more time around 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So only 5 minutes left for lunch to come into the end, and with the market showing us volume already coming in at these times, we got volume spike randomly at what time is this? Randomly around 10:55. We got another volume spike at 11:55. I'm guessing another random volume spike at 1:55.
Hey, why not? You know, let's do it. I gotta say, oh my God. I'm pumped about this short that I've got on Coupang here. Still printing, just got some out in the 1930s. Recall, we're 1960 long, so we're almost 30 pennies in the money on this $19 stock. Loving this trade. 3 for 3 on the day. Baba, Amazon, Coupang. Yeah, no glitch yet. We got an hour left on the show, so I'm sure I can screw this up somehow. We'll see. Apple looking really good at that 151 level. That 150 broke vehemently, even though like kind of teetered and tottered back and forth. But Apple looking fantastic. Is there any news for this Apple long? Let's go flip here. The market's about to go green, Sean says. And as I look here, I see, yeah, we're like 15 points away from a flat day. We were way below that, guys. We're at 39.53. We were down as low as 39.12. So we've retraced quite a bit, 40 points back to the north side here, guys. Apple at day's highs, testing 151. I'm seeing that broke. Oh boy, yeah. Now we're gonna flip and flop in and around that area. There we go, printing in the 151 teens proudly. Apple's got so many legs right now. Jeez.
Keep going.
Sure, absolutely. Let's talk more about Apple. Let's talk about the fact that it just gave me another dark wick print on my chart, despite the fact that I had fixed it. It's so frustrating. Makes me want to kill it, right? Apple, yeah, Apple's continuing to move. Coupang retracing now back to the high side. I'll put the I've got 12% of my initial position. I'm going to put that at 1 penny above break even. So we're going to go stop out 19, I'm going to put it 1960, whatever. In 1960, and then we'll cover the remaining at 1961 in case it makes its way up there. So I have my out for break even on the remaining 20%. Let's bring in this chart for Apple because it won't be distorted by the dark pool prints. Okay, so now 150, 117. Do we have any recent... let's see, let's go to the hourly candle, see if we have any recent levels we need to be aware of here. So we're at 151. What's this candle here? The high is 151.23. That's back. That was yesterday. So that was, what time was that? That was 8 a.m., so that's not accurate. That's the 8 a.m. institutional spike. So the better level is going to be this one here, and that is at, yeah, that's good. This is 151.70. So I'm going to go ahead and put a horizontal line at 151.70. I think that may be an interesting area where we could end up the day or at least have a momentary period of resistance from which to short or use to go long, whatever your inclination is. And then we have a more recent high here, proudly, at 153.59. So we're going to go ahead and put a level there, 153.59. Yeah, 60 should be fine. There we go. So we've got those ready. The market continues to the high side. Apple's not at high of days yet. 150.135. We're in the 20s at the moment, but the market sure is. The market now at 39.57, and we're going to see that 39.60, Prad.
I'm currently trying to trade the MNQs over here at 11,750. Trying to see if the market can pull back for us after turning green on the day. The NASDAQ market did turn green by 0.08%, and trying to see if yesterday's close can show us some rejection over here. Looks like the high day today is 11,756 or 55 or so, and trying to go back up north again. Are you kidding me? This market is nuts. QQQ turned green. SPY is still red, however, so be pretty careful. I don't think I want to gamble with futures over here. Futures are just too volatile sometimes, especially with QQQ. You know, it moves very quickly with multiple points to the north side and to the south side. So let's go over to the QQQ ETF, which is up 0.15% on the day, with NASDAQ still trying to climb up, with S&P 500 sadly still down. UVXY at the lower days, or sorry, a new lower days for UVXY at 8.92. This market is absolutely taking off right now. So if you have longs, you're loving it. Even a couple of the positions that paid us to the long side are actually turning around. And none of my short scanners are actually dead. The mega cap short scanner only has 3 stocks on it, and one of them is Hershey's. So let's go over to Hershey's right now. Wow, this is nuts. Market is on an absolute tear. Hershey's at the moment, let's see what the stock looks like. $222, still going to the south side, inverse to the market overall. So not sure what's going on with Hershey's. I actually haven't had Hershey's in a long time. Along with Hershey's, Campbell's Soup is popping up over here. Let's go see CPB. Only 900,000 shares traded on the day today.
Bro, do you have to trade all these food stocks, bro?
And I'm starving. I'm starving. I know. I was wondering what you were trying to say, but I know I'm starving right now. Like, oh, I can't help it. They're the
Make your money,
guess what?
but
There's
like,
another one. What is NTES?
No.
Please don't be Nestle. Is that Nestle? That's NetEase. Okay, so that's not Nestle at least. That's good.
I just went and grabbed a little piece of chicken from the kitchen. I'm hungry, man.
I'm starving, bro.
Yeah, good food today. They got chicken. I'm out, by the way, guys, of CPNG. Break even on the remaining 12%, but the entire other 88%? Yeah, I can do math. Has been profitable. There we go. Here are outs all the way down. We got bottom wick. We actually got bottom wick. You know I love getting bottom wick in the 1930s. But the remaining portion we're out of. But we're still 3 for 3 today, guys. Better than we did yesterday. Hey, I can fix this dark wick candle now on the chart. So what we do, guys, for anyone who's using P Pro 8 and these dark wick pool wicks bug you, so identify the time at which it was made. So this one is 12:57, and it's a wick down, not a wick up. So you're looking for low, okay? You're gonna identify 12:57, and then go on your other platform where there is no wick. Go on the same time frame. So if it's a 1 minute chart, go on the 1 minute chart on the other time frame. Identify what the low was at 12:57, and so the low was 150.92. Then you're gonna click this little button here. Okay, 150.92, we're gonna go to 12:57, and we're gonna adjust this price, the low, to 150.92. And that way, when we come back, that dark pool wick is gone, and we have like a more readable chart. High on Apple, 150.135, that still held up. Looks like we're retracing a little bit back down, holding the 7-period EMA. Not sure what to make of this bounce. I don't know why the market all of a sudden got legs. Perhaps maybe a Fed speaker. Is there anything going on back there? Maybe we can find out later. Nice little dip now on Apple, breaking through that 151 to the downside. Let's see if that one holds. I won't be taking any longs or shorts on this one. Let's flip back to Coupang and see what it's doing. Still flirting with the level at our out. How about MMGs? I was trading this one at 7%. Now it's up 14%. Macy's having a hell of a day. Such a mixed bag for retailers this week. You have Walmart blowing it out. You have Target, you know what, the bed. And then Macy's now doing an excellent job to the high side. From what I understood was they were better able to handle some of the inflationary pressures on their products because of the high-end nature of their inventory. So they were saying basically in a nutshell, rich people are much able to weather the inflation storm as opposed to maybe the middle class and the lower classes. So Macy's benefiting off that, 14% to the high side on the day. Are there any major levels that we can look at Macy's here? Let's bring in the other chart and flip to the daily, see what we can glean off that. Okay. Here, recent highs here we got to go back all the way to June to find higher highs than where we were currently, and that higher high is 22.61. So that's like a few pennies away. But we'll put that level in just in case. 22.61, that's a level. Get that. There we go, 22.61. Above that, you got to really assume that, you know, I don't think it's just going to stop randomly here. This is the better level that we have to work with, and that's at 24.88 level. Now, will we see 24.88 today? My instinct tells me no. So somewhere in between this level, between 22.61 and 24.88, that will be an interesting area, and watch Macy's. And don't forget, this one could be a continuation play tomorrow. I mean, I'll give you an example. C Limited, SE, that was an earnings winner from 3 days ago. It did great on the day that the earnings came out. Then the next day, it retraced back 5%. Today, it's up again. So, you know, you can play these earnings winners for 2-3 days after the fact. I've noticed, you know, they're not going to be as volatile in the second, third day, obviously, but there is something to be had on them, Bradley.
You said the lunch was good?
I'm sorry. Did I? Maybe because I was really hungry. I didn't really like that chicken at all, I'm not going to lie. it was really like squishy and wet. Am I right? Was it squishy and wet?
Never trusting you when it comes to food ever again. Mr. All-dressed chips. Get out of here.
Anyway, yeah, I was hungry, to be honest with you. That's the only reason I inhaled that. You didn't like it, eh?
It's macaroni cheese.
I didn't eat the macaroni.
Yeah,
I had the chickens.
It's mac and cheese with literally
chicken.
Costco frozen breaded chicken with just peppercorn sprinkled on top.
I just ate the chicken. I didn't touch anything else. I didn't eat the mac and cheese.
Prisoners in Guantanamo Bay get better than that. Come on, man. But, you know, we're going to enjoy that food anyways. Free food is nothing wrong with free food ever. So we're going to put some nice grub in our stomach right before
really
going to
upset
lunch
when he
over
looked
there.
at me there, man.
I was,
looked really upset.
You said it looks good. I was so excited. Good food for once. You're telling me no prison food for
Did you have
once?
that burger yesterday?
That was good.
It was good?
The burger
Okay,
was
the
good. The
jalapeno
burger was
burger?
good. Yeah, they actually did good with the burger for once. You know, sometimes they do bless us, but most of the time it's always complaints from me. Anyone shorting Target, TGT. Target, we were shorting it earlier on in the day, but now exactly, it just keeps on going up. We're up with 3% on Target today. We're breaking 160 just now. If I wanted to short Target, it would have been close to 160. But the fact that the stock wants to trade higher than 160, I think I'm just turned off on that fact. So not too interested on this. I'm more interested with what to do with QQQ and SPY right now. QQQ, it is struggling around 11,750 on the futures. Sorry. It is struggling around 11,750 on the future, so maybe a short will be pulling off over here on couple stocks. Looks like Target really pulled off to the short side. If you did have that short, congratulations, because you're instantly in the money, about 30 to 50 cents coming into play. So congratulations for whoever it was that was looking to short Target. I see RMAL in the chat saying I'm short 160.50. So you're already $1 in the money on Target right now as the market is trying to maybe pull to the south side. So congratulations to yourself over there. Pelosi is done talking, so the market's going down is apparently the talk in the chat at the moment.
Oh, she was supposed to announce what her future was. She's stepping down, so she's not going to... I don't know. Hold on. So Sean's saying she's stepping down. Quick question, is she stepping down from her role as... okay, but she's not speaker anymore. Mike McCarthy is, but what I'm trying to say is... re-election, that's what I'm asking you. Okay. Okay, she's going to continue as a member of the House, but she's not going to be the Democratic leader in the House. Okay, so they're going to have to elect a new leader. Because you guys know how that works, right? Even the minority party has a leader. It's called the minority leader. Anyway, we all know what Pelosi's done. We know what the microchip stuff. We know about Paul Pelosi and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, we'll get off that. We'll start talking more about...
all legal.
Huh?
All very legal.
Hey, nothing was infactual. Everything was factual that we said. Like the fact of the matter is, he got into DUI.
Was legal. They did nothing illegal, you know.
No, nothing. Of course,
nothing
her use of insider information about like building these huge foundries for the microchips so they can repatriate that had nothing to do with her buying that stuff. Anyway, all right, good on you, Nancy. I hope you donate some of your money to charity. Close to high days now, below 14%.
To the Prad fund?
To the Prad fund, he said. Maybe we should set up a fund.
A GoFundMe for Prad?
I've got nothing I'm looking at the moment, guys. I've kind of done my trades for the day. Apple retracing, so is M. M's on a bit of a pullback, but the general trend on M is still up, no question about that. This was where Bradley got in, by the way, just to remind everybody. He got in at that 2190, 2180-ish area. That was the double bottom. We were looking down here. We were looking for the retracement into VWAP. That never materialized, and ever since then, it's been stair-stepping up. So, hey, can't have them all, Bradley.
Yeah, that bottom was pretty easy to call out. I just wish I had a lot more size, and I wish I traded it a lot better. But, you know, can't win them all. We tried. Hopefully someone in the chat traded it better than us. That's the goal overall, is if not me, then hopefully someone. And it looks like some people in the chat did kill it on Macy's today. Start a Prad coin and run to the islands. Yeah, I guess that's the scam Brokeman frauds method.
Just call him Scam Bankman Fried?
It's scam Brokeman fraud.
I heard Scam Bankman Fried.
Yeah, scam Brokeman fraud. scam, brokeman, fraud route. So
Not
if you wanna
only
go
do
that
we
route,
trade stocks, but we riff and we make fun of people who are down on their luck. I'm kidding, of course. It's his own doing.
you gotta kick them when they're down. Otherwise,
Yeah.
when are you gonna kick them when they're standing up? That's
Yeah.
when you get punched in the face. You gotta kick them when they're down.
Brokeman, fraud. Scam, brokeman, fraud, guys. You heard it here first. Bradley, you got to coin that.
Scam, brokeman, fraud is now sadly, I don't know where he is, but you know, shout out to the boy over there. Hopefully we can have him back on the show. Probably not after me calling him scam, brokeman, fraud.
I don't know. I don't think he'll even know about it.
Probably not after me calling him that. But no, it's just bad times in the market at the moment. So that could happen to anyone. You know, that could happen to me. That could happen to you. So be very careful.
But there's
apply proper
information
risk management
coming out every day, and we spoke about it earlier on the show about the extent to which he knew what was going on. I think he's tried to paint the picture a little bit that, you know, things were out of his hands and they grew too quickly and mistakes were made. But I think it goes a little bit beyond that. Like, and you're not going to get the full picture with a situation like this, like the next day. You know, things incrementally come out and you get a bigger. It's like putting a puzzle together almost. Like you get a piece per day and you add it in. And you get the general idea. But I just remember CZ on today being asked, that's the CEO of Binance, he was being asked some of the same questions, like, you know, what are you guys doing? And he basically tried to distance himself completely from their practices, saying, no, we don't lever up in that way, we don't do this, we don't do that. So we'll see what these crypto exchanges, but I know that a lot of people now are pointing the finger at Gary Gensler. They're saying Gary failed investors. Gary should have been more active in regulating this. He shouldn't have been waiting. You know how initially what it was Gary was saying, no, this needs congressional input. This has to be an act of Congress. And then Congress, you know, never getting anything done. People looking to Gary and saying, well, you're where the buck stops. And so a lot of people now are starting to blame Gary Gensler for what happened, and I'm assuming, you know, some of the other exchanges. What was the other one called? Gemini. There's been a bunch that have gone belly up. Gemini. What was the other one? BlockFi. So this is not the first one, guys. Celsius. I remember that one. That was in the summer. No coin. He's trying to say that. He tried to slide me into that one. No, I know better than that. Binance and Coinbase now are going to be the two big rivals here in this space. Let's see how this one goes. But anyway, Nicole Harris sending a $5 super chat saying, Prad, look at CGC for me, please. Got in at 398, bought some calls. Go for it, Bradley.
CGC bought in at 3. We're at 4 right now. So $1 in the money. You gotta love it. You know, take profits without fail. If the market's presenting profits to you on a silver platter, it would be, you know, not a good idea to not take profits on that one. So take profits, obviously. It looks like you have some calls too, as that super chat that Sharif just read out said. Let's go take a look at CGC on our trade ideas chart for the long term. So here we got the daily chart, we got the 30-minute chart. Looks like we have some clear resistance around these areas right here, around $4.50 for CGC to the north side, and some clear support also coming into the downside over here, slightly around these areas, around $3.90. I think I would even, let's just say $3.90. As long as it doesn't break $3.90 to the downside, I guess you could hold your size still. You said you were long somewhere in the 350s. I think, what was the price again?
What?
Where she was long?
I'll let you know in a second. She is long
398.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're long 398, I think your support should be 390. If 390 breaks, then kind of think about closing that trade for a loss, and then reprice yourself closer to this bottom over here of $3. That's if you want, obviously. None of everything I say is not financial advice. You got to trade your own book, apply your own risk management parameters, and your according to what's your bank account and so on. But this is how I would have traded it. I would have gotten stopped out at the break of 390. If 390 doesn't break, I'm going to take profits to the north side all the way up to 450. And at 450, I probably would only have 15% of my size left. And if 450 breaks, I probably add to my position for a bigger move to the north side of maybe $5, maybe $5.50 coming into play later on in the future. But something that I always talk about these marijuana stocks is actually a joke that Sean mentioned a long time ago. These stocks are worth exactly what rolling papers are worth. So you basically buy the stock, put your marijuana in there, roll it up, and smoke the stock because it does nothing for you.
Jeez, that's a hot line. Woof. I can't say that he's wrong. To be honest with you, I had hopes for the growers. I didn't think maybe that the retailers would do as well because margins would get squeezed because they have to squeeze out the illegal market, so they have to keep lowering their prices, and when they do that, they eat away at margins, etc. But I figured, maybe some people would want to grow their own stuff. So there's grow generations. What's that one called, Bradley?
Sundow?
No, it's called G. Let me bring down my weed list here. Yeah, GRWG. Growth generation. I thought that this one would be an interesting play. Let's pull that up here so you guys can follow. This one is not. The whole wheat sector ended up getting creamed, and didn't make a difference whether you were a retailer or whether you were a grower or whatever it was. Let's have a look at the daily chart on GRWG, and I'll tell you, I remember this one being like, yeah, look at this, Bradley, man. This was in January. This is January. It was up in the 68s. It's like $6 now. And to be honest with you, a little while ago, it was in $2. So a lot of people really got hurt on these wheat stocks. It's hurt people a couple of times. That was at 2018 boom. Was it 2018 when the wheat stocks started going?
I think 2018 was when Tilray hit that 500 area.
And then we had another period during the pandemic when Kamala Harris started going off there about legalization, and it made it go through the roof again. But this one it's just been hard to be in wheat stocks, man. And I had a buddy. He's a CEO of a wheat company. In fact, he was a guest on this show. Sean and Neil interviewed him. His name is Aras. AVCN is the ticker. Yeah.
Damn.
This company right here. He was on the show. It's called
Connections?
Avicanna.
Connections?
It's a medical thing. It's not like
I'm asking for medical reasons.
Get your medical pass and we'll talk. Now this guy, he sells to Shoppers Drug Mart en masse and stuff like that.
I could be Shoppers Drug Mart.
Okay, Bradley.
I'll get a Shoppers Drug Mart license. Just tell me you got connections.
So yeah, he hasn't been doing well either. And having a look at the stock. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
Oh okay.
Yeah. They jack up the prices. Sean is saying there on the side, by the way, medical marijuana is not cheap. So that was the response. Guys, M is at high of day 2266. This one got legs. We drew out that line from earlier. 2261 was the recent high. I believe that went back to June. That has since been broken. So now we are looking at even higher highs. Where is that next level we were drawing out? Let's zoom out. Go out 4 hour. Zoom. We're looking at 2490 next for this one. So this one, I don't know if it's going to become a meme stock or what for the day at least, but 2490 is where I'm looking next, Bradley, on M, but we just broke that high.
This market's nuts, man. We're still going up on the NASDAQ and on the S&P 500. Now S&P 500 only down 0.2% on the day, and NASDAQ up 0.2% on the day. I mean, what else can you say? The market starts off red, goes green. The market starts off green, goes red. It's been a complete opposite of what's going on every single day. Yeah, look at that. Whoa, nice little. I like that animation, actually. How come we don't have that one? Sean over here hogging all the good animations, eh? I see how it is, Sean. Talk to your boys, eh? Okay, I see how it is. But yo, this market's actually still going up to the north side, guys. So if you have longs, hold on to it. Something that I noticed by looking at Sharif's screen is Macy's. What a call out on Macy's.
What?
What an absolute call out on Macy's.
Yeah,
this is the bottom.
That was really good, man.
No. When you guys were in the meeting, Macy's was pulling down to VWAP, and I saw some size on there, and I said, this is the bottom on Macy's for the day. And then it ripped to the high day. Now we're at a new high day at $22.60. I just wish I took like thousands of shares instead of like the minute size that I took, because I was like, okay, it's that time of the day. It's 12 o'clock. I don't want to take too much size. I want to keep my risk tight. And I missed out on probably the best trade of the day. Macy's up 15%. And if you guys remember yesterday, I said Macy's is actually going to be a fun trade tomorrow off of their earnings, because I have not seen a single day in my 2 years of trading on this floor. I have yet to see a single day where Macy's announces earnings and the next day it's boring. I've not seen that. So Macy's, a lot of exciting stock to trade overall. And if you were timing the entries perfectly, I think Neil and Sean had the long on this position off the open. It's in the chat. Called M as the best ideal long today on the sticky note. I still have some from $20.83. Now we're at $22.83. So $2 per share coming in for your boy Sean over there. He also just now sent me a picture of his oh, look at that, Silvana's over here. Hi, Silvana. But let me quickly pull up the picture of Sean's Apple trade. Exactly where I was fighting for the short, he goes long. I wish I had my headphones off my ear at that point, because I would have not gone short there. But, you know, he killed it on the long side. He killed it again over here on the long side again. And now look at it. Apple 151, taking profits. Monster move on Apple today. Monster move in the market overall. You could sit here and complain about how boring and illiquid the market is, but opportunities show up every single day. It's your job to go hunt for those opportunities.
Seema Modi or Morgan Brennan?
Yeah, I told you, Morgan's not. Okay, I'll just keep my mouth shut. I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Would it be inappropriate to have that as? Yeah, it would be. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about M. This one's continuing to make new highs. Oh, we got a super chat. Michael A. Bear. I think that's how you say your name, because there's an accent there. Michael A. Bear says a $2 super chat. Prad, you should have held M. Now GME is there.
Huh?
GME is there. I guess GME is moving up. It's up like 2%. You want to look at that?
Yeah,
for
pulling
chat?
up GME over here, 2% to the north side. New high day for GME. I don't understand the hold M and now GME's there part. I guess you're just saying GME is making a new high day, and on that statement, you are not wrong. I'm scanning over, or I'm glancing over at my scanners to see if GME is popping up on those scanners, and it is not. So not sure if this move actually has any value behind it. GME did have a nasty volume spike around 12:45. I'm guessing right around the time when the market had its spike. It says, oh, market had this first spike at 11:55, and then the second spike at around, where's my cursor? There you go. There's my cursor. Around 12:55. So yeah, around when the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ had a second spike of volume, that's when GME had the second spike of volume, up 1.8% on the day. And it is impossible for me to look at GME and not look at AMC. Look at AMC though. Now we're at $7 on this position.
Okay.
Every time I say I want to buy at least one share of AMC at $5 just to say I'm in the game, just to say I'm in the squeeze game.
What happens?
I never do it. You know, I'm too scared to even lose $5 on AMC.
I hear you, man. Yeah, it's tough. I'm not seeing anything right now, guys. I'm not in anything. I think the market's moving up. There's plenty of trades that are profitable if you were in them from earlier. I haven't been in anything for a while. So looking out here, see the chat, seeing if you can light up some names. I can have a look at some charts for you. I see XPEV. Dump or long. Let's have a look at XPEV. I'm not sure what that one is doing. That's a New York stock, right? Yeah. XPEV up. Is it up? No.
$7, eh? Wow.
Yeah, this was below that though, Bradley. I think XPEV got into the 5s. Let's just look quickly.
I remember trading the stock in the 40s.
Oh yeah. I was holding this one in the 30s for a swing. Sorry. It didn't actually make it its way down to 5. I think the low was 618. I think that's the most recent low.
Oh,
too.
I gotta cut you off over here. We got some volume coming in on PlayStation. It's not PlayStation. It's PSNY.
That's
Polestar.
I was looking at that.
Yeah, Polestar bringing in some big volume. Actually, catalyst for it is on track to meet full year production goals at 50K units. So Polestar.
Okay.
With big volume candles coming in. I think a bunch of other EV cars have also said they're on track to meet their production numbers and so on. So Polestar here joining in cahoots with that catalyst. big volume spike. So now up 1.4% on the day. Recently took out the $6 area, but then instantly dived under the $6. So waiting to see if this market, which is curling to the south side, sadly, if this market curling can bring back PlayStation, I keep saying PlayStation, can bring back Polestar to the downside, or does Polestar keep bringing in the volume to the north side and then try to break out the $6 area for round 2? The high a day on Polestar right now, 606.
Rohit saying and sending a €2 super chat saying, just made a NASDAQ short. You think it makes sense? Personally, I wouldn't have gone short NASDAQ at this particular level unless there's a level that we've reached that you're looking at. I mean, the next level that I have earmarked here, let's flip to the 4-hour candle, 4-hour chart, excuse me. So where are we here? In terms of high a day, we're at 39.62. So where would we be as a next level of possible resistance? You know what we're going to do? We're going to erase all of these horizontal trend lines, and we're going to start a new remove all horizontal trend lines. There we go. So 39.62, high of day. The next level here would definitely have to be at 39.68 because that was the close yesterday. That's what that dotted line is about. So we'll put a horizontal line there. And then above that is yesterday, or not yesterday's high, the day before that's high, which was 39.90. So let's go ahead and put a horizontal line at 39.90. Those are the levels off which I would either, I would take a short bounce possibly as a resistance level. I'm not sure what you were basing your short off. Maybe that were just extended on the day. Maybe you're looking perhaps to take it short. There's also the level that we opened at, Bradley, and that is we're currently 12 points lower than it. So at 12 points to 56, and we get, there we go. Okay, so 68. So that's the level we're talking about. Yeah, that's 68 level. So not sure what you're looking at, Rohit, but all the power to you. Those are the levels that I'm looking at here on the ES, and I doubt we'll get to the top one. That 39.90 seems unlikely unless we really have a big move during power hour. That's the 4-hour chart. 4-hour chart's kind of what I use for like the major levels, right? That you want to get, for kind of like a 3-4 day thing. PSNY, after being alerted to that huge volume spike, and you can see that reflected here on the bar chart. I don't think that that's doing anything at the moment. At least there's the volume's dropping off. The good thing about this one is it's a 1 penny spread, 593, 594 on the ask, so you're not going to get cut up too much getting in and out, even when it moves up 594, 595. So this one holding a tight spread, which is not what is not typically the case for illiquid stocks. Looks like Apple topping out, making a newer high though, Bradley, on Apple. Where is that high? I believe like somewhere around the 150, 150s almost.
Tomorrow morning, last day of the week, sadly, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a Friday, hopefully a free fall Friday, hopefully not a kangaroo Friday that we had today. But tomorrow we got JD.com coming out with the earnings report, which has been on an absolute tear today. We got Foot Locker also coming out, and a bunch of random no-name companies, in my opinion, because I've never really traded them. But they're on this list, but so they might be something to take a look at. So anything with earnings report that come out and move the market at the end of the day are something to take a look at. Thank you for Earnings Whisper for that report over there. Let's quickly head over to see what stock are we looking for again? What was the stock that has earning JD? Where's the expected move? 6.7% expected move on JD. Come on. Give me the chart. There we go. So probably expected of a 61% move to the north side and a $53 move to the downside. So $61 move to the upside and $63 move to the downside. $63 move.
I want to complain about this. Yesterday, someone posted a TikTok video about this 86-inch LG TV at Costco. Just wait for a second, okay, Bradley? The ticketed price at Costco was $9.99, 1,000, okay? A note. Then, obviously, suspecting that it's an American price, I went to the Costco website and I pulled out the exact TV. Just take a guess at how much that exact TV is in Canada. $9.99 was what it's going for in Costco, America. How much does that TV cost in Canada, Bradley?
$1,099.
Wrong.
$299.
$23.99. Why? What is happening?
Cost of shipping?
Man. I don't believe that.
Cost of USD Canadian transfer rate?
That's the only thing that I'll give you, and that is not worth that price. That's over double. Double.
How much did you say? 199?
It was 99, Bradley. $1,000, $99.99.
999.99?
Yeah, exactly. All right, it's not even close, Prad.
Yeah, they added 1,000 to it.
Just said they threw another 1,000.
to it.
So $9.99 American is 1,333 Canadian, and they just basically threw another thou on there, like, hey, just for good measure.
Yeah,
So
for shipping, man. Shipping's not free.
Man, give me a break, man. That thing's coming from Asia. You think it's costing more to go to America than Canada?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
How?
100% more.
How?
Because that's how things work around the world. That's how things work around the world.
It's coming from Asia. It's not coming from Florida.
Things from U.S. to Canada will always cost you more because that's how life works.
I think it's to do with their buying power.
That's how
they're
life works,
able
man.
to bulk so much more product because they're so big. They're like we're 10% of the American side, so we're 10% of the population.
Makes sense. That makes
we're
sense.
10% of the population. We're also 10% of the GDP.
Yeah.
It usually works in that 10% area. But that price just really peeved me. But you know what? I think I could probably drive down to Buffalo and get, because you know your Costco membership works anywhere in the world.
No, it's probably import fees, bro.
Well, you'd have to declare it to CBSA. You would have to.
No, you don't have to.
I know you don't have to, but whether you choose to or not, anyway. They're not going to bother you. Yeah. I'm not going to say that on the air because we don't want anyone to know that trick. Yeah. Good. Yeah, so I just want to complain about that. Chat lighting up, obviously, with their own comments. Yeah, man, we get the short end of the stick a lot of times price-wise in Canada, you know, but we got some positive stuff around here, Bradley.
Yeah, nothing beats Canada in my opinion. I love this country way too much, that's the only way to leave it at that statement. I also love this market, which we're going to go dive back into. PlayStation Network still trying to go past $6, but it's struggling to do so. We have some size traded at 602, but then right away after that, 597 and then 598. Ooh, there we go, 603 coming in. How are people punching above the bid if the bid's not moving or the ask's not moving? It's pretty weird, but we are seeing that happen at the moment. The level 1 and level 2 still at 597, 598, but somehow people are trading at 603. Oh, that's a dark pool print. Okay, dark pool orders are going off at 603. Stop saying PlayStation Network. I can't help it. It's basically PSN. My brain's hardwired that way to just see PSN and instantly it's PlayStation Network for me. I just can't help it. I'll try to slowly, deviate away from that. But yeah, Polestar, not play. Polestar, trying to reclaim that $6 level. The only things that are still on my red scanners are, surprisingly enough, the food stocks that we were talking about earlier, like Kellogg's, Campbell's Soup, Hershey's. Not sure what's going on with the food sector at the moment, but they are getting absolutely beat up. So CBP, I guess, these stocks probably got elevated off that Poland fear that we had 2 days ago. Anytime war fears come in, not only do defense stocks go up, but also the food that don't perish, is like non-perishable food, like Campbell's Soups and so on, also catch some sort of attraction behind it because people, the idea that people buy these non-perishable food items to have them stored in their houses just in case anything bad happens. Back when COVID caused a lot of inventory issues for we already know toilet paper was in that basket, but causing inventory issues all around the board for food. A lot of people were just stocking up on Campbell's Soups and so on. So I think part of this negative move that we're getting today might be because of that rectification of that Poland catalyst that came out, that it wasn't really missiles coming in from Russia or anything. It was just mistake by the anti-air defense systems coming in. But there is a pretty big volume candle on CPB. So maybe Brendo can see if he can find anything on CPB for me. Let me just type it in the chat, CPB question mark, because that volume candle is larger than all day. The opening candles usually have most of the volume on positions. When a stock shows you a volume candle that large, bigger than the opening candle itself, then that might have been some sort of a news catalyst or a big seller just coming in and whacking down that position. So I would love to see if we can find any catalyst for this one. And I did mention Kellogg's, which is Kellogg's is what you said your wife likes Kellogg's, or she doesn't like Kellogg's. She doesn't like Kellogg's. So for her then, she's going to like the fact that Kellogg's is currently also getting beat up to the downside like Campbell Soup is and Hershey's is sadly down almost 1 full percent over here with only 800,000 shares traded on the day.
Holy, what is going on with Polestar here? How come it wicked up and then wicked right back down? Is that legit? Wick, were you talking about Polestar before I left?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that legitimate there? Up 603.
There were some dark pool trades, but yeah.
Okay, well this one's not doing much at the moment, so we'll leave Polestar and we'll look for something a bit more liquid. Let's bring down the scanner and have a look through the trusty scanner here. Recall, next week, this time, we are going to be using a different scanner, proudly the Trade Idea scanner, and we're going to be using Trade Idea charts, and we're going to be all well versed on that, and we're going to retire the IBKR platform. What do we got in terms of volume? XPEV doing ample volume, 35 million shares. Geez, NEO, same business, 44.4 million shares. Oh, NEO just spiked up, a nice little bump up there from 1055 to 1062. This one kind of looks like trading buyouts in a sense, you know, because you just got so many fixed levels here that you can take dip trades or shorts off of in any event. Not looking like a very momentum-like trade. Very thick. Yeah, this got to be traded. People are trading this like a buyout. Proudly, there's 44 million shares done on this stock, and the range is not even $1. So that tells you it's more buyout-esque, that people are trading this more in buyouts.
It tells me there's no volume.
There is. I just finished telling you there's 44.4 million shares. It's bigger than anything else.
Zilch.
Come on, man.
There used to be like 100 million shares traded on NIO when it was a $30, $40 stock. Now it's a $10 stock. You're telling me it has half of its volume? Yeah,
well, compare it to some of these other ones. Rivian, 4.65. Lucid, 11.9.
Yeah, there's no volume. Like NIO's relative volume is 0.89.
So it's definitely the standout of the bunch, to be honest with you. 44 film is definitely the standout of the bunch. But what my point is, it's trading in very much like a buyout because it is so thick, but the movement on it is so rangy, it's so bound. So I'm starting to feel like these NEO and XPEV are more like buyout trading than actual momentum trading at all because they don't move like that. Well, sometimes they're up 8-9% on the day, but usually they open up that way like at 4 a.m. or something, and then you might catch a bit of the move. But you know how these stocks are. They get their news super early in the morning out of China, and then the markets here open 4 a.m. and they spike on low volume. That's typically how it works. Looking here down the chart for any standouts, I'm looking at my watch list. WonderFi, geez, that's down 11.28%. Remember WonderFi? It's an 18-cent stock. Now that was, I don't think Kevin O'Leary's in that anymore, right? He got out of WonderFi.
I have no clue what
I got to take that off this list, man. It's not worth having it on anymore. Some of these penny stocks that weren't penny stocks when I added them on need to be removed. Moving down the list here, microchips and semiconductors. What do we got? The standout is definitely TSM. Done 18.1 million shares, up 3.25% on the day. But AMD is not that bad either. AMD's better after the bell than TSM was. AMD's up 5.25% after the bell and has done 60 million shares. AMD looking good. It's moving with the general market, decidedly above VWAP though. Let's compare that to the chart of the market here. Here's the MNQ. There you go. So this is the MNQ, and then this is what happened. Oh, it goes to the back. MNQ, and this is AMD. So some stuff going on, not a whole bunch.
Yeah, I mean, like Rivian's relative volume 0.49, NIO's relative volume 0.89. So anytime it's less than one, it's not in play. And anytime it's more than one, it's doing relative volume to the past. And if it's more than two, then the stock's really in play. So that's the reason why I'm saying they're not doing any volume, at least not for me and my scanners, which is Trade Ideas. Shout out to Trade Ideas.
What's your average volume on NIO? I got 56.7.
NIO average volume. I don't know if this one shows it to me. I typed NIO like a million times, so let me get rid of that. Dollar volume, days to cover, today's range, short, blah, 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 blah. Don't really see it on there, but I can go check it on Finviz real quick.
Don't even bother, man.
I got it. Check it on Finviz. I only have like a million tabs open, so it's not too hard for me. Finviz says average volume is 55.7 million.
Yeah, so basically the same thing.
Same thing. Yeah. Today's volume 55 million. So pretty relative to the volume. Looks like there's no reason to actually be doing any trading on that one. So most of the trades you're seeing is actually buyout, trading in a range, provide liquidity, sleeper moves. I can make some arrangements for Sharif to buy that TV, says our Discord moderator, Blind Jedi.
Are you kidding?
So if you want to get in touch with our Discord moderator, you want to feel free to do that, feel free. He's also on Discord and on Twitter. I don't know what platform
Shout out Bears versus Bulls.
No, Blind Jedi.
Blind Jedi, okay.
Blind Jedi. It's a different moderator.
For that's a Discord moderator, right?
Yeah, he's a moderator on Discord. Bears versus Bulls is a moderator on the chat.
Yeah. Well, I'll still shout out Bears versus Bulls. Why not? But thank you for that, Blind Jet. I'll be getting in contact with you. I really do appreciate it. I've got nothing. What are you looking? You were talking about it freeing from Costco, and it's backed up by the trusty TikTok video. I mean, if it's not trustworthy off TikTok,
then what? Trusty TikTok video. I never want to hear those sentences put in that same structure ever
I know
again.
You hate TikTok, but let me tell you a lot of entertaining.
No, but I'll never want to hear trusty TikTok in the same sentence. What? Never. But yeah, what were you going to say? You know what?
TikTok, there's a whole bunch of entertainment on there, dude. I could tell you, like, it knows what you like better than I think Instagram does, and I think that's why it's flourishing.
It's a devil.
Yeah, it could be because it keeps you locked in for a while too. Like sometimes I'll find myself starting TikTok. I'll start watching it at the beginning of a show, and all of a sudden it's the end of the show and I'm still on TikTok. So it's like, okay, it's time to put the phone away at that point. Let's do something a bit more productive. Anyway, let's talk about something a bit more productive on the show. Apple retracing a little bit here as the market starts giving up a few points. Nothing really. The uptrend is definitely still intact. We're decidedly above VWAP, 39.35 is where VWAP is. We're trading at 39.58. That was that big move initially off the market here, the break of VWAP. We were holding, remember Amazon at that point, and then it jettisoned up. There's your favorite word. And we took some out there on Amazon trade. Recall, we've traded Amazon, we've traded Coupang, we've traded Baba. We're positive on all those three, but the market is not presenting opportunities, at least from my perspective at the moment. So I'm sitting them on my hands. I'm not going to give back any profits. I'll continue to look for anything that's moving. I got my scanner up, I got my watch list up, but there's just nothing presenting itself at the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. Just waiting for the market, guys. I have not been in a trade for about 30, 40 minutes now. It's because I don't see a trade to be in. I don't want to be shorting the market just yet. They could pop more. I don't want to be long in the market just yet. It could drop more. So, I don't want, there's the market's at a level where I don't really know what to do yet. So when you're at that level, when you're at that point in trading for the day or for the week or for the month or for the year, if you don't know what's going on, you don't need to go out there and gamble to learn what's going on. You can sit on your hands, watch the market move around, and learn from those moves itself. So I would urge that mentality to a lot of you guys out there. Not trading is trading as long as you're still watching the markets, you're still watching the level 2, watching the time of sales, and paper trade at the end of the day. If you're itching to really click your keys, paper trade or go type an essay out or something.
But there's nothing to paper trade midday. Don't get into the habit of forcing trades. Like, don't paper trade just because there's no real trades to be had. You know what I mean? Like, don't you think that you should be paper trading in a similar style that you want to develop?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So let's talk about some World Cup, Bradley.
I was gonna do that too. Yeah.
Okay, so let's get some what's it called? Predictions here. You already made the prediction between Qatar and Ecuador. You said Ecuador is gonna win that. Let me ask you this. England versus Iran. England.
Sorry, I'm reading some messages.
It's all good.
About, yeah,
Who
sorry,
you
what
got?
saying?
England versus Iran. Guys, can you come to my screen? There we go. England versus Iran. This is the
England.
next day. This is Monday at
I already
8
have
a.m.
England on my
You already
parlay
got
for
England.
that.
Netherlands
I
or
got
Senegal?
Netherlands.
Okay, I gotta agree
I
with
got
that.
USA.
You got USA, but
Actually, I
pump
don't
the
think
brakes.
I didn't pick that.
Okay, this one is a tougher game.
That's
to
why I
choose.
left that game alone. I left
This
that
was
game alone.
I'll tell you the truth. This is a tougher game to choose. Americans did not play that well in the CONCACAF qualifying stages, but they tend to come up big sometimes on these big stages. So who knows? Wales, definitely a team that's stacked with talent, especially in the younger ages. You got the old cats. You got Gareth Bale. You got Aaron Ramsey. You got the young guys like Daniel James. He left United now. I forget where he is. I think he's at Leeds or something like that. So Wales should be interesting. USA should be interesting. I like that group. Argentina, Saudi Arabia. So Argentina, listen to this. You know the simulator that you can let play whatever. You play two teams and they're both computers and then they show you a winner. What is that called? Sim mode?
Sorry, I'm just
Like
nodding my head. I'm not
for
listening.
FIFA.
Yeah?
In FIFA.
Yeah.
There's like a way to get the two computers to play each other.
sim mode.
It's called sim
Yeah,
mode,
sim
right?
mode.
So apparently this FIFA game has predicted the winner of the last 3 World Cups,
Yeah,
right?
I've seen that.
You
I've
saw
seen
that?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, yeah.
so it predicted Argentina to be the winner here. And I tell you, I love that.
Messi walking out with the cup?
and he'll retire immediately after that.
Yo, that's
He'll
big.
tell Paris Saint-Germain to, you know what, right? And I don't think he likes being there anyway. And any of the soccer fans in the chat, let me know if I'm wrong. But
So
do you
real-
guys feel
real
like
quick.
Messi is the same player at PSG?
Real quick, go back to the top of that game board over there that you
Yeah.
have on your screen.
Okay.
So, so I have Qatar.
Yeah.
I have England.
You chose Qatar over Ecuador.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm-
Because of the home side?
Oh, no, I'm stupid. I picked Ecuador. I'm
Okay,
stupid. So
I like that
Ecuador,
better, yeah.
England, Netherlands, Argentina, France, Croatia.
France, Croatia's the next day, okay.
Yeah,
So you-
Germany, Spain, Portugal.
Croatia, Germany, Spain. Then you left. You didn't choose between
No, I
Belgium
left
and
that
Canada.
game
okay.
alone, and then
Portugal versus Ghana, Brazil, Serbia. Yeah, I
That's
gotta.
my parlay, so I bet $2.50 to win $108.
Okay, and that's like over many days.
Yeah. What's that? Are you playing the lottery anymore or what? It's not 50 mil, bro. We're waiting for it to hit 50 mil.
Yeah, I have a lottery ticket that I haven't checked. I really need to check that. Maybe it's got something. Okay, so here are
What
my.
do you mean there's no confirmation? There was 2 of them. I confirmed both of them.
Fahad, come to my screen for a sec. I think this is a good game. Denmark, Tunisia will be a really good game. Poland, Mexico is a game that I can't call either. Lewandowski obviously leading the line up front there for Poland. They have a bunch of other names. Mexico seems to really flourish under the lights on the big stage, so that'd be interesting. Australia, I'm not going to give Australia a chance versus France. France is just way too deep. Even though with key injuries, Paul Pogba won't be there. There's another couple of key injuries that France has, but their squad depth is just wild.
What do you think about these?
Go to his screen for a sec.
What do you think about these?
What is that?
$30 USD jackets for the soccer.
What was that one?
This is from
Argentina
Costco.
you had that one?
Yeah,
That
that was
baby blue was
Argentina.
nice, yeah.
This is Brazil. We got Canada right here.
Canada's
Mexico,
nice,
black's
too.
nice too, bro.
Black and green, yeah.
Yo, that's a nice color right there. But yeah, these are from Costco directly right now, so you can buy the
much are
jerseys or the
those?
shirts. $30. USD though, so probably 150 Canadian, you know? So $30 USD. But like here, this is apparently your TikTok's wrong. Is this the same TV you were talking about?
No, not at all.
Okay, so this is not the same TV because he
No,
did
the other
send
one
a
I found
picture
was
of it.
2300. Yeah,
Okay.
This is an 83. I was talking about an 86.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's actually bigger than that one, but that one's probably either higher hertz or whatever. I'm not sure. 120, 240 hertz. Going down the list, Fahad, can you come back to my screen? Belgium, Canada. You know what? Belgium's aging a little bit, guys. I'll tell you the truth. You guys are going to call me crazy on this. I know they have like the likes of Kevin De Bruyne and they got a whole bunch of people, okay? But, you know, I'm not going to count out Canada on this game. I think Belgium and Croatia are aging squads.
All right, time to get back because the market's actually pulling off
Okay, go
right
for
now.
it.
Market's finally actually doing something to the point where we don't have to make content up over here because the market was dead at the high day ranges. So it looks like a little bit of a shorts are playing out for us. NASDAQ pulling back down, S&P 500 pulling back down. Sadly, only 10 minutes left between the show for Sharif and myself over here, and we would have loved for these opportunities to come previously, but the short opportunity opportunities weren't there today was just an absolute monster move to the long side ever since 10:30 or even 9:30 bottoming out, and just straight move to the north side ever since. So this market, let's see how big of a pullback can the market have. Are we going to bounce off of 39.50, or are we going to turn the previous resistance areas as supports, which is around 39.50 on the S&P 500 and around 11,700, or I'll just say 11,700. Nice and even dollar number on the NASDAQ to the downside. What are you looking at? Apple's moving down apparently. Apple having a monster downside move coming in from the high of day, and I'm expecting a bunch of other positions to do the same. Even Unity coming off over here. Let's go take a look at Roblox. Roblox short off the 100-period EMA was also something to look at. If you are short at the moment, take some profits, but also think about holding some for maybe a move towards the 100-period EMA on the S&P 500 futures, which is currently at 39,443. Let me quickly add the EMA. The 100-period EMA has disappeared for me for some reason. Let me see if I can.
The chat saying Canada beat Japan today in a friendly in the lead up to the World Cup. So pumped about that. Trying to find the result here. Canada. Can you come to my screen? Canada versus Japan. There we go.
What if Canada wins the cup?
Yo, bro, I'll be so happy. To be honest with you.
We're shutting down if that happens.
Yeah.
The country's shutting down.
What was the score here? John Herdman.
The good games are in the perfect time. Yeah.
What's the score? I can't find it. 2-1 Canada. So we scored in the first and second half. Japan scored. I think Japan opened the scoring in the 8th minute. Canada leveled it up. Sorry, I'm not laughing randomly because Lucas in my ear is telling me that soccer's trash. He's one of the producers on the show. Obviously, he doesn't know what he's talking about, so I'm going to continue with what I'm saying. Japan leveled it out in the in the 21st minute. Steven Vittoria scoring, and then the 94th, Pradley. You know that soccer is only 90 minutes, and the 94th means that there was added time.
Yeah.
In the 94th, Lucas Cavalani scores a goal on a penalty. So there we go. We take it by penalty. 2-1, baby. But
so we almost lost that game to Japan.
Why would we almost lose? It was 2-1, not 1-1.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
we almost tied. Yes, in the ninth. But that's what makes champions. Keep going to the last minute. So Canada going with some good momentum there into the World Cup, baby.
Awesome. Gotta love it. Gotta love watching. But I love when Lucas said that. Basically, no one cares about soccer.
Soccer's
Shut up,
trash.
both of you. GAP about to drop to $8. I'm guessing you mean the stock GPS or the stock GAP. Let me quickly pull up GAP, see if that is a stock. It's not a position that I see, so I'm guessing you're talking about GPS, which is the ticker for the stock GAP, going down to 8. Well, right now it's actually taking out the high of the day and going north while the market's going south. So not sure what you mean by going down to 8. Maybe you're predicting the future. We can look at it if it does manage to go to the $8 level sometime in the near future. But right now, GPS is absolutely ripping to the north side. So be careful if you're trying to short this thing. People in the chat still saying soccer is trash. That's hilarious. One thing I do say though, I think soccer. I think Oscars need a soccer section.
Hilarious. But you know what? I gotta tell them, like, I gotta agree that there is that element of soccer that really needs to be weeded out. They're trying by giving people yellow cards and stuff like that. And VAR now, if someone dove and it was a penalty initially called, they'll get taken off on VAR. So they're trying to rectify it a little bit, but that it's a cultural thing. It needs to be weeded out of the soccer culture. Don't dive. And we've seen it in other sports though, Pradley. There's flopping in basketball now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's flopping in basketball now. You know, soccer obviously invented and perfected that, but there's nothing you can do about that.
Justin in the chat saying Canada's not winning the World Cup. Bro, you're Canadian. What are you doing? You gotta get your own countries back.
Yeah, but he's contrarian. He's from Toronto and he supported the Oilers. So I was like,
that's
when
true.
I met him initially, I'm like, oh, so you're from Alberta? when I initially met Justin, I'm like, oh, so you're from Alberta? He's like, no, I just hate the Leafs. So I was like, okay, that sounds good.
Justin's a traitor. Yeah. Justin's a traitor. Never supports Toronto, man. I don't even think he supports Raptors. Justin, do you support Raptors? Let's see it in the chat, yes or no. But no, we love Justin no matter what. Justin over here helping us out with the merch store, which we can't wait to revamp. Hockey's the only real sport. He goes, okay, Justin, we're ignoring you from here on out. We're ignoring you. We'll go back to the market as we only have 5 minutes left on the market here, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you remember to hit that like button on the closing show as we get a ban hammer, says Sean. Ban hammer. That's it.
He rectified himself, though. He's pretty quick. He's like, love the Raptors. Fred's my boy, right? He tried to fix that one up real quick.
But yeah, guys, make sure you're hitting the like button on the closing show because that's a brand new show. The like button starts fresh. The counter starts brand new. So for everyone who has hit the like button today already, we did go to, what, 2.5K? I'll take it. I'm not going to complain. I do love every single one of you. Whoever hit that like, whoever didn't hit the like, I love every single one of you. But please help us get to that 3K number every single day. We would appreciate that because if we get to 3K like 5 times in a row and then we stop hitting 3K, YouTube stops sending out the channel to as many people as they used to. So we would appreciate you guys helping us out on that end. Make sure that you guys are also hitting the subscribe button if you're not subscribed. We would love to see the community keep on growing on a day-to-day basis. As the market's currently still pulling back, 3950 is where the S&P 500 is. That's what I was talking about. Let's see if 3950 holds on the S&P 500, or do we break 3950, go to the 100-period EMA, or even all the way back to the VWAP, and then actually go back up north if that's a possibility. If this market turns around, goes right back to the low a day, wow, I am going to absolutely freak out.
Well, we might get a VWAP test here at 39.35 or whatever VWAP is at the time when it retraces to that level. But 39.50 now, how much off the high are we at? The high, yeah, is like 39.63, 39.62 in that area. Yeah, I'm all out of trades, proudly. There hasn't been much to put on for me anyway. Maybe I've been lacking concentration or whatever it is, but I really haven't been able to find the right trades for the better part of an hour. Now let's flip back and see what our other stocks that we were looking at earlier. XPEV selling off, not doing much, but we were looking at other stocks. Let's flip back to M here. M at high days. I mean, high a day exactly on M is going to be 22.74, but we're printing 69s here on the ask. So we're 6 pennies off the high. M now 15% up on the day, up $3, $2.98 off that open. $2.99 now. It's up almost $3. This one's got power.
Yeah, market going back up. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought 39.50 holds and goes back up? One super chat that we missed out on the day. Actually, 2 super chats looks like we missed out on the day over here. Let's quickly get to them. Diamond Realty saying, smash the like button for the best channel on YouTube. Thank you, Diamond. You're a beauty. We love having you in the chat every single day. And wish you the best for today and every single day moving forward, my friend. MN coming in. Hey, Pratt, I only trade futures, but I follow the channel for equity news. Pretty sure we read this one, so thank you for this one, chat. MN with the 15 euro. I've been noticing a lot of euro super chats coming in recently, so I'm loving it.
Can I tell you something, Bradley? My condo just upgraded to the new Ignite system for the Rogers television, right? So they're like they're kind of like IPTV boxes. So they got YouTube built in. So I want to see if I could just watch myself randomly, and all you got to do is speak into the mic. You say tradertv.live, and it literally pulls up the latest videos from today, the 3 videos that we had on yesterday.
Your remote has a microphone on it?
Yeah, you speak into the mic.
Tell me what company made this?
It's Rogers.
Rogers remote and has a mic in it?
Yeah.
Never buying it.
Okay.
Never buying it.
Tin hat.
Never buying
anyway,
it. Never buying it.
Whatever the point is, it's awesome because now this show is not just on your computer or on your phone, it's on your regular television, and that's what I love about this. There's such good access now and good homogenization between like online TV and regular TV. What?
What's television? He
What's
says.
television? Lucas is trolling me. Yeah, because he's a millennial. He only watches streaming
I don't pay for
stuff.
cable.
Yeah.
I just, I pay for my movies online. I go and I buy the.
You pay for the movies
I
online.
pay for my movies online and I watch them. I do everything the proper route, guys.
All
It's
right,
just no
guys.
TV boxes for me.
We got 30 seconds left on the show. M just took a bit of a flush off the high there, 22.61, but still near day's highs. The Playmaker sending a $3.05 super chat says, Diamond is my 305 guy. There we go. Diamond Realty of Miami. I think that they're talking in about that. Justin, play movies, sure. Pay. I think you meant pay for movies. Yeah, sure, Pratt, sure. Justin trolling you there in the chat.
Yo, I work with you. You're trying to get me to go to jail? What's going on over here?
I think we're done for the day, guys. It's been real. Sorry for the slow second half, but we traded a bunch of stocks for you in the first half. And signing out now, Pradley.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in. Couple hours left on the day here. Round trip. Once again, we start the day basically where we are right now. Relatively flat. Big sell-off. Right back up now as we head into the final 2 hours of the session. That is the way things are setting up. 0.3 to the downside kind of a day for the S&P 500. Dow basically flat at the moment. The NASDAQ, same story. Right back to where we started the day.